It was on March 27th, 2012 when the final episode of one of the most legendary shows aired. It was not only a legendary episode, but gave way to a despairing hole inside of every fan's heart. This series is known as none other than Tite Kubo's masterpiece, Bleach. Fans were overjoyed with having such a beautiful final episode to the Lost Agent arc, but after hearing of the series going on break and not returning to animate the manga's final arc, emotions began to mix. Fans waited years hoping for news of the Bleach anime's return, and in early 2020, they finally got their answer. The return of the Bleach anime was announced, and as the waiting still continued, at least hope was born in such a despairing time. Now in 2021, we have just received the beautiful Bleach trailer, along with a 1000-Year Blood War release date. However, we still face one major problem. Most of the Bleach fandom has forgotten the series of Bleach as a whole. So for those that don't have time to say reread the manga or rewatch the anime, I decided to make today's video. Today we are going to be recapping every chapter inside the Bleach manga as a whole. But before we get into the recap of Bleach, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, drop a like down below, and also leave a comment with your thoughts on today's video. Anyway, without all further ado, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and welcome to the entire story of Bleach.
Baby, now you feel like number one, shining bright for everyone, living out your fantasy, all the brightest stuff that's ever been.
The journey of Bleach starts out with the first arc called the Agent of the Shinigami arc, also more commonly known as the Substitute Shinigami arc. This arc serves as an introduction for the entirety of the story. Starting all the way from chapter 1 in the manga going to chapter 70, it is later adapted into episodes 1 through 20 of the anime. The arc's main themes embrace the idea of identity, grief, and how to deal with said grief, living with it being a part of your life. The story starts out with a strange orange-haired boy beating up some delinquents. He is introduced as Ichigo Kurosaki, and for as long as he could remember, he could see ghosts around his town. He tends to help these ghosts pass on. After destroying their faces, he ends up going home. However, as soon as he gets home, his dad kicks him in the face for being out too late. This absolutely pisses Ichigo off, and eventually causes him to decide to just go to his room and skip dinner. As time passes, a young girl dressed in black samurai robes walks through the wall. Ichigo's first reaction is to kick her from behind because he thinks she is a burglar. The noise immediately causes his father to come up and ask why Ichigo is making so much noise, very politely. However, Ichigo points at the strange samurai girl saying that he was stopping a robbery, only there was one issue. Isshin saw no one. Rukia, the samurai girl, then looks at Ichigo and says no one can see her as she is a Soul Reaper. She then attempts to explain to Ichigo the duties of a Soul Reaper. However, Ichigo calls her a child. Responding to this disrespect, Rukia decides to paralyze Ichigo using a simple Kido spell, and then she performs a Kanso on a spirit nearby, a technique which allows her to send spirits to the Soul Society. Rukia then explains how the world operates, how there are two types of spirits, wholes and hollows. Wholes being dead humans, and hollows being evil spirits that consume humans. The Shinigami's job is to exterminate hollows and send wholes to the Soul Society. As she is explaining this though, a hollow is screaming outside, eating the girl Ichigo saved that morning. Moments after this, the hollow goes to Ichigo's house and takes his sister Yuzu. Immediately, Rukia heads towards the hollow, but before she reaches him, Ichigo stands up, breaks the paralyzation spell, and rushes to save his sister. Dashing at the hollow with a bat, Ichigo was far too weak. He was trapped into a corner by the hollow's pure strength alone. The hollow was preparing to kill Ichigo. However, within perfect timing, Rukia attacks the hollow from the side, causing the hollow to release Yuzu into Ichigo's arms. Rukia tells Ichigo that the hollow attacked his family searching for him. Now this made Ichigo even more angry. After watching his father nearly die on the ground, Karin bleeding out on the ground, and Yuzu being in his arms, he gets up, looks straight at the hollow, and yells at it to fight him like a man. The Hollow then dashes using its neck straight at Ichigo, about to kill him. However, in mere moments, Rukia takes the hit, falls to the ground, and now she is unable to fight because she is too injured from saving Ichigo. She ends up transferring her powers into Ichigo through her Zanpakuto. Instantly, Ichigo becomes a Shinigami and is able to quickly kill the Hollow. The next day, Ichigo wakes up to his dad attacking him in his sleep. As he defends himself, he notices that his dad is now uninjured. As it turns out, everybody believes that a truck hit their home and that they slept through the entire accident. As Ichigo goes to school, he thinks about what happened to Rukia. However, once he enters the classroom, it is announced that a new transfer student has arrived. And this transfer student turns out to be none other than Rukia Kuchiki. Ichigo is in shock at first, but Rukia says if the man makes a scene, then he is dead. So they end up speaking outside as Ichigo doesn't want to die. As it turns out, Rukia transferred too much of her Ryatsu into Ichigo, trapping her into the world of the living. And she tells him that he must become a Soul Reaper until she regains her powers. However, Ichigo refuses to do so, so to prove a point, Rukia slams his head with a strange glove that forces Ichigo's Soul Reaper spirit to come out of his body. Pause. She ends up taking him to the park, in which she forces Ichigo to make a decision, to save a boy from a hollow in front of him and be a Soul Reaper, or to not save the boy and return to his normal life. Ichigo decides to save the boy and become a substitute Shinigami, not out of duty but to repay his debt to Rukia Kuchiki. The following day, Rukia and Ichigo are just messing around as Rukia is training him a little bit using her amazing drawings. During the training, they actually run into Ohime. Now, Ohime is their classmate in school, and she was just in a car accident only a few minutes prior. Throughout their conversation, Rukia notices a strange marking on Ohime's leg and begins to closely examine it. Right after her examination, Ichigo offers to walk Ohime home, however Ohime declines it and quickly runs away, blushing a little bit. After she leaves, Rukia inquires a little bit more about Ohime, and it is revealed that Ohime lost a brother 3 years ago, and that Ichigo remembers helping her that very night. Ichigo and Rukia end up separating and going home right after. That night though, Ichigo heard beeping noises coming from his closet, and when he heard the beeping sound, suddenly his closet door rams open and inside of it was none other than Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia grabs Ichigo and takes out his Shinigami spirit, and as she does this, a hollow arm reaches out of the wall towards him. Ichigo is against a difficult opponent, but he makes quick work of him, quickly striking the mask. However, the strike was by far not deep enough, and instead of killing the hollow, it is revealed that the hollow Ichigo is fighting is none other than Ohime's brother. This causes Ichigo to become motionless as the hollow leaves. As Rukia explains, a big reason as to why you should kill the hollow in one hit is to never learn the hollow's identity, because every hollow was once a human soul. This causes Ichigo to begin to freak out as he grabs a hold of Rukia, screaming at her. However, Rukia looks straight at him and says if they do not hurry to kill that hollow, then Ohime is going to die. This causes Ichigo to immediately get up and just run towards Ohime, despite finding out all this new information. On their journey to Ohime, he does learn that hollows will attack their families usually, and how they are fallen souls that have lost their hearts. Souls that were not protected by the Shinigami. We learn that souls that become hollows tend to seek to fill their empty hearts by consuming those who they were closest to. And at this point, Ohime is eating food with her best friend Tatsuki, when out of nowhere, a teddy bear falls to the ground. Rushing to the bear, Ohime gets an arm shoved through her chest. Ohime is now in trouble as her spirit is outside of her body. She watches as the hollow is slowly killing her best friend. She does end up trying to save Tatsuki, however she notices quickly that Tatsuki cannot hear her or see her. And as the hollow corners her and is about to strike, Ichigo comes out of nowhere and blocks the hollow's attack. He then looks at the hollow and tells it that if he wants to kill Ohime, he will have to kill Ichigo first. Ichigo and the hollow begin to fight, and immediately Ichigo begins to lose ground. He is thrown out of the room and outside and is now bleeding a crap load of blood. Quickly, the hollow continues the fight by disarming Ichigo and then going back inside. As the hollow enters the room again, Ohime does now recognize this hollow as her brother. Ohime's brother's name is Sora, and they do begin to have this conversation. Ohime is confused as she doesn't understand why he would hurt Ichigo and Tatsuki, however Sora explains it like this. Sora says how he feels like those two split them apart, how every day he felt like she slowly forgot him and how he just felt so alone inside of the world. But Ohime is just confused at this point. She still just doesn't understand how the brother that she loved could hurt these two individuals, and this angered Sora to the point where he grabbed her and screamed about how it was all her fault and how he was going to kill her. Immediately, Ichigo steps back into the room in anger, saying what kind of brother says he'll kill his own sister? Even a monster shouldn't say that. This causes the Hollow to be even more angry at Ichigo. Sora yells at Ichigo about how Ohime is his and not Ichigo's. This angers Ichigo again even more. He believed that Ohime belongs to no one. So their fight continues, and eventually as Sora escapes the grasp of Ichigo, he ends up reaching out to kill Ohime. But rather than running, Ohime embraces his bite attack and hugs his mouth. Her shoulder begins to bleed, but she was only able to cry as she apologized. She hid the negativity from him because she only wanted him to experience her joy. She had no idea that it hurt him and made him feel lonely, and at this point Sora began to awaken, especially when he noticed the hairpin still being on Ohime's hair. It was the final gift he had ever given her. He was so caught up in his own loneliness that he had forgotten Ohime's loneliness. And as such, before his instinct took over, Sora grabs Ichigo's Zanpakuto and kills himself, cleansing his soul from the hollow part, allowing him to pass on to the Soul Society. Rukia then robs the memories of Ohime that night to protect Ichigo's identity. The next day at school, a new character named Chad is walking around with a cursed talking parakeet. Ichigo immediately becomes worried for everyone's safety, but Rukia says it's okay as it's just a lost soul that's trapped inside of it. Her and Ichigo then make plans to perform a Kanso on it that very night to prevent a hollow from ever forming. However, as Ichigo goes home, his family clinic begins to go crazy. Pretty much a giant car accident happened, and as it turns out, Ichigo sees them carrying Chad inside. And on Chad's back is a massive mark left by a mysterious hollow. As everyone wakes up that following morning awaiting breakfast, Ishin comes running out and says Chad is no longer in his room. Immediately Ichigo rushes to school to search for Chad, but Chad is nowhere to be found. At the same time, suddenly Karin begins to feel sick at her own school. Ichigo rushes to Rukia to try and find Chad, but Rukia says she can't sense the hollow because it is not currently in the world of the living and is hiding between the worlds. So Ichigo decides to search for the parakeet's soul instead, and he does manage to find it, rushing towards Chad as Chad is being attacked in that very moment. Ichigo stops as he sees Karin, barely able to stand, walking in the same direction. Karin collapses and Ichigo rushes to her as he begins to freak out. After Rukia runs towards Chad, Karin is throwing a fit, telling Ichigo that the kid saw his mother murdered in front of his own eyes, and how he needs to save that kid specifically. She even mentions the other side, and tells Ichigo to send the kid to his mother, which surprises Ichigo. But what surprises him the most is the fact that she was crying, as she had not cried in years. While Ichigo is taking Karin home, Rukia is running after Chad when a giant hollow appears behind her. Rukia gets attacked but then uses some of her Kido against the hollow. The Kido has no effect on the hollow whatsoever though, and at that point we learn that this hollow has consumed 2 Shinigami already. These Shinigami were trying to save the boy who was stuck in the parakeet. Everything seemed hopeless for Rukia as the hollow easily pinned her to the wall and was choking her, when out of nowhere Chad punches the hollow. Chad, although unable to see the hollow, was strong enough to deal a limited amount of damage to it. So the hollows, whose name is Shrieker, decide to fly in the air. This did not stop Chad though. By using Rukia's eyes, he picked up a giant pole and slammed the hollow back down to the ground. However, the fight was far from over. While Rukia thought she had won and beaten the hollow had friends which jumped and attacked Chad and Rukia. Chad uses his muscles to get rid of the small hollows, however after attacking the hollow for a bit, these strange leeches got all around Rukia. Shrieker made a strange sound with his tongue and then they exploded and did serious damage to her. While at the same exact time, Shrieker captured the parakeet and made a deal that if Rukia played tag with him and Chad stood still, he would not kill the parakeet. This steel was forged and Rukia began to run away, however slowly she was gaining more damage to her throughout the run. Eventually out of nowhere she just stops running, saying there was no longer any reason to run away, and as she says this, Ichigo steps onto the head of Shrieker, jumping down to the floor where Rukia was. Ichigo and Shrieker end up fighting back and forth for a while, however Ichigo ends up defeating Shrieker by punching a hole through its mouth and grabbing a hold of its tongue, ripping the tongue off, so that now he could not make any more sounds. After this, Shrieker does try to escape, however Ichigo easily manages to kill him. However, unlike in the past where the Hollow usually gets cleansed of his sins and goes to the world of the living, Shrieker dies and the gates of hell open up and drag him down to hell. Rukia explains to Ichigo that the Zanpakuto only cleanses the sins that they commit after their death, not the sins prior. And since Shrieker is responsible for the murder of the parakeet's mother as well as multiple other murders before he was a Hollow, he was condemned to hell. Rukia is unable to return the parakeet to his normal body, so they end up deciding to send the parakeet to the Soul Society. But this time, his mother is actually waiting for him on the other side. After this event, days later, Rukia goes missing from Ichigo's house, as she is visiting a certain shop with a strange man named Kisuke Urahara. She buys some things from the shop, but the most important part of this visit is that we watch Rukia turn in some bounties from Hollows that Ichigo had killed. While the first 3 were valueless, Shrieker was worth 5,000. We then see Kisuke give her a strange item, although we do not end up seeing what said item was. Meanwhile at school, Rukia takes Ichigo outside and tells him about the item she bought. It is a strange tool engineered by Shinigami scientists. The tool is a pill that when he swallows it, it lets him become a Shinigami while leaving a temporary soul inside of the body. Ichigo swallows the pill and suddenly an overjoyed soul takes over Ichigo's physical body. Suddenly, as it happens, they received a notification of a Hollow nearby and leave the soul in Ichigo's body for a while. Meanwhile, at Kisuke's shop, we see Kisuke realize that this pill he gave Rukia was defective merchandise. Kisuke immediately calls over his shop assistants and discusses the matter with them. After that, they end up deciding to go after him to destroy the merchandise and give Rukia a refund. After all, they have no idea what the soul is going to do in Ichigo's body. At this very moment, the soul is currently testing his new body, when he ends up jumping up to the classroom window and sees a bunch of cute girls. While he is examining their beauty, to put it lightly, the real Ichigo and Rukia catch him going rogue, both cutting him off. He is so fast though that he manages to jump out of the window that Ichigo is guarding. This causes Rukia to realize that this is not a normal soul, but it is a mod Konpaku. Again, excuse me my pronunciation, also known as a mod soul. Meanwhile, after Ichigo's classmates' very weird interaction with the mod soul, they are all discussing it amongst themselves. We then see Ichigo desperately search for the mod soul, embarrassed about everything the mod soul just did in his body, especially what the mod soul did to Ohime, to put it lightly. Rukia then tells him what mod souls are and how they were created to be super soldiers for the Soul Society. However, they were all supposed to be destroyed by now, and how this one fell through the cracks. Surprisingly, this genuinely affected Ichigo as he realized that they were only created by the Soul Society to be destroyed for being what they designed them to be. Ichigo thinks about this for a while the mod soul is jumping around. Landing, he spots 3 children playing a video game. He examines them for a bit as he suddenly hears them say, characters who won't obey their masters should die. That he will just make a better character, and that it's time to delete the character. The mod soul then jumps down and destroys their game devices. Angry that they would say such hurtful things, he runs off thinking about what they said, when out of nowhere a hollow scream comes from directly where the kids were. As the hollow reaches in to attack the kids, the mod soul sweeps in, grabbing them and evading its attack. The centipede-like hollow then hits the mod's shoulder and causes the mod to be in trouble. But then Ichigo Kurosaki comes back in the nick of time to take back his body. Ichigo and the mod end up fighting the hollow and fairly easily deal with it. However, in the last second, the mod risks its life to kick the hollow up to avoid it from falling and killing ants. As the mod falls, Ichigo catches the mod soul, just barely. Then Ichigo decides to ask the mod soul why it risked its life to save some ants, and the answer was simple. The day after he was born, his death was set from the get-go, and how inside of the pill he watched his brothers and sisters die day after day. He may have gotten lucky, but he still thought he was going to be discovered and destroyed. Throughout this all, he had a lot of time to think, and within that time he decided that no one has the right to take a life. He believes that everyone should have the right to live and die freely. Because of this, he refuses to take any lives. After finishing this monologue to Ichigo, Kisuke arrives ready to destroy the mod soul. However, Rukia and Ichigo stop him and decide to keep the merchandise. The next day, Ichigo is awoken by the mod soul, which they put in a stuffed animal and named Cone. Cone ends up looking at places that he shouldn't, and because of that, Rukia badly hurts him. After all this happens, Ichigo looks at his watch to see what time it is, and when he notices the date, suddenly the expression on his face completely changes, and he says to himself, wow, it's tomorrow. Meanwhile, Ichigo is at school that day and acts very strange. He smiles weirdly and just acts different. When Ohime brings this up to her friend, Tatsuki answers her back saying it took me 3 years to notice, and that Ichigo won't be coming to school tomorrow. After school, Ichigo has a family meeting where they discuss a strange family picnic. Right after, he goes upstairs and asks Rukia if he could take a day off his Soul Reaper duties. Rukia is surprised by this, but Ichigo continues by saying, it's the anniversary of the day my mother died. No, actually, not the day she died. The day she was killed. We then enter into a flashback that Tatsuki is telling to Ohime. In the flashback, she and Ichigo went to the same karate dojo. Ichigo was weak and would always cry whenever he lost a fight. However, whenever he saw his mother, he would immediately smile no matter what. Until one day, his mother died at only age 9. He stopped going to school. He stayed at the river where his mom died from morning to night, just simply searching for her. Meanwhile, as Tatsuki was telling the story to Ohime, Ichigo and his family were walking up a hill when out of nowhere Rukia was just standing there. Ichigo ends up talking to Rukia in private to see why she was there, in which Rukia makes the claim that it might have been a hollow that killed his mother. This angers Ichigo so much. He begins to scream at Rukia saying that it was not a hollow. However, as he screams this, he recognizes a strange girl on a hill and begins to chase her. As he collapses on the ground, Rukia catches up to him, in which he tells Rukia that it wasn't a hollow that killed his mother, but it was himself. Right after Ichigo says this, Rukia regrets everything. It is here where we receive the full story of Ichigo and his mother. He was unable to tell the difference between the living and the dead at a young age. One day after karate practice, he was walking home with his mother when a car drove by and splashed Ichigo. His mother wanted to switch sides with her, but he refused, saying he wanted to protect her from the water. After they walked a bit further, Ichigo noticed a girl with no umbrella, looking like she was considering to jump. Ichigo went to try and save the girl. You see, at first he only wanted to protect his mother, who was the center of his family's universe. But as time moves on, he wants to live to the meaning behind Ichigo, his name, which means one who protects. As he ran towards the girl, his mother follows and it results in her death. As Ichigo opened his eyes, the girl was gone and his mother was bleeding on the ground dead. He never saw what killed her, but he personally felt like he had torn the heart of his entire family's universe. As Ichigo stares at the grave longer, we get a chance to see Karin talking to this strange girl. The girl mentions that Karin can see her and hear her, and then mentions how tasty she looks. Karin can then immediately see the hollow behind the strange girl and she freaks out. Not knowing what to do, she yells at Yuzu to stay back. At the same time, Rukia senses the hollow before the order comes in, so she runs to Ichigo saying there's a hollow. They both run towards the hollow's presence, but while running, Ichigo asks Rukia if she was going to ask him about him killing his mother, and she replies that she will wait, and when he feels like talking or wants to tell her, she will listen. While they are talking, Yuzu and Karin are in a tight situation. Karin is being beaten up. Yuzu decided to run to try and help Karin, however the monster Yuzu can't see wraps a tentacle around her neck and is strangling her. About to eat Yuzu, Ichigo cuts the tentacle off and catches Yuzu. Him and the hollow fight for a bit when he recognizes the strange girl as the same girl he was trying to save. He yells, "Who are you? Are you the slave of that hollow? Is it controlling you?" The girl then replies saying neither, and transforms into this little weird hook-like thingy. Rukia explains his power, and it turns out the hollow can disguise this tail-like thing that's on its head like a person and use it to bait people. His name is Grand Fisher, and he has managed to outfight the Soul Society for 54 years. It was at this point that Ichigo realized the girl he was trying to save all those years ago was actually the decoy of this hollow. Before he can even finish his line of thought, he rushes to Grand Fisher in pure anger. They fight back and forth, and when Rukia tries to join in to help Ichigo, Ichigo looks at her and tells her to stay out of it, that this one is personal. Rukia then has a cold, emotional expression in her face as she says, "I'll take care of your sisters, don't die." Ichigo and Grand Fisher continue to fight back and forth. However, as it appears, Grand Fisher is way stronger than Ichigo, but Ichigo still refuses to lose. He has now realized that Grand Fisher is the one responsible for killing his mother, that his entire family has suffered because of this monster. He has the drive to kill this monster no matter what. But because of this attitude, Ichigo has been way too reckless. Grand Fisher grabs his sword and uses his nails to stab right into Ichigo's body. Grand Fisher begins to taunt Ichigo. As Ichigo grips his sword even tighter, Grand Fisher creates an exact replica of his mother in front of Ichigo and says it's all over. Ichigo is absolutely speechless in anger towards Grand Fisher. He is truly upset above anything at this point, but what causes the pure shock is when the bait he is up against says his name. Meanwhile, Rukia leaves his sisters in Kone's hands and rushes to go help Ichigo. However, as she runs to help Ichigo, she thinks about everything that Ichigo has told her. She thinks about how this is the first time Ichigo as a Shinigami is fighting for himself, and how if he wins because she helped him, he will never get over it. Then she remembers what they said. Stay out of it. This brings back memories of the past, some strange men who speak about honor. If you help him now, his life will be saved, but his honor will be damaged forever, is what this mysterious man in white clothing said. The figure also says that there are two kinds of battles, fighting to preserve life or fighting to preserve honor. After remembering this, Rukia realizes that she has to stay out of it, but she is now extremely worried about Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo's mother makes Ichigo even more angry as he refuses to allow Grand Fisher to defile her memory. As he grips his sword ready to attack, Grand Fisher uses Misaki's words and body as a shield against Ichigo. This causes Ichigo to pause for just a moment. However, Grand Fisher uses this moment to rip his arm through Misaki and into Ichigo's stomach. However, this is exactly what Ichigo wanted, as Ichigo grabs a hold of Grand Fisher's arm and cuts Grand Fisher down with his Zanpakuto. A few minutes pass by and Grand Fisher transfers his badly damaged body into his decoy. His decoy having the face of Ichigo's mother. Then he uses that to escape as Ichigo is far too hurt to stop him. Following that, Ichigo collapses onto the ground with all of his injuries. Ichigo was far too hurt to be healed after this battle. In fact, it took everything from Rukia just to heal the massive hole inside of his chest. After the battle, Ichigo was mentally drained. He viewed the battle as a loss, as he had failed to kill Grand Fisher. He immediately goes to his mother's grave, apologizing that he could not avenge her death. Sulking at her grave, his dad shows up smoking a cigarette when Ichigo asks Isshin why he doesn't hold Misaki's death against him. He failed to protect her. He was unable to do a single thing to save her. He continues by saying how he cannot understand why nobody blames him when it was all his fault. He wished everyone hated him. Isshin responds with a smile and says Misaki would be mad at him if he did that, and that it was not Ichigo's fault that Misaki had died that night. He was proud of her. She protected Ichigo with her life. Isshin continues to cheer Ichigo up as he walks away. After Isshin leaves, Ichigo looks up at Rukia and tells Rukia that no matter what, he wants to continue to be that Shinigami, so that he can become strong, so that he can protect people, so that he can kill that monster. And while this happens, we skip to the Hollows removing Grand Fisher's mask, completely changing his appearance. The following day, Ichigo and Rukia drive Kone to leave the house through their abusive actions. Soon after, Kone enters the world and attempts to find a girl to take care of him. He fails, gets stepped on, and goes back to Ichigo's house to only get a makeover from Ichigo's sister. He then just runs to Ichigo's room and apologizes to Ichigo, who had not even realized that he had ran away. After this fantastic occasion, Ichigo's sister and father slowly become addicted to this new TV show about a spirit man named Don Kanoji. Ichigo is definitely not a fan of the guy and ends up going to school school to only find out that all of his friends have become addicted too. People talk to each other and Don Kannoji is actually visiting Karakura Town, so Ichigo goes to the event for his family, and out of nowhere, Chad, Ichigo, Ohime, Karin, Tatsuki, and Rukia hear screams of a demi-hollow. Rukia explains to Ichigo that the demi-hollow's soul is bound to the hospital, and how he is not a hollow yet, and won't for months on end, as long as no one damages the hole. However, as she explained this, Don Kannoji arrives and stabs his cane directly into the demi-hollow's hole. Pause. Don Kannoji believes he is passing the hollow into the afterlife, but in reality he is turning the demi-hollow into a full-fledged hollow. Rukia realizes what is going on, and Ichigo tries to stop him, but the security guards catch him, and as Rukia tries to jump and turn him into a Shinigami, she is captured as well. Everything appears to be hopeless, however Kisuke pokes Ichigo out of his body by using his cane. Together, Don Kannoji and Ichigo, using each other's abilities, manage to defeat the hollow. However, as Kannoji begins to cheer for their victory, the hollow returns to almost what his human form looked like, and Kannoji starts having a mental breakdown. He cries after realizing everything here was his fault, that he did not free the spirit. However, Ichigo ends up cheering Don Kannoji up and makes him once again happy. The next day, the squad was in massive trouble at school because they were stuck in the principal's office being lectured about the event that took place at the Don Kannoji festival thing. They end up escaping thanks to Rukia's distraction, and right after school, Don Kannoji shows up to Ichigo's house thinking that Ichigo is now his disciple. They end up having quite the feisty conversation through this discussion. However, Rukia senses a hollow coming from another direction and they end up just running towards the hollow's location. However, walking towards the direction of Ichigo is none other than Uryu Ishida. Upon arriving on one of the hollows is already missing, and it turns out that it was already executed, and that this had been happening all week, that someone else has been taking out all the hollows. After school that day, they once again went hollow hunting. However, this time around, the man that was killing all the previous hollows was around, and sensed a hollow nearby, shooting it through with the bow, turning to Ichigo and introducing himself as Uryu Ishida, a man who despises the Shinigami. After that night, Ichigo goes to school like any normal day, looking at the test scores when he hears about Uryu from Ohime. Ichigo freaks out, realizing that Uryu was in his class this whole time, and decides to follow Uryu around to learn more about him. However, the entire time Uryu was able to sense Ichigo, Uryu mentions how from the start of Ichigo gaining his powers, he has known about his Shinigami capabilities. Right after this, Uryu challenges Ichigo Kurosaki to a game to see whether Quincy or Shinigami are superior. While Ichigo is conversing with Uryu, Rukia Kuchiki visits Kisuke Urahara once again. She asks him about the Quincy and he talks about how the Shinigami exterminated them 200 years ago. A war broke out between the two sides, you see. While the Shinigami purified the hollows, the Quincy exterminated their resistance. This was more than a view change. The Quincy's wanted to avenge their friends and family that got murdered, but it caused their extermination. Meanwhile, Uryu challenges Ichigo to a game, and Ichigo accepts. However, he was unaware of the rules. As Ichigo crushes this hollow bait to lure in hundreds of hollows, he then explains the rules and how the one who kills the most hollows wins. Ichigo was worried about everyone, but Uryu insisted that he could handle them. But before Ichigo could stop it, he had already crushed the bait, so there was no recalling it. Ichigo immediately rushes to Karin since hollows are drawn to those with high Ryatsu. As time passes, more and more hollows are flying left and right. Chad and Ohime are even able to sense the hollows a little bit. Ohime is currently just hanging around Tatsuki when they end up hearing a bunch of people screaming and run towards it. At the same time, Rukia is just talking with Kisuke when her device starts going off at an alarming rate. She freaks out and asks Kisuke what is going on. The response is unnatural. Meanwhile, Chad is just wandering around with some of his homies when a hollow jumps down and starts attacking Chad and his friends. Chad is unable to fully see the hollow but can see it in kind of like this blurry way. He quickly comes to a logical conclusion that the hollow is after him and runs away to keep the hollow from the defenseless. Through their run, the hollow sees Karin and attacks Karin, however Chad saves her as well. Chad is fighting the hollow by using Karin's eyes as she can see the hollow better than him. Karin's friends, which are around, do see Karin and they were worried, so they run towards her, not knowing that there was a soul-eating hollow behind them. Chad is nearly knocked out on the floor from the hollow when we receive a flashback. Chad was a guy that was in constant fights, using his fists to fight for himself. After saving him, we see his grandfather holding him, and says to himself that his big fists are not for hurting people, they are for protecting, that I have learned my lesson, now please give me the power. And as he says this, his arm transforms and it easily kills the Hollow. After destroying the Hollow, Chad immediately falls to the ground and converses with Karen while being injured. Meanwhile, at the school where Ohime and Tatsuki are just cleaning up, Ohime attempts to politely convince them to just leave as she had just seen the Hollow. However, as the Hollow disappears, Tatsuki has to leave to go change her clothes. Ohime tries to stop her, but it is too late. The Hollow catches Ohime and shoots the stuff at their other friend Chizuru. The Hollow takes control of Chizuru's body. It then explains the extent of their capabilities, and their entire class starts coming towards Ohime. The classmates are beating the defenseless girl as she begs them to stop. This is when Tatsuki appears fighting off the classmate. She apologizes to Ohime as she had not noticed the Hollow. Unlike Ohime, Tatsuki can only see a blurry outline of the Hollow, kind of like Chad. Tatsuki ends up fighting the Hollow for quite some time until quickly losing to the Hollow's abilities. Ohime rushes to help, but Tatsuki just kicks Ohime away. This is once again where we receive a backstory, but this time is an extension of Ohime's. She used to like her hair. In fact, her brother loved her long orange hair. It made her feel happiness. However, after joining junior high, a 9th grader bullied her and cut some of it with scissors. Ohime refused to tell her brother the truth. However, after his death, she was just all alone. This is until Tatsuki began to protect her. Because of this, she was able to grow her hair out again. Ohime comforts Tatsuki, even though Tatsuki is attacking her, and she says, "Don't cry. From now on, I will protect you." At this point, her hairpin begins glowing and transforms. For the first time, Ohime is angry, and she looks at the Hollow and says, "I show no mercy to anyone who hurts Tatsuki." Her hairpin transforms into 6 fairy-like things called the Shun Rika, the 6 princess shielding powers. These flowers were born because of Ichigo. Quickly, they teach Ohime techniques. They teach her how to use her shield, and she does so as she's being attacked. She blocks the attack quite easily. Then, they teach her this healing ability, and she uses it on Tatsuki to save her. This causes her to begin to cry, however quickly she learns one more move. This move she is able to use to kill and defeat the Hollow. Immediately after dealing with the Hollow, Ohime passes out. Ohime wakes up next to Chad and Kisuke's shop. This is where Kisuke introduces himself to them. Meanwhile, the Hollows are attacking and Ichigo and Uryu are beginning to get extremely tired. Rukia confronts Uryu, but to no avail does it change anything. Meanwhile, Ichigo just found Rukia, Uryu, and Kon, and instead of attacking Uryu, he goes after Kon. They bicker for a while until Uryu shoots an arrow saying he is Ichigo's opponent. So Ichigo turns to Uryu and shouts at him saying, "Rather than who can kill the most Hollows, let's face each other now." As they're talking, they notice the strange cracks aligning with each other in the sky, and all the Hollows running towards those cracks. Uryu runs off by himself to try and deal with them himself, but Ichigo stays back and talks to Rukia for a bit. He learns about the Quincy's extermination and how the Shinigami had to do it to avoid the collapse of the universe. Rukia continues to explain how an equal amount of souls must be maintained in the Soul Society at all times. Otherwise, the balance of the two changes, and this will undoubtedly lead to the destruction of both. The Soul Reapers are entrusted with keeping this balance, and they monitor the number of souls to maintain the balance between the universes. But then the Quincy's came in and completely destroyed the Hollow Soul, so the number of souls only increased in the world of the living. So when the Quincy's began to kill more Hollows, it caused life and death to mix together, which caused chaos. The Soul Society pleaded for them to stop, but they refused. Immediately, Ichigo ran towards Uryu. However, when he tells Uryu he knows his story, we find out that Uryu could care less about what happened. He said the reason why he hates the Shinigami is not because of that war, but because they killed his master. We learn that after the war, his master was constantly pleading with the Shinigami. So one day they left him all alone, surrounded by 5 Hollows. If they had listened to his master's philosophy, he would not have been killed, and the Shinigami wouldn't have been there to save his master. Uryu says he wants to fight this battle alone to prove the strength of the Quincy. Ichigo, however, immediately kicks Uryu and says that his grandfather did not want to prove Quincy's were better than Shinigami, but he wanted them to fight together. As Uryu and Ichigo are kind of fighting amongst each other with words, they become surrounded by hundreds of Hollows. This is when Ichigo tells Uryu how he was originally human, but how he has a purpose in killing the Hollows, and that purpose is because the Hollows killed his mother. He says he does the work of the Shinigami because he does not want anyone else to go through what he went through. Ichigo then says that he wants to protect as many people as he can. This actually convinces Uryu to work with Ichigo, and together they manage to fight a good amount of Hollows. However, this is when a giant hole opens in the sky, and out of it is the biggest hollow Ichigo had ever seen. This is when Kisuke appears and has his subordinates deal with the small hollows. Kisuke tells Ichigo that they can handle the small hollows if he and Uryu focuses on the Menos Grande. Ichigo and Uryu both attempt to defeat the hollow, but the Menos Grande just is far too powerful. As Ichigo is kicked back, Uryu accidentally touches Ichigo's sword. Pause. And his bow becomes way bigger. It is here where Uryu discovers that Ichigo's Ryatsu was pouring into him, so he asks Ichigo to touch him with his sword. Anyway, the giant hollow is charging what is known as a Sero, and Ichigo decides to not listen to Uryu and just charge in once again. Ichigo actually manages to use his Ryatsu to deflect the blast and hit the Menos Grande, which causes the Menos Grande to go in retreat. After Ichigo used his Ryatsu, he was unable to control it as his Ryatsu was no longer stabilized, and because of that, he collapsed and was going to die. This was until Uryu came in, touched Ichigo, pause, and started shooting his arrows above him. If he stole enough of Ichigo's energy, he could force Ichigo's Ryatsu to then stabilize and save Ichigo's life. And even though while he was doing it, his arms were being torn to shreds, he still continued, and in fact, he saved Ichigo's life in that moment. This chapter then ends with a message to Central 46. The message is, locate missing personnel and criminal. Tosho Bureau, Squad 13, Rukia Kuchiki. The next day, we see two Shinigami immediately dispatched from the Soul Society to capture or kill Rukia Kuchiki. Meanwhile, Ichigo is already out of school when Uryu shows up covered in bandages, saying he fell down the stairs. Ichigo then invites Uryu to lunch and they eat lunch together. They end up verbally fighting with each other a little bit, and this all happens while Rukia is on a tree, looking at the sky, looking saddened. She is invited to eat lunch with the girls from her class. We then go back to Kisuke, where Kisuke is talking to a talking cat, and the talking cat's name is Yoichi. And Yoichi tells Kisuke that they are here. Later that night, Rukia leaves Ichigo a note saying thanks for everything, as she runs away, with two Shinigami above her saying that they have found her. As Rukia runs, she remembers her life in the world of the living. She recalls her experience with the people at school. She talks about how friendship, affection, and jealousy are not necessary for a Shinigami, and it just makes it harder to leave. She looks saddened as she runs. But then one of the other Shinigami, Renji Ambarai, jumps down swinging his Zanpakuto at Rukia. Barely, Rukia manages to dodge it. Renji then demands Rukia for the location of the guy she transferred her powers to. This is where Rukia's brother, Captain Kuchiki, arrives. Rukia then evades more attacks from Renji, however Renji claims that he was allowing her to evade them, and if she does not tell him where the human is right now, he will cut her for real. Before he can do so though, Uryu Ishida steps in, shooting his arrows to protect Rukia. Meanwhile, Ichigo discovers Kon taped behind the toilet, who shows Ichigo a letter from Rukia. The letter's big message is in code, however once Ichigo decodes the letter, it says, "I must go. Don't look for me and don't worry about me. Burn this letter after you read it, and if you can, stay hidden for a while." This is where Kisuke Urahara appears and knocks Ichigo's soul out of his body so that Ichigo can be a Shinigami and go save Rukia. Meanwhile, Uryu has now been defeated by Renji, and as Renji goes in for the finishing blow, Ichigo shows up. It takes a while, but Renji figures out who Ichigo is and calls Ichigo the man who stole Rukia's powers. Ichigo and Renji fight for a bit when Renji has Ichigo slightly injured. Renji talks to Byakuya, and Byakuya reveals that 33 hours ago Ichigo defeated a Menos Grande. This causes Renji to laugh and ask Ichigo what his Zanpakuto name is. When Ichigo is confused, Renji laughs, saying you can't even ask your Zanpakuto its name, then saying, "How? Zabimaru!" Suddenly his Zanpakuto transforms in this long sword with one massive spike, followed by gaps with medium-sized spikes in between. Ichigo prepares to block, but then the Zanpakuto extends itself almost like a whip, and Renji's able to dig deep into Ichigo's shoulder tissue, nearly killing Ichigo in a single blow. As Renji goes in for a killing blow, Rukia attacks Renji to get him off his balance, giving Ichigo a chance to recover and run away. Except Ichigo did not run away. Instead, he released a massive amount of Ryatsu and started to turn the tables on his fight against Renji. As Ichigo then goes in for his own finishing blow against Renji, his Zanpakuto gets broken in half. Not by Renji, but by Byakuya Kuchiki, which was far away. Byakuya was so fast that Ichigo did not even see it happening. Byakuya then pulls out his own Zanpakuto and cuts Ichigo, forcing him to fall to the ground. Byakuya looks at Ichigo falling and tells Ichigo that he is slow even to fall. Rukia freaks out, trying to rush to Ichigo, however Renji stops her, Renji saying if you touch him then they will add 20 years to your sentence. Rukia does not care though. She says that he gave his life for her. Byakuya then looks at Rukia saying that he understands. This child looks very much like him. Ichigo then, with all the strength that he has left, grabs a hold of Byakuya's robe, barely living, struggling to breathe. This is where Rukia kicks his hand off, yelling at him to know his place. She then looks at her brother and says, "Take me to the Soul Society," and that she will humbly pay for her crimes. Rukia then convinces Byakuya not to finish Ichigo off, and as Ichigo cries out to Rukia, Rukia looks at him and says, "Be still. Move 1 inch from there, try coming after me, and I will never forgive you." As they leave, we learn that Byakuya showered his soul body's vitals, so that even if he does not die, he will have no more powers to work with anyway. Renji then opens the portal to the Soul Society, and they leave. As Ichigo lays there, they're unable to move, and he cries out. Lucky for Ichigo, Kisuke had been able to save him that night, and helps seal Ichigo's wounds. Almost immediately, Ichigo asks about Uryu, as it turns out Uryu was worried about Ichigo. This shocked Ichigo, but it turned out it was because Uryu believed that Ichigo was the only one who could save Rukia. Ichigo freaks out, not even knowing how to begin, when Kisuke offers Ichigo a deal. If Ichigo let Kisuke train him for 10 days, then he will send him to the Soul Society. It takes Ichigo a minute, but he eventually accepts the deal. Ichigo goes back to school the very next day with special medication to help heal his wounds. As he gets there though, no one remembers Rukia. Right after school, to his surprise, Ohime walks towards him as well, and asks why no one recalls Rukia Kuchiki. Ichigo then explains the entire situation to her, and she clears Ichigo's anxiety, and even gives him the one final push he needed. After this, Ichigo goes to Kisuke's shop and begins his training. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Renji decides to talk to Rukia while she is in her cell. She is going to be executed at this point, and she is simply teasing Renji. Renji brings up the idea that she could ask Byakuya to save her, after all he is already on his way to headquarters. This is where Rukia looks at Renji and says he will probably kill me himself. We then see Ichigo in his first training assignment. Kisuke takes Ichigo's spirit out of Ichigo's body, however since Ichigo is no longer a Shinigami, it's just a simple human spirit connected with a chain. This first assignment is basically just to help Ichigo gain endurance. Pretty much he must simply knock out before he is knocked out by one of Kisuke's subordinates, named Uru. They fight each other back and forth, but to no avail. Ichigo ends up accomplishing the assignment though eventually by surviving a simple kick from Uru. To celebrate, Kisuke immediately has Ichigo's chain cut to begin lesson 2, immediately starting the process that turns a soul into a hollow. Meanwhile, Chad and Ohime begin their own lessons from Yoichi so that they can go to the Soul Society to help Ichigo. While this is going on, Ryu is training himself. The training cannot be witnessed by anyone and was given to him by his dead master. Meanwhile, Ichigo is thrown inside of a giant hole and his arms are binded together using a Kido spell. The second training lesson is for Ichigo to get out of that hole. Ichigo is given exactly 72 hours until he will turn into a hollow thanks to the special gas that stimulates the process. Over the course of the next 70 hours, Ichigo is constantly trying to run above the hole, however he constantly falls and fails. After 70 hours, the hollow process does begin and Ichigo awakens in his inner world. In this inner world, there is a strange elderly man standing on this pole-like thing. He tries to say his name to Ichigo, however the name was unable to reach Ichigo's ears. The world is flipped upside down when Ichigo suddenly begins to fall. The spirit suddenly rushes down to Ichigo, explaining that Byakuya only took the powers that were given to him from Rukia. He failed to notice Ichigo's own Soul Reaper powers. Ichigo falls into this big giant pit that has boxes falling as well. In this pit, he uses a technique that allows him to see a bunch of ribbons that are pretty much Ryatsu based, and he looks for the red one as he had learned that in his encounter with Uryu. Finding it, he pulls it out, and beside him the spirit is telling him to pull him out quicker, implying that this spirit is his Zanpakuto. As Ichigo reawakens in the normal world, he is once again a Shinigami. Ichigo has what appears to be a hollow mask on him in the normal world, making Kisuke, Tessei, and the two brats think he might have become a hollow. After all, the Ryatsu was so powerful that it destroyed insanely high level Kido. But as Ichigo took off the hollow mask, he proved to Kisuke that he passed the second task. However, his Zanpakuto was still only a hilt as Byakuya had destroyed it. This is where Kisuke proposes the third lesson. If Ichigo knocks off his hat, he wins. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Rukia has officially been found guilty and is set out to be executed in only 25 days. This information was given to her by Byakuya Kuchiki, and as he exits, two fellow captains appear behind him, Gin Ichimaru and Kenpachi Zaraki. The two kind of provoke Byakuya, and Kenpachi is prepared to fight Byakuya. Luckily though, Gin ends up wrapping Kenpachi up and takes him and Kenpachi away, apologizing to Byakuya. Back in the world of the living, Ichigo is still training with Kisuke. Ichigo thinks they cannot be cut because Kisuke is not Shinigami, however he did not realize that the blade Kisuke held was a Zanpakuto. This is where Kisuke says, "Wake up, Benihime, the Red Princess," awakening his Zanpakuto. As Ichigo and Kisuke fight back and forth, Kisuke cuts his hilt of a Zanpakuto more and more until Ichigo only has a handle remaining. Kisuke then looks at Ichigo saying if he had courage and fights him, he will kill him. This is where Ichigo begins to kind of freak out a little bit and starts to run away. However, Ichigo is stopped by his Zanpakuto spirit, and for the first time, Ichigo learns the name Zangetsu. Ichigo then accomplishes lesson 3 in a single slash and passes out on his Zanpakuto, falling asleep. At the same time, Uryu then finishes his training, save for Ohime and Chad, and the group is now ready to go to the Soul Society. The following day, Ichigo spends it with his family and friends to see them one last time. Ohime actually does the same and catches up with Katsuki as they think back on their past memories together. Back to the Soul Society, the research department just discovered Rukia's Gikai and realized exactly who had crafted it. Only one man could have had that kind of skill, the man who had just finished his portal to the Soul Society, Kisuke Urahara. Ichigo, Ohime, Chad, and Uryu all end up receiving the same message to go to Kisuke. However, before Ichigo leaves, Isshin gives him like a talisman that Masaki, Ichigo's mother, gave Isshin a long time ago. Ichigo takes it and then they all arrive at Kisuke's shop. Pretty much the problem with going to the Soul Society was that Ohime, Chad, and Uryu need their human physical bodies, so they need to go through the Soul Society using this matter converter. On top of that, the gate can only stay open for 4 minutes at most. On top of all, there is a restrictive current that will paralyze invaders called the Koryu. Everything will become hopeless if any part of you is entangled in it. Despite this new information, they all already made up their minds, so they just decide to run through the portal anyway. This marks the end of the Substitute Shinigami arc and the start of the Soul Society arc. Following the Substitute Shinigami arc, we have the Soul Society arc. This arc is absolutely insane. From the plot reveals to the entire character arcs, the twists and turns, it turns out to be just incredible. The arc goes from chapter 71 all the way through chapter 183. The themes of the arc is duty, or more specifically resolve as a whole. But without all further ado, let's get into the recap of the Soul Society arc. After Ichigo and his friends enter the Koryu, they immediately begin to run. After all, the walls from the Koryu are falling in and being sucked up by the Kotatsu cleaner, which is way too fast for the main cast. And if it touches them, it will erase their spiritual presence. Luckily, Ohime reacts quickly enough and used her Senten Kenshun and blasted the party out of the Koryu, letting them enter one of the Sarate's districts. After some wandering around, they find the Spirit Gate, but it is being defended by Jidambo, a literal giant wielding a battle axe for a Zanpakuto. Ohime and Chad immediately try to jump in, but Jidambo slams the ground with his Zanpakuto, making a concrete barrier around him and Ichigo. He wishes for a 1v1 against Ichigo, and as the fight starts, Jidambo does his special 10 attacks, but Ichigo blocks them all and ends the fight in a single blow, breaking his opponent's axe. After that, Jidambo cries about his access, but proceeds to open the gate. However, a certain someone was waiting for them. Gin Ichimaru, captain of the 3rd squad. Gin proceeds to sever one of Jidambo's arms. Immediately though, Ichigo leaps forward at Gin in an attempt to strike him, but Gin thinks fast and points his short sword at Ichigo, only for it to extend in a split of a second as Ichigo just barely manages to block it. But the force of the strike sent Ichigo flying into Jidambo, closing the gate. Luckily, Ohime healed the severed arm. However, afterwards they end up meeting with the town's elder, and Yoichi comes up with a plan to invade the Serite. However, it just so happens that a man named Ganju appears riding a boar right into the elder's home. As Ganju gets up, he makes eye contact with Ichigo, wondering what the heck is a Soul Reaper doing here, and confronts him. A small fight breaks out between the two, and it ends up being taken outside rather quickly. The village elder tries to convince Ganju to stop, saying Ichigo is a good Soul Reaper, but Ganju is convinced that all Soul Reapers are the same, that they are all bad. And as Ganju dashes at Ichigo, Chad, being a literal Chad, throws Ichigo his Zanpakuto. They fight for a few minutes, but as the clock strikes 9, Ganju calls his board and yells at Ichigo to rematch him, and then runs off with his gang. The next day, the party walked through a small village for some time, searching for the Shiba clan home, which is very easy since they got a whole sign up there saying, "Hey, I'm over here." After getting closer, some bodyguards appear telling them to get lost. However, when they noticed that Yoichi was with the group, they immediately apologize and guide them down to a tunnel to meet Kukaku Shiba, the leader of the Shiba clan. After asking for a favor and telling her the story, she understands it is going to assign a man to oversee the operation. As she opens the door to show who it is, it happens to be Ganju Shiba. Yeah, the same Ganji from earlier. We then skip over to the Serite where we see Rukia getting transferred to a different cell with Renji escorting her and being told that her execution will be in 14 days. As Renji leaves, he runs into Captain Aizen of the 5th squad. Aizen tells Renji that he thinks someone is behind this execution. Why should her execution be shortened so rapidly, and why use the Sokyoku to execute a Soul Reaper below the rank of captain? But before he can continue, a captain meeting gets called. We then transition back to Ichigo and Ganju clashing very angrily at each other, but Kukaku hits both of them and tells them to knock it off. She then leads them to a room, and as the door opens, they see a giant bloody cannon, and it literally goes to the sky. She hands Ichigo a Raishukaku core. That's definitely not how you pronounce it, I apologize. And she tells Ichigo to pour some of his spiritual energy into it, and he responds, "How the heck do I do that?" So Kukaku tells Ganju to show him how it's done, but Ichigo just refuses to be taught by him. Then once again, they both get rocked by Kukaku. Ganju eventually though does show Ichigo what happens when you pour your spiritual energy into it. It makes a shield around the core. This allows them to enter the barrier around the Serite that would otherwise keep them out. Following this, everyone begins to train relentlessly. It then cuts back to the Serite where we see Lieutenant Iba of the 7th Division, Renji Ibarai, heading to the Lieutenant meeting. As they get there, they see Momo, Lieutenant of the 5th squad, and Lieutenant Rangiku of the 10th squad showing up. She lets everyone know that it may take half the day for everyone to show up thanks to the chaos going around. Meanwhile, Ohime makes a just about perfect barrier, Uryu then makes a good but very narrow barrier, Chad is able to make an unstable but very strong barrier, but Ichigo is unable to make any form of barrier whatsoever. As it's getting late, dinner is made and the group is about to head off to go eat, but Ichigo stays behind to continue training. Everyone leaves except Ichigo and Ganju. Ichigo is getting a bit irritated by Ganju's presence, however Ganju decides to question Ichigo why he's going to go save this Soul Reaper. Do you owe her something? Ichigo replies no. Are you getting paid for it? Ichigo continues to reply no. Then why are you trying so hard? And he replies, I owe her. She saved my life and I haven't repaid her yet. She gave her powers to me, a complete stranger, so I could save my family. I'm not some loser who would let her die without a fight. Ganju then rips the orb out of Ichigo's hand and gives him a tip on how to do it. Showed him how it worked, then afterwards he threw the orb right back at Ichigo and walks off. Meanwhile in the Serite, a captain's meeting is about to go down. We see Gin Ichimaru showing up late for the meeting, and as he enters he notices the captain of the 13th squad is missing, as he happened to be sick once again. The captains get a bit riled up as Gin had failed to kill Ichigo. Then the head captain of the Gotai 13 speaks up and tells the captains to settle down. He then asks Genichimaru what his explanation was. Meanwhile, the entire party is eating when they feel a giant spiritual presence from Ichigo, causing quite the earthquake. The party runs immediately to the training room, and as Kukaku opens the door, they see Ichigo making a barrier that is constantly growing. Kukaku then gives Ichigo advice to retain control, however in amazement he loses concentration once again, and the orb breaks. Back to the captain's meeting, Gin replies he doesn't have an explanation. He was careless and is willing to take punishment of any kind. But before anything happens, the emergency goes off, saying there is an intruder in the Sarate. Captain Zaraki immediately darts off with his lieutenant jumping onto his back, and he runs off. But as the captains leave, Aizen says to Gin, "Convenient time for the alarm to go off. Huh." And continues saying, "Do you really think you can get away with this?" Moments before the invasion though, Ichigo and his friends are preparing to enter the Sarate, when Ganju decides that he wants to join Ichigo. He expresses that his brother was killed by a Shinigami, and that he feels like he'll receive answers to his questions if he follows Ichigo. After this, they all enter the cannon with the orb. Following this, Kukaku starts chanting, and upon finishing, the cannon goes off. They are immediately flying at a high speed in the air, but it's not enough, as there's a second step in this launch. Ganju pulls out a scroll that is the incantation of the second step, and warns the party for everyone to evenly discharge energy into the orb, or else everything will fail, and the party will end up dead. As Ganju begins the incantation, arguing occurs between everyone, and Ganju messes up, and he is not able to complete the incantation in time. After colliding with the barrier, they manage to break through it though, but the orb's barrier breaks. Nobody is falling though. Quickly, everyone tries to grab each other before they begin to fall again, and Ganju grabs Ichigo. Chad grabs Ohime, but seeing that Uryu's about to fall out of the electric circle, he jumps towards Uryu, throws him at Ohime, but in the process he gets thrown out of the swirl. They end up getting separated into 4 groups, and luckily land safely, but in completely different areas. Ichigo and Ganju land together in an alley with 2 Soul Reapers. Chad lands in a tree. Yoichi lands safely as the Soul Reapers don't know where Yoichi even went. However, Ohime was partly injured from the impact, but Uryu performed first aid on her to help reduce the pain. Ohime and Uryu though luckily land in a very quiet area, so there doesn't seem to be any Soul Reapers nearby. Meanwhile, we then see Ichigo and Ganju arguing over running or fighting, and Ganju dashes off. However, he is chased off by an elegant Shinigami named Yumichika, while the other Shinigami named Ikaku Madarame does a lucky dance and begins to fight Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ganju ends up at a dead end, but he uses a spell named Seppa to turn the wall into sand. It allows him to pass through the wall, but what Ganju didn't know is he ran into an old execution grounds, a pit where criminals and hollows that were alive would be thrown down in. As Ganju is on the edge, Yumichika gives him a choice, either fall in the pit or be slain by his sword. Meanwhile, while Ikaku fights Ichigo, we see Ikaku take something from his hilt and put it on the top of his eye to stop the bleeding. Right after he heals his injury, he asks Ichigo who trained him. Ichigo replies Kisuke Urahara, and Ikaku recognizes this name and decides to go all out as he screams, "Extend! Huzuki Maru!" Ikaku's sword then turns into a spear that can break into 3 chained parts. This catches Ichigo off guard as he gets hit in the right arm, and they continue to fight. Eventually, Ichigo strikes Ikaku's spear, partly shattering the top end of it. And as Ikaku is looking at it, Ichigo immediately jumps back into action with high speed. Ikaku unprepared attempts to block, but ends up having his Zanpakuto breaken in 2 and is badly wounded. Ikaku refuses to give up though. Even if it meant death, he charges at Ichigo once again. Ichigo slices Ikaku, causing him to pass out, mostly due to blood loss and insane injuries. Meanwhile, Yumichika uses his Shikai Fuji Kujaku as it turns his blade into a 5 sickle blades on one hand. Ganju responds with a chili pepper smoke bomb, which completely backfired on Ganju, but he just ends up running away again, just trying to escape Yumichika's elegancy. Back to Ichigo, he ends up using the healing ointment that Ikaku had on himself and Ikaku. As soon as Ikaku awakens, they talk a bit, but Ikaku specifically warns Ichigo of his captain, saying he will be after Ichigo because he is the strongest member. While all this is going on, Ryu and Ohime are just vibing on a roof, watching out for Soul Reapers and being stealthy. But as Ohime points out, a Soul Reaper appears behind her. Ryu reacts by saving Ohime from being sliced in two. Meanwhile, Ganju, who is very beat up right now, seems to be near his last stand. Before Yumichika attempts to finish off Ganju though, they hear Ichigo yelling for Ganju, trying to figure out where he is. Ganju points out that if Ichigo's running around like that, he probably killed his friend Ikaku. Yumichika, shocked by his words and in denial, causes Ganju to have a brief moment to quickly grab some fireworkers that were behind him and throw them in Yumichika's face, being able to run away once again. However, Yumichika quickly recovers and continues to chase after Ganju. Eventually catching up to him, Yumichika flash steps behind Ganju and slashes him up in the back, sending him flying. Right now, Ganju is dangling off the edge as he is nearly about to fall into the old execution grounds, in quotations. Yumichika approaches Ganju and tells him to just die beautifully, but this was the moment Ganju was waiting for. He uses Seppa on the edge, which surprises Yumichika and turns the edge into sand, causing him to nearly fall off the edge. Eventually, Ganju manages to defeat Yumichika through these methods. We then cut to Ryu and Ohime fighting a Shinigami. Ohime counterattacks with her power, but the Soul Reaper destroys the attack and hurts one of Ohime's Shun Rikas. The Soul Reaper appears right behind her, Isabel slashes Ohime again, until Ryu shoots an arrow at him, stopping him from hurting Ohime. The Soul Reaper activates his Shikai by saying "Spread your wings, Suzaki Garasu." I did not pronounce that right either, but who cares about this Shinigami? He's an L. A walking L. As he says the line, he has his palm on the top of the blade, and pushes it down as it splits into multiple shuriken-like objects. The Soul Reaper then introduces himself as Jirobo. The Soul Reaper is easily outmatched though, and in his anger he attempts to attack Ohime once again, but Ryu quickly saves her once again, and finishes off the Soul Reaper with tons of arrows, sending the Soul Reaper flying, destroying his Seketsu chain, which means that he'll live, but he won't be able to be a Soul Reaper anymore. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Ganju end up being surrounded by Shinigami, so they grab a hostage. However, because the hostage is a part of the 4th squad, also known as the relief squad, their opponents could literally care less. Luckily, an explosion of sorts happens, like someone blasted through the wall, taking out half the Soul Reapers. Ichigo and Ganju take this opportunity to make a lucky break, and as the dust clears, we see that the one who caused the blast was none other than Chad, and with ease, Chad takes all the other Shinigami out. Meanwhile, all the way at the 4th Squad relief station, we see a captain named Kurasuchi trying to force answers out of Ikaku. Ikaku, however, isn't saying a word and claims to know nothing of the Ryoka. He was swiftly defeated before he even knew they were there. Kurasuchi then claims that he is gonna punish him right now. However, as it happens, Ikaku's captain appears, Zuraki Kenpachi. He confronts Kurasuchi, questions his authority to punish other squads other than his own members, and then Kurasuchi just leaves very angrily. Zuraki questions Ikaku, wondering how strong this person was, what he looked like, and his objective. Ikaku gives all the details and hopes for his captain to have a good fight. We then cut back to Ichigo and Ganju, and then now introduce Soul Reaper Hanadoro. Ichigo then yells at Ganju for bringing the Soul Reaper along. Ganju replies that he was distracted and forgot that he was carrying him. Ganju and Ichigo now attempt to figure out where to go to get to the cell Rukia is being held in, and Hanataro overhears the conversation. Hanataro tells them where Rukia is and about a secret pathway of getting there. They then end up going through the secret pathway, where we learn that Hanataro wants for Rukia to be saved as well. Hanataro tells them about how he met Rukia. Meanwhile, all the lieutenants are now together when a Soul Reaper confronts all the lieutenants to give them a damage report. He tells them about how the 3rd C and the 5th C of Squad 11 have been defeated. Meanwhile, we cut back to Ichigo and Ganju now exiting the secret pathway, with Hanataro mentioning that there is no direct way there, but that this is the closest exit. They look up to see a giant white castle of sorts that is the prison, and as they take in the view, there is a person on the stairs who is known as Renji Abarai. Immediately, Ichigo steps forward as they both draw their swords and both begin to battle. While Ichigo's allies are worried at first, Ichigo is actually pushing Renji back. And while Ichigo and Renji are in a sword clash, Renji decides to ask Ichigo some questions. He asks, how do you intend to save Rukia? There are 12 more lieutenants and 13 more captains. If you want to save her, you have to defeat all of us. Do you really believe that you can do that? And Ichigo responds that he has to. that he will crush everyone, that anybody that gets in his way is going down. Upon hearing this, Renji just activates his Shikai, and as soon as he gets that power boost, it is revealed that before entering the world of the living, captains and lieutenants must suppress their power by 5 times, meaning this Renji is 5 times stronger than the Renji that Ichigo fought in the world of the living. Meanwhile, 2 lieutenants, Izuru and Momo, are searching for Renji. Izuru finds Renji's lieutenant badge in his room, but he hasn't informed any of the captains as he doesn't want Renji to get in trouble. Back to the fight between Ichigo and Renji, Ichigo is mostly on the defensive. While they talk throughout the fight, we learn that Renji blames Ichigo for everything that's happened to Rukia. And as they are fighting, Ichigo is starting to see a pattern in Renji's movements. He realizes Zabimaru can only extend 3 times, meaning if he can dodge the 3rd one, then he can win. However, Renji catches on and strikes Ichigo easily before doing a final strike. However, Ichigo remembers Urahara's training about resolve, being able to swing a sword not with fear but with intent. Ichigo then manages to catch Renji's Zanpakuto and attacks before Renji could again, breaking his sword and putting a giant slash down his chest, sending him flying into the wall. We then skip to a flashback of Renji's past. It is him as a kid when he met Rukia. We see that they met when they were scavenging for food in the slum districts. Rukia was strong and so was Renji. They have stronger spiritual pressures than the rest of their friends. They often fought and played as kids, but as they grew older, some of their friends sadly died. In fact, they were the only 2 remaining in their group, and they decided to become Soul Reapers since life is supposed to be better in the Serite. While they are in the academy, Rukia ends up being adopted by Byakuya Kuchiki, captain of the 6th squad. Renji tries cheering Rukia up, saying she won't have to go hungry and she gets to be part of a noble clan, and that she's now instantly passing and graduating from the academy. However, in truth, he didn't want to let her go, but he didn't want to get in her way either. As it returns to the present, we then see Renji walks up to Ichigo and yells at him to please save Rukia. Both Ichigo and Renji fall to the floor due to their injuries, and Ganju and Hanadoro run up and try to get Ichigo's body out of there, since about 5 people are heading towards them, so they gotta hide. They manage to hide and some of the lieutenants see Renji's body. They end up choosing to save Renji rather than chasing after Ichigo and the others, putting Renji's life above catching the criminals. Following their escape back to the secret pathway, Hanadoro begins to heal Ichigo. Meanwhile, Byakuya tells the lieutenants to throw Renji in a cell, calling him a fool for challenging Ichigo alone and losing. Momo tries to speak up, but Kira stops her and apologizes to Byakuya. Then after Byakuya leaves, Gin steps in and tells him that he will get word to the 4th squad. Eventually, as Gin leaves, Toshiro then sneaks up on Momo, warning her of the 3rd squad and not to trust them so easily. Following this, the head captain Yamamoto speaks to all of the captains, telling them they are allowed to use their full power. While Hanadoro heals Ichigo, he says that he thought this wound was fatal, but it's very shallow, thanks to a mask that protected him. It's like a hollow. Why does Ichigo have it? Meanwhile, after everything that's happened, Momo's a bit worried, so she ends up going to Captain Aizen where he's in his room writing something. Aizen reassures her that everything will work out, while Momo dozes off to fall asleep on accident. As all this is going on, Aizen leaves to go on a walk, and in the morning, Momo wakes up and notices the time. She has to get going, but as she is taking a shortcut, she screams. It was so loud it alerted a ton of Shinigami and lieutenants. Everyone comes running to see what happens, and on the wall is Captain Aizen dead with a Zanpakuto shoved right through his chest. Everyone is shocked at the brutality of it, and that one of the 13 captains is dead. Gin Ichimaru walks up on them and asks what all the noise is for. Momo accuses Gin and attempts to attack him, but Izuru Kira jumps in the way and blocks it. Momo argues with Kira to get out of the way, but Kira refuses. Momo activates her Shikai, snap, Tobiyame, and causes a small explosion. Izuru tries reasoning with her, but she charges up another fireball, so Kira decides to dodge it. Kira then activates his Shikai, show yourself, Wabisuke, and attempts to attack Momo, but Toshiro gets in the way between the two, blocking both of their attacks, and tells the other lieutenants to arrest them. Toshiro tells everyone to clear the area, but Gin stays, and Toshiro then turns to Gin and tells him, if you dare make Momo bleed, I will kill you. Meanwhile, Ichigo is now fully healed, and they leave to go save Rukia. While all this is going on, Chad was just having a dream about the past when he first met Ichigo in a warehouse, with Shinigami banging on the door. Quickly, Chad beats 6 Shinigami in an instant and ends up learning where Rukia is from those defeated Shinigami. Unknown to Chad though, a lieutenant spots him running towards them, and she tells her captain, who is on the roof, laid back with a straw hat, searching for the One Piece. Wait, what? Wrong show. My bad. Anyway, the captain gets ready for battle as his old man, aka Yamamoto, command him to do so. Meanwhile, as Ichigo makes his way towards the top, they all sense an extremely heavy spiritual pressure coming from somewhere. As this is happening, Momo receives a letter addressed to her from Captain Aizen, containing the individual responsible for Aizen's death. Ichigo and the others attempt to run, but the spiritual pressure is still heavy on them. Ichigo feels a staring presence and looks in the direction it's coming from. It is Captain Zaraki of the 11th Squad. Watching them down, Zaraki calls out Ichigo's name, making sure it's him, and introduces himself as Captain Kenpachi Zaraki of the 11th Division, the same division that Ikaku Madarame was from. Ichigo looks behind him to see Hanadoro knocked out by Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, and yells at Ganju to get him and save Rukia himself, that he will hold off this captain. Zaraki sees Ichigo as weaker than him, so he offers him a handicap. Ichigo gets the first swing. Zaraki tries hard to convince Ichigo to swing first, and after some talking, Ichigo finally does so, landing a strike on Zaraki's chest with no cut at all. The sword was stopped by his body alone. And at that point, Zaraki pushes Ichigo back with just his arm, where he explains that when two spiritual pressures collide, the weaker one takes the impact, meaning that Ichigo's sword isn't putting out enough pressure to cut Zaraki's passive pressure leak. It's gotten to the point where Ichigo's own hands are bleeding. I mean, Zaraki's just a Chad at this point. Speaking of Chad, Chad runs into the third seat of Squad 8, and in a single punch, Chad sends him flying like he's nothing. We then see a captain land before Chad, and the captain introduces himself to be Shunsui Kyaku, captain of the 8th Squad, in a very flowery way. At first, Shunsui offers to have a drink with Chad instead of fighting, however Chad declines as he is in a hurry. So they end up fighting. Shunsui dodges Chad's attacks with ease, and with a single tap on Chad's shoulder, he sends Chad flying. Through their conversation in the fight, we learn that Chad isn't saving Rukia because of their relationship, but because his friend Ichigo is putting his life on the line, and so he is going to as well. Chad then thinks about the past when he used to be a big baby and a bully, but his abuelo showed him his errors and taught him to be strong. A few years later, Chad saves Ichigo by becoming a punching bag. We then fast forward once again to where Chad is kidnapped by some gangsters, and Ichigo luckily shows up and curb stomps one of the gangsters. Then Ichigo pulls out his phone and calls an ambulance for 5 people, as he is pointing and counting to the gangsters. Ichigo then proceeds to beat them all up and makes a promise to Chad that he will fight for him if Chad fights for him, and if there is something he wants to protect with his life, he would do the same. Meanwhile, with ease, Shunsui just knocks out Chad like it's nothing. Naneo then runs to Shunsui to tell him some important news and notices Chad is still alive. She offers to finish him off, however they take him as a prisoner instead of killing him. Meanwhile, Ichigo notices that Chad's spiritual pressure has gone very weak, and this reinforces his will to fight. Getting rid of his fear for now, Ichigo dashes at Kenpachi instantly and manages to get a cut on Kenpachi's chest. Ichigo then apologizes to Kenpachi, saying he just had to strengthen his resolve. Kenpachi notices that Ichigo drew blood, and for some reason smiles really big. We then cut to some of the captains talking to each other, asking if Captain Aizen is really dead. The captain of the 4th Squad checks him and confirms that he is dead. Ichigo learns throughout the fight that Kenpachi holds himself back as much as possible in every fight, and that he doesn't have a Shikai. Kenpachi finally leaps forward and stabs right through Ichigo's sword, cutting him. Ichigo's Zanpakuto then breaks in two, and Ichigo is now on the ground bleeding as Kenpachi is walking away from the fight. Ichigo wants to win and not die, and luckily for him, Zangetsu hears his call and questions Ichigo. Does he want to live or win? Ichigo says that he wants to win, so Zangetsu takes him to his inner world and throws a nameless Zanpakuto that has no power. Zangetsu then introduces Ichigo to someone we know as White, who looks just like Ichigo but is completely white. Zangetsu tells Ichigo that if he can beat White, he can have his Zanpakuto back. Ichigo accepts and attempts to fight White. The fight starts with White taking the first attack. Ichigo barely blocks it but gets sent flying back. Ichigo realizes that Zangetsu is one heck of a Zanpakuto compared to a normal Soul Reaper's blade. White then tells Ichigo that he never attempted to bond with Zangetsu and only drew on his power as a convenience. He took his power for granted. Ichigo has a revelation and wants to fight with Zangetsu again, saying he will try to learn about him, all about him. As Zangetsu hears him, he quickly switches White and Ichigo's swords, with Ichigo now holding Zangetsu and the soulless Zanpakuto now in the hands of White. Ichigo returns to the world, getting up from his injuries with his Zanpakuto fully intact, as if it never broke. Kenpachi then turns around to see Ichigo standing there with much stronger spiritual pressure than earlier, and he is surprised. Ichigo dashes right at him and gets a big cleaving strike on the right shoulder. Kenpachi quickly draws his Zanpakuto and barely manages to block the second attack from Ichigo. Ichigo begins to start winning against Kenpachi, however Kenpachi decides to take off his eye patch and all of a sudden his spiritual pressure spikes. Kenpachi explains to him that the eye patch actually consumes his power to help reduce it so he can have a more fair or longer fight. Zangetsu then lets Ichigo borrow some more of his power, and Ichigo's spiritual pressure spikes. Ichigo and Kenpachi charge up for a final attack, both of the final attacks causing them to pass out. However, Ichigo is declared the winner as Kenpachi's Zanpakuto was snapped in two. Kenpachi's lieutenant then takes Kenpachi away, while Yoichi does the same. Meanwhile, Ganju and Hinataro are about to invade the prison, and they get to the final door where Rukia is behind, and Ganju has Hinataro open it, since he has a key for it. As Ganju walks in, he notices who the Soul Reaper is, and Rukia also notices that he has the Shiba clan marking on him. Ganju then explains that she was the one who killed his brother. Rukia admits it, that his brother died by her hands when they had to fight that hollow, but their conversation ends short as they feel an immense spiritual pressure appear behind them, belonging to Byakuya Kuchiki. As Byakuya is walking up the bridge, Ganju is in denial. Hinataro offers to try and delay Byakuya as Ganju may attempt to escape with Rukia, however Ganju realizes that Hinataro is scared, so scared that after thinking for a moment for himself, he decides that Hinataro should escape with Rukia while he attempts to hold Byakuya off. Ganju confronts Byakuya, saying he will have to get past him before he can get to Rukia. In this moment, Ichigo wakes up while Yoichi shows Ichigo that some of his organs would have been destroyed if it wasn't for this hollow mask that was in his pocket. Ichigo then remembers seeing it earlier as it also saved him once before, and as he wanted to keep it as a good luck charm, but Hinataro threw it out. Yoichi tells him to give her the mask right now. They continue to talk when Yoichi decides to show Ichigo her original form, and then she transforms into an S-tier waifu. I mean a woman, sorry. Yoichi shows Ichigo a rare artifact that if you pour your spiritual energy into it, you can fly. Then all of a sudden they feel strong spiritual presence, and Ichigo realizes that it is near Ganju and Hinataro. So even though he is wounded, he dashes off and takes flight in hopes to save them. Meanwhile, Ganju proceeds to run straight at Byakuya with his sword, and Ganju tanks a giant blow up his back, still standing somehow. Byakuya then draws his sword, activates his Shikai, and as his sword disappears, a ton of cherry blossoms start to swirl around him, only they are small blades. They all instantly cut up Ganju and knock him out. As Byakuya goes in for the finishing blow, a white-haired captain named Ukitake stops the attack. Ukitake asks why does Byakuya have his Zanpakuto drawn in this area, and that is not allowed to. But Byakuya responds that there is a wartime exemption. Ukitake is taken aback by this. How can a few Ryoka be that important? Then he asks Byakuya, did they kill Aizen? But before he can respond, a strong spiritual presence starts to draw closer to them. It's Ichigo Kurosaki who lands right in front of Rukia, checking up on his friends, and then he immediately starts to look at Byakuya. Byakuya flash steps right behind Ichigo, however Ichigo can see Byakuya moving and blocks his attempt at a one-hit kill. Byakuya then sees that he can't use that trick anymore, so he's gonna use his Shikai again. But Yoichi intervenes, wrapping Byakuya's sword in some sort of binding wrap. Ichigo thanks Yoichi for coming to help, but asks her to stay out of this, and that he can beat him on his own. However, Yoichi thinks Ichigo is a fool for this and strikes him right in the stomach wound, knocking him out. She then runs away and promises to Byakuya that in 3 days Ichigo will be stronger than him. After they get away, Byakuya lets Ukitake handle the criminals, and Ukitake thanks Hinadaro for attempting to save Rukia. Meanwhile, Ohime and Uryu are currently pretending to be new Shinigamis. They have a perverted experience with one of the seated officers, but everything seems to be going fine. This is until we see someone has spied on them. Captain Kurasuchi, who is blended in with the wall, overhears their conversations. We then cut back to Ichigo and Yoichi. They are now hiding and Yoichi is waiting for Ichigo to wake up so that she can train him. After a few hours go by, Ichigo does wake up, but he lashes out at Yoichi for taking him out of the fight. Yoichi then tells him that he had no chance, but that in 3 days of training he might have a chance. We then fast forward a bit, and Yoichi teaches Ichigo about the concept of the second release, a Bankai, normally taking 10 years to learn. However, Ichigo is going to learn in Kisuke's method, which only takes 3 days. While this conversation happens, Ohime and Uryu, who are running throughout the Serite, are looking around. While they are running, they run into a Soul Reaper, and he asks them who they are and what squad they are with. Uryu and Ohime claim to be in the 11th squad, but so is the Soul Reaper, and he questions them, "We're the combat unit, so why are you running without your Zanpakuto?" The Soul Reaper then grabs at Ohime's Shinigami robes to see that inside the robes it says that it's the 12th squad, and then he continues to question who they are. But some of the 12th squad roll up since they were harassing another member of the 12th squad. Uryu still questions their strange behavior, as the 11th squad member was in his total right to be questioning who they are. Uryu quickly begins to connect the dots, and he yells at Ohime to get away from them just in time. As he says that, a big explosion happens right where they were, and all the Soul Reapers die since they had bombs attached to them. Luckily, Ohime reacted in time and used her shield to defend her, Uryu, and the member of Squad 11. We then see Captain Kurasuchi appear and is amazed by the shield. He then asks Ohime if she would like to become a research subject. Uryu interjects with his bow, and Mayuri instantly knows that he is a Quincy but has absolutely no interest in him. Captain Kurasuchi then introduces himself, and then Uryu realizes the strength of his opponent. He then yells at the now awake Soul Reaper to take Ohime and run, or else he will shoot him. The Soul Reaper grabs Ohime and begins to run. Uryu quickly realizes that he is at a disadvantage since Kurasuchi's lieutenant is also right there, but she isn't moving, so she may not be the combat type. Uryu decides to fire an arrow at Mayuri to see if his lieutenant reacts. He fires a couple of arrows while moving around, and luckily it seems to be the lieutenant isn't going to join in on the fight, but Mayuri managed to evade all the arrows with ease. Mayuri is impressed by Yuri's ability for his age. However, he wants Ohime as a test subject, so he activates his Shikai Akasiko Jizo. His sword forms in like a squid of sorts, but it's just really ugly, and as Uryu is about to move, the lieutenant jumps into action and grabs him. This is when Kurasuchi attacks Uryu, cutting through his lieutenant to strike him. Uryu's back is right now to the wall as he doesn't really know what to do. He loses the ability to move his entire arm thanks to the Zanpakuto that struck him. Mayuri's lieutenant Nemu's lung has been damaged, so she ends up asking Mayuri for help. However, Mayuri, instead of helping her, walks up to her and curb stomps her, yelling at her saying your body isn't going to break that easily. Uryu speaks up but is quickly shot down by Mayuri, saying that he created her and he won't be mocked. The power of Mayuri's Zanpakuto is that fact that it immobilizes the victim. Kurasuchi walks up to Uryu and stabs him right in the gut once again, and he still feels the pain. Mayuri then bashes Uryu's pride and talks about all of the experiments he has done to the Quincy's, of how he humiliated them, and actually talked bad about his last victim, which was none other than Uryu's grandfather. This pisses Uryu off. As Kurasuchi explains what happened to Uryu's grandpa, he is trying to remember his name. Uryu says that his name was Soken Ishida, and that he was his teacher and his grandfather. And then he says, "On my honor as a Quincy, I am going to kill you." Uryu then stands up, and Mayuri realizes that Uryu is using an advanced Quincy technique called Ranso Tengai. It allows the user to create bundles of reishi and spirit particles into tons of threads, allowing one to fight even if their body is fully mangled and broken. Mayuri is amazed by this, since out of all the Quincy's he tested on, none of them could do this technique. So he says, "I'm not going to take you, I'm going to take you back alive. You will be a part of my experiments along with that girl." Uryu breaks a piece off his gauntlet, and then all of a sudden his spiritual pressure skyrockets to the point where you can't physically see his energy. He transforms. His bow looks much more advanced and has a wing of pure spiritual energy condensed. Uryu gets a flashback of when he was given the glove, the Senrei Shuto. It can absorb reishi at a really fast rate and density, but when you put it on and train with it a week, you won't be able to take it off. If you do, it will give you immense power for just a brief moment, but the flame will burn you, and your Quincy powers will be lost. Uryu's powers have become very immense. Kurasuchi is absolutely amazed but knows that this is beyond the human body's limit. Uryu immediately fires a quick arrow, however Kurasuchi is barely able to dodge. Then Uryu instantly appears right above Mayuri and fires an explosive arrow that badly damages him. Mayuri gets very pissed off and immediately goes into his Bankai. A giant worm-like baby appears that sprays poison gas. Uryu fires a shot and blows a giant hole in Mayuri that nearly separates his chest from his waist, also blowing up the Bankai worm in half. Uryu had won the fight, but Mayuri then stabs himself and turns himself into this goo stuff that can't attack or be attacked, but will one day reform. This allows Mayuri to survive, however sadly the poison does reach Uryu and he feels his body begin to shut down slowly. As Uryu is dying, Nemu speaks up saying she has an antidote on her. Nemu thanks Uryu for being concerned and gives it to him. Nemu then tells him to leave quickly before the guards show up, and he does that. However, as Uryu walks up the stairs of Rukia's prison, we see his wing of pure spiritual energy getting smaller and smaller, and his Renso Tengai is wearing off. As soon as Uryu gets to the top of the stairs, he meets a captain that was waiting for him, Captain Tozen. This captain knocks Uryu out in a single hit. There's now only Ichigo and Yoichi left. Yoichi brings out a doll-looking thing. She tells Ichigo that if he stabs his Zanpakuto into it, that would bring the Zanpakuto spirit out of the sword and manifest it into reality. This will allow Ichigo to train with him, but she also does warn him that if failure occurs, it will most likely result in his death. Ichigo immediately stabs the doll and Zangetsu appears right behind Ichigo. Yoichi asks Zangetsu if they can start training right now, and they can. All of a sudden, hundreds of swords appear around the area, and Ichigo has to find Zangetsu and strike the spirit form of Zangetsu in order to achieve Bankai. The fight between Zangetsu and Ichigo begins. We then cut to the jail where Renji, Momo, and Izuru are being held captive. Renji breaks out of his cell, Momo stays in her cell but looks content, and Izuru looks terrible, but his captain approaches him telling him to come with him. Meanwhile, in a relief cell, there lies Uryu, Ganju, and Chad. Uryu is confused as to why they were treated and held captive instead of being outrightly killed. However, Chad responds that apparently one of the captains was murdered, and since they are Ryoka, they are the prime suspects. Meanwhile, the Soul Reaper who ran away with Ohime is named Makizo, and he took Ohime back to his barracks, only to end up meeting Ikaku, Yumichika, and Kenpachi, all in the same room. Kenpachi has a feeling that if he sticks with Ohime, he may get to see Ichigo again, so he ends up kind of teaming up with Ohime. Meanwhile, in the same moment, Toshiro and Rangiku receive a message from a Soul Reaper alerting them that Renji, Momo, and Kira are missing from their cells. Toshiro makes up his mind and decides to go find them. Meanwhile, while this whole day has been going on, Ichigo is training until Zangetsu fades and the doll that he stabbed earlier falls. Yoichi tells him day 1 is over, and as Ichigo is resting, Toshiro is currently confronting Kira and Gin. He knew that Gin had to be over there, and that he was there to protect Momo. Momo, however, does arrive shortly, but instead of pointing her sword at Gin, she points it at Toshiro. She reads part of the letter to Toshiro and then proceeds to attack Toshiro while having a breakdown of sorts, and Toshiro is confused on how she fell for this trap. Toshiro then quickly realizes that this has to be a part of Gin's plan, so he decides to quickly knock Momo out so she doesn't have to fight, and then prepares to fight Gin Ichimaru. Immediately activating his Shikai, Hirumaru, an ice dragon is now swirling around them. Gin responds with his Shikai Shinso, and as all of a sudden a blade comes flying out of his coat, and Toshiro barely manages to dodge this blade. However, quickly he realizes that Momo was right behind him, and the blade was not aiming at Toshiro, but Momo. Luckily for Momo, Rangiku shows up in the niche of time and blocks the attack with her Zanpakuto, just barely. Meanwhile, Rukia's execution has been moved for tomorrow, and Toshiro plans to stop the execution. We then cut to Ichigo's training for his Bankai, only to get interrupted by Renji, who blasts through the wall. Renji tells Ichigo that her execution is tomorrow, and that he needs a place to also train for Bankai. Meanwhile, Byakuya is with Ukitake out of breath, yelling at Byakuya saying it's tomorrow. and Byakuya just doesn't seem to care. Ukitake thinks it's literally heartless of Byakuya to have this mindset. And while this is going on, Rukia thinks about the past of a lieutenant named Kaien Shiba. He was the only one who looked at Rukia at face value, and not because of her royal status. He wasn't afraid to talk to her, he wasn't afraid to treat her like she was a normal person. However, Kaien's wife got possessed by a hollow and ended up killing multiple Soul Reapers. Kaien, Ukitake, and Rukia ended up following Kaien's wife into a forest, and they managed to find where she's hiding, but sadly, she just has no more control of this body. Kaien asks the other two not to join the fight as he wants to challenge the creature himself. Kaien actually shows to be quite powerful, being able to cut the hollow fairly quickly and precisely, but as he makes contact with the tentacle of the hollow, his Zanpakuto toe breaks. Rukia wants to jump in and help, but Ukitake stops her, saying don't ruin his pride. We then see Kaien lose and end up getting possessed by the hollow himself, as Ukitake attempts to fight the hollow, but only after a few seconds Ukitake begins to feel really sick. The hollow takes advantage of this and runs towards Rukia, ready to kill her. She draws her sword and ends up being the one to kill Kaien and the hollow with him. Rukia cries over this as Kaien thanks her for killing him. As Rukia returns back to the present, she is now being escorted out of her cell, while Zaraki breaks Chad, Ganju, and Uryu out of prison. Following these two events, most of the captains are getting ready, and some went to the execution grounds, while others went to stop the remaining Ryoka. We then see two captains, Tozen and Kamamura, and their two lieutenants, Mr. Ida and Shuhei, waiting for the Ryoka, but it just so happens that Kenpachi is with them. Kenpachi fights the two captains, while Shuhei and Iba fight Ikaku and Yumichika. The fight between the captains starts with Tozen activating his Shikai. Immediately, thousands of swords appear, and they fly right into Kenpachi, but he just takes it all like it was absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Renji, who is now running around the Serite, is attempting to make his way to free Rukia, in hopes to help delay her execution, or even possibly to save her. But sadly, Byakuya appears before Renji, and combat begins. Byakuya tries to use Senka on him, a Shunpo technique that allows the user to Shunpo and then destroy the Saketsu chain. However, Renji explains that he knows all of Byakuya moves and easily avoids the attack. As the fight continues, it eventually leads to Renji activating Bankai. A giant skeleton-like snake appears behind Renji, and Byakuya immediately is forced to go on the defensive, attempting to learn what his Bankai is capable of. As Renji swings it, Byakuya dodges it fairly easily by just having a little bit of distance. Renji does manage to get a hit in and get Byakuya down to one knee, however now he is with a clear understanding of the Bankai that Renji has. Byakuya then activates his Bankai, Senbone Zakura Kageyoshi, as he drops his sword and multiple pillar-like versions of his sword appear around him, and they all break into petals and cut Renji down. Renji is now barely alive and claims that it is not over, but Byakuya's petals turn into a sword and land before Renji, blocking his movement. Renji attempts to keep on fighting but eventually passes out due to the extreme blood loss that he had. We then cut to Rukia, who is on the bridge being escorted as Gin shows up. Gin ends up giving Rukia a false sense of hope and shaking her resolve, making her want to live after accepting her death, like the snake he is. While Kenpachi fights the two captains, Tozen explains the 3 ways to become a captain, and that Kenpachi did it in the most peace-breaking way, by killing the former Squad 11 captain in front of 200 people. Tozen then realizes that he must eliminate Kenpachi to restore the peace. Tozen then uses his Bankai, while multiple circles form around him at first, they then spread across the field and encase everybody in a black orb. Anyone who is in the Tozen space loses all of their senses, meaning right now Kenpachi cannot hear, see, or sense. Meanwhile, Rukia has entered the execution grounds, with the execution beginning shortly, but only the 2nd, 4th, and 8th squad shows up. As time passes, even the captain of the 6th squad appears to also watch the execution. Before the execution continues, Yamamoto asks Rukia if she has any last words, and she does. Meanwhile, the fight between Yumichika and Shuhei is looking like Yumichika is going to lose. This is until Yumichika reveals his Zanpakuto's real power, as it's actually a Kido-based Zanpakuto instead of physical. While Yumichika shifts the odds in his favor, Kenpachi is starting to evade Tozen's attacks. Even though he is lacking the sense of sight, sound, and sense of spiritual pressure, he is going all by the touch of his blade. Kenpachi gives Tozen an opening and lets Tozen stab him with his sword, and as Kenpachi gets stabbed, he grabs a hold of Tozen's sword and regains his senses for a moment. This allows him to cleave into Tozen and force Tozen to retreat for just a moment, just suffering a really bad wound. Tozen attempts to attack again, but Kapachi catches his sword before it even hits him, and cleaves him once again. This is when Tozen's Bankai breaks as he can no longer concentrate on it with his injuries. Kapachi then attempts to finish Tozen off, but Kamamura steps in and catches the blade using his helmet. The helmet then breaks and it shows that Kamamura is actually a humanoid animal. Kapachi isn't really surprised though, he just wants to fight. Kamamura then activates his Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Mio, a giant samurai appears behind Kamamura. While this is happening, we see Toshiro and Rangiku heading out to the execution grounds in hopes to stop it. And same goes for Ukitake, who is bringing a special weapon. Hanadoro saves Renji and asks if he can go save Rukia once again. Renji accepts this and heads out. Rukia requests Yamamoto to allow the Ryoka to leave unharmed, and the Sokyoku gets released as Rukia says to herself that she is ready. The Sokyoku starts to take its form as a giant phoenix, and Rukia says her goodbyes to everyone. But as the bird is charging at her, a clash happens. She opens her eyes to see Ichigo standing right there with his sword behind his back, just casually blocking the phoenix. The bird then attempts to charge up a second attack, and Rukia yells at Ichigo to get out of the way, as he won't be able to block a second time. But then all of a sudden, Captain Ukitake shows up and binds the Sokyoku, and Captain Shinsui joins them. Ichigo attacks the phoenix and destroys it, breaking Rukia out with ease. Every captain is extremely surprised by this. Ichigo then tells Rukia that he is going to save everyone. Then Renji shows up and Ichigo just yeets Rukia towards him. Renji is extremely caught off guard but barely manages to catch Rukia. Renji then is told to dash off, and he does so with Rukia as fast as he can, and then the lieutenants attempt to give chase, but are quickly all stopped by Ichigo Kurosaki, knocking them all out in just a blink of an eye with just his fists. Byakuya then attempts to attack Ichigo, but Ichigo manages to block it. Ichigo and Byakuya begin to fight while Yamamoto confronts Shinsui and Ukitake that they have dishonored the role as captain and will receive punishment. Shinsui and Ukitake book it out of there. Meanwhile, Soifone chases down Ukitake's lieutenant, but as she reaches for her, Yoichi pops out and grabs her, pulling her away to a different area so they can fight. Soifone calls Yoichi foolish for ruining her clan's reputation for helping the Ryoka, and she ends up calling for the stealth squad. However, as the stealth squad completely surround Yoichi, instantly Yoichi just takes them all down thanks to her complete mastery of the flash step. We then cut to Shinsui and Ukitake getting far away from the execution grounds, getting halted quickly by Yamamoto. Yamamoto is disappointed and he pities these fools for dishonoring the Gotai 13. They all draw their weapons and prepare to fight. We then cut back to Renji running as fast as possible with Rukia in his arms. Rukia protests to Renji for helping her, however Renji tells her to shut up and explains to her why Ichigo wanted to save her. She then stops protesting and says sorry. Meanwhile, Soifone activates her Shikai, Suzumibachi, when she lands a hit on a body part and makes a mark, and if Soifone can hit the same spot again, they immediately die. Yoichi gets marked up a lot by Soifone's Shikai, and Soifone claims that she isn't even at full power, as she has a brand new technique that has never been named before. Yoichi, however, says she knows it. Its name is Shunko, and she created it years ago. The technique causes Kido to draw power to the arms and legs, which causes it to explode outwards, meaning any fabric around the back and shoulders would get blown off. Yoichi then activates Shunko as a defense aura appears around her. Soifone is extremely upset about this, wondering how she is not stronger than Yoichi even though an entire century has passed. We learn that Yoichi was the previous captain of the second squad, or known as the Stealth Force. Yoichi liked Soifone's skills and trained her personally. Soifone saw Yoichi as an ideal and a great friend, but then she was betrayed by Yoichi, as she claims, for vanishing without saying anything, and she lost all respect for her. Soifone then breaks out in tears, wondering why Yoichi didn't take Soifone with her. Meanwhile, in Byakuya's fight, he eventually activates his Shikai. Ichigo immediately blasts all the petals away with his Zanpakuto's power called Getsugo Tensho. So then finally, Byakuya uses his Bankai, Zenbone Zakura Kageyoshi. Hundreds of millions of petals start to swirl around Byakuya, and Ichigo then attempts to attack to see how strong it gets. He easily gets blocked and cut up badly. Ichigo then tells Byakuya to watch closely as he is about to show him his Bankai. Byakuya is confused as to how, however, much to Byakuya's surprise, Ichigo says the words Bankai. As his spiritual pressure instantly explodes and skyrockets, Ichigo's Zanpakuto becomes a lot more thin and seemingly lighter. Tensa Zangetsu. Byakuya gets riled up as this man basically pulls out a normal Zanpakuto and is basically crapped on all the things the Soul Reapers hold sacred. Almost instantly as Byakuya is about to attack, Ichigo appears right in front of Byakuya with his sword at his neck, but then withdrew it. Byakuya says that it was just luck or a miracle that happened, and that his Zanpakuto could never be a Bankai. Fighting then ensues as Ichigo is quite easily dodging all of his attacks. Eventually Byakuya uses a secret ability known as Senkei. Tons of swords appear around them, marking an arena of swords. Byakuya summons one of the swords and swears to kill Ichigo by his own hands. As Byakuya is about to finish Ichigo off, all of a sudden a mask begins to form over Ichigo's face. This masked Ichigo easily catches Byakuya's Zanpakuto and easily strikes Byakuya, dealing a strong slash. This mask laughs at how Ichigo is so pathetic at being able to use Bankai, as his own body was breaking down from his own spiritual pressure. Byakuya then asks if it's a hollow, but it doesn't say. Then Ichigo seems to have regained some control of his body and attempts to rip the mask off, and luckily succeeds. Byakuya is surprised that Ichigo ripped it off, even though if he kept it, he could have won the fight easily. Byakuya says to Ichigo, neither of us has much strength left, so the next clash shall decide the battle. They each then prepare for a final move and clash, both receiving heavy hits, but luckily Ichigo stands victorious. Byakuya then answers Ichigo's original question for not saving Rukia. He says that it was to uphold the law. Lawbreakers must face justice and be punished for their crimes. Family is nothing next to the law. However, Ichigo then claims, well, if I was in your shoes, I would fight the law. Byakuya is surprised by this, but also lets Ichigo know that he won't pursue Rukia anymore as he has lost. Meanwhile, Toshiro and Rangiku have entered Central 46 and find out that the entirety of the council has been murdered a long time ago. As we see Toshiro turn around and see Izuru, he then gives chase along with Rangiku trying to stop him. However, Izuru threatens Toshiro a bit by telling him he should be protecting Momo. Toshiro gets scared of what's going on and tells Rangiku to continue to chase Izuru as he goes and finds Momo. Rangiku and Izuru come to a stop and Rangiku asks why he is doing this, but he just says, I was tasked to stop you by Gin, and he proceeds to give no further detail. Izuru then pulls his blade, activating his Shikai. Meanwhile, Momo sees all the dead Central 46 members while Gin finds her and leads her to Aizen. Momo immediately is shocked that Aizen is still alive and runs to him to give him a hug, as Aizen stabs her and leaves her on the ground to bleed out. Toshiro makes it to see Captain Aizen is alive with Gin next to him, and then he sees Momo bleeding. It is then revealed that Aizen has been deceiving everyone about his true identity and motive. Toshiro immediately jumps into Bankai but is instantly cut down, knocking Toshiro out. This is when Unohana shows up, as she had suspicions about Aizen. Aizen reveals his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sugetsu, as its true power is perfect hypnosis. He can manipulate anyone's senses as long as they have seen the released form of it. It's also revealed that Tozen has been working with Aizen and Gin. Aizen then uses some binding wraps that teleports him, and then we see Tozen, who is waiting for Renji, using the binding wraps on Renji and Rukia. The 5 individuals all appear on the execution grounds once again, and Aizen tells Renji to leave Rukia there and go. Unohana's lieutenant uses a Kido technique to tell everyone the truth. Renji tries to fight Aizen but gets put down to one knee very easily. Renji is about to be finished, but Ichigo makes it just in time and blocks the attack from hitting Renji. Ichigo and Renji agree to an alliance, and Renji is going to attempt to use a move that should give Ichigo an opening. The entire ground begins to shake, and the broken pieces of Zabimaru animate and dash at Aizen. Ichigo uses this moment to run in, and as soon as the move hits and swings at Aizen with his full power, acting like number 1. However, Aizen stops Ichigo's sword with just one whole finger, and then blasts Ichigo back, inflicting tons of wounds on him and causing him to fall to the ground. Then in an instant, Aizen appears behind Renji and slashes Renji down to the ground, knocking him out. Aizen notices that Ichigo is still conscious, but just barely. He thanks Ichigo for doing his part and making Aizen's job easy. Ichigo is confused by this, and then Aizen tells him that he has planned out everything, and tells him of his plan to break Soul Reaper's limits called holification. He then reveals that an item that can defy reality called a Hokyoku. It's a very dangerous item that can't be destroyed, that Kisuke had implanted within Rukia. Kamamura then shows up and attempts to attack Aizen but fails, and then activates Bankai and attempts to fight Aizen. But then Aizen uses Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi, which is considered to be forbidden. This spell encases Kamamura and instantly defeats him. Aizen then reveals that he had killed Central 46 so that he could control it, so that he could try to execute Rukia, since the only way to remove the Hokyoku is by killing the Soul Reaper with immense power such as the Sokyoku, or with a tool that Aizen has managed to recreate. Then using this tool, he pulls out the Hokyoku from Rukia's chest and tells Gin to kill her. However, Byakuya gets in the way of Gin's attack. Yoichi and Soifo then appear and attempt to restrain Aizen, and then everyone from the Gotai 13 shows up surrounding Aizen, Gin, and Tozen. But Aizen smiles a bit. Suddenly, multiple Menos Grande tears the sky open and surround the big three in a ray that cannot be broken, as it lifts them into the sky and they disappear. Everyone who is unwounded runs to the wounded and tries to help them. Byakuya then asks to speak to Rukia as he is bleeding out and tells her the reason why he adopted her, which was that Rukia was his wife's younger sister, but she abandoned Rukia due to it being super hard to live in the Sumbu district. So Byakuya searched for Rukia as much as he could, and luckily he found her, as it was his wife Hisana's final wish before dying for Byakuya to protect Rukia. Some of the captains end up thanking Ichigo and his friends for actually helping him, and the next day everybody gets fully treated. The party stays in the Soul Society for a while just to make sure everything is alright before going back to the world of the living. They then get back as Kisuke was waiting for them, and Kisuke apologizes for the tricks he used in order to make them go on this adventure and attempt to protect the Hokyoku. We then see the party now living their normal lives as normal Ichigo gets dropkicked by his dad. However, this time, there is someone standing on the air observing Ichigo and his party. The journey of Bleach continues with the third arc called the Arrancar arc, which is by far the longest arc in the series. It is personally either my favorite or my second favorite arc in the anime-only storyline, and it starts from chapter 184 going to chapter 423 in the manga. It is actually later adapted into episodes 110 through 316 of the anime, however keep in mind there's a few filler arcs thrown around in those episode numbers, so just keep that as a heads up. The arc's main themes embrace the ideas of identity once again, the heart, vengeance and revenge, and even loneliness. Many people confuse the arc with a saga, however it is a single arc. Now there are definitely points in which the arc you can split up and create into mini arcs, but the official title of this section of the story is the Arrancar arc, not the Arrancar saga. Anyway, without all further ado, let's begin the recap of the Arrancar arc. The story continues with Ichigo realizing that Uryu has lost his powers, being lost in thought he doesn't even notice the new student in his class who wrote his name backwards on the board, and sat right next to him. As the new student named Shinji tries to talk to Ichigo, Ichigo's substitute Shinigami badge goes off, forcing him to leave and go deal with a hollow. Later that night, the same thing happened. Ichigo gives Kon his body and rushes to go deal with the hollow. Meanwhile, he meets the new Shinigami assigned to Karakura Town, Zenosuke, or Afro Man. They talk to each other for a bit when Ichigo gets attacked behind by his classmate Shinji. Meanwhile, a hollow appears behind Uryu, and Kon leaves Ichigo's room, with a more humanized giant Grand Fisher secretly watching Kon from behind. Ichigo and Shinji continue to fight each other, and the Ryatsu waves are extremely powerful. Shinji then reveals himself to be part hollow, revealing that he is a Visored, one of the masked army, and that he is here to be friends, as he wants Ichigo to join them. Meanwhile, Uryu is fighting with a hollow. Although he lost his Quincy powers, he was able to fill numerous gadgets with Ryatsu that are allowing him to buy his time throughout the fight. However, as everything seems against Uryu, his father Ryukin comes in and saves him from the hollow, killing it with absolute ease. After Ryukin destroys the hollow, he looks at Uryu and tells him that as the last of the Quincy, he can restore Uryu's powers under one condition. Uryu asks what the condition is, and Ryukin responds by saying you must swear to never involve yourself with the Soul Reapers again. Meanwhile, the giant human hollow thing named Grand Fisher is chasing Kon, when Kon is stuck in a corner. Suddenly, the talisman from his mother glows and it protects Kon from a strike, and a familiar voice speaks to Kon and Grand Fisher, for it to only reveal that Isshin Kurosaki walks in Shinigami robes. Back to Ichigo and his fight against Shinji, Ichigo refuses to join Shinji's group and refers to himself as a Soul Reaper, not one of Shinji's group. We then see Shinji joining a call and apologizing, but saying that it will only be a matter of time till Ichigo will join them. and to be patient. Meanwhile, Grand Fisher is almost gloating to Ishin with the pure size of his giant Zanpakuto. He refers to himself as an Arrancar, which Ishin explains to Kon is a hollow that takes their mask off to gain Shinigami powers. Grand Fisher continues to gloat, but within a single slash, he is defeated by Ishin. After dealing with Grand Fisher, Kisuke Urahara approaches Ishin and has a very casual conversation with him. They talk about the Vizards making contact with Ichigo and how they are a lawless gang of ex-Soul Reapers who acquired hollow powers through forbidden methods. They then speak about how Aizen has advanced the evolution of the Arrancars by using the Hokyoku, and how the Vizards are preparing for Aizen's army of Arrancars as they are heading to an all-out war that will involve everyone. In fact, even the Soul Society is in preparation. The next day at school, Shinji shows up to school normally, acting very weird around Ohime. This causes Ichigo to grab Shinji and talk to him outside. They talk for a while, however, one thing becomes clear. Ichigo's inner hollow is going to take control over Ichigo if he does not learn how to control it. He still refuses to join Shinji's group though. During Shinji's walk home after school, he runs into a fellow Visor named Hiyori. Shout to Straw Hat Bud! Hiyori yells at Shinji and kicks him around a bit when Chad and Ohime confront the two about what they want with Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ryu agrees to take the training with his father. Hiyori is getting ready to kill Ohime and Chad, however before she can do it, Shinji grabs her and takes her away. Meanwhile, at Ichigo's house, Ichigo is suffering because what Shinji told him about his inner hollow. It is true. He feels as if he is going to be swallowed up. As he is struggling on his bed in this mental state, his sister tells him that she knows he's a Soul Reaper. Right as she says this, two Arrancars arrive in Karakura Town. Ichigo immediately denies that he is a Shinigami, however with the sudden arrival of two Arrancars that the Soul Society is watching in 4K, tons of people are being killed. So Ichigo tries to rush over there immediately, however before Ichigo arrives, one of the Arrancars named Yami is about to kill Tatsuki at the park until Chad and Ohime arrive. Chad immediately senses Yami's strength and tries to fight him alone, however is easily defeated. Ohime reacts to Chad's defeat by trying to protect Chad and eat him, and while this is going on, Ukiura begins to actually study her abilities as he finds them to be interesting and unique. Ohime tries to attack Yami, however Yami swipes Tsubaki like he is a gnat. Everything seems literally hopeless for Ohime, as she has no chance in this battle. This is when Ichigo Kurosaki finally arrives, prepared to fight. Ichigo immediately goes Bankai, and because of this, Ukiura and Yami both note that this is the kid they were searching for. However, before Yami can react, Ichigo cuts off his arm. However, one thing to note is before Ichigo can go in for a second attack, his inner hollow attempts to take control over his body. This immobilizes Ichigo as he has to fight the inner hollow within him while trying to fight Yami and Ukiura together. Because of this, Yami treats Ichigo like a punching bag until Kisuke and Yoichi arrive to save him. Kisuke and Yoichi both fight Yami and save Ohime, and they even begin to absolutely demolish Yami. As soon as the other Arrancar named Ukiura notices this though, he pushes Yami back, opens a portal, and leaves with Yami, saying their objective Ichigo Kurosaki is not even worth killing, escaping from further conflict. The following day, Ichigo is depressed as he is blaming himself for everything he was unable to do, that he was unable to protect Ohime, that he was unable to do absolutely anything when he was needed. And as time passes, he suddenly sees a few familiar faces at school. Ikaku, Toshiro, Rangiku, Renji, and Yumichika. And right after they arrive, Ruki appears climbing through the window. She immediately attacks Ichigo and drags his Shinigami spirit out to a hollow. Rukia then forces Ichigo to fight this hollow, and initially he was being absolutely destroyed by the hollow, as he was consumed by this fear of his inner hollow taking control, and the despairing feeling of failure. Rukia knew everything that Ichigo was feeling, and with one massive speech, she woke him up, almost allowing him to instantly defeat the hollow, and then right after he ends up apologizing to Ohime for being too weak. After this, Rukia and Ichigo go to his room and they end up talking for quite some time. This is when the topic of Arrancars comes to light. Immediately, Ichigo's attic roof covering comes undone, and 4 of the 5 Shinigami poke their heads out. They explain that Arrancars are hollows that have removed their mask to obtain powers of hollows and Shinigami. Very few ever fully develop their powers, however with Aizen and the Hokyoku's help, suddenly tons of fully developed Arrancars have been born. We then learn from Toshiro, who gets inside from the open window, that the only effective Arrancar is removing the mask of a Menos or an above hollow. He teaches Ichigo about the 3 classes: the Gillians, which are the ones Ichigo had defeated early on in the series, the Asuchas, which are more intelligent and dangerous than Gillians, then there's the final class, which are Vasto Lordes. These Menos are stronger than captains. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Aizen welcomes Ukiura back and commands him to tell his 20 brothers what he has learned. Ukiura shows everyone his adventures by crushing his eye. Throughout the presentation, a certain other Arrancar made fun of Ukiura named Grimmjow, calling him soft for not killing them with the first strike. Ukiura, however, defends his actions, and Aizen gives Ukiura full responsibility over Ichigo. Back to the world of the living, every Shinigami on their mission has to find a house to live in. Rukia lives with Ichigo again, but the others have to go about it in another way. As time passes on though, they each end up finding their search. Rangiku chooses to live with Aohime, Toshiro hangs out on Aohime's roof, Renji goes to Kisuke's shop, and Nikaku and Yumichika are walking on the street. Plenty of time passes and Grimmjow and other Arrancars arrive in Karakura Town, prepared to kill every being with a speckle of Ryatsu. Each of the Arrancars pick their targets and begin combat. One of them attacks Chad and is about to one-hit kill him. This is when Ichigo shows up and grabs his hand. Ichigo tells Chad to step back and let him handle this. However, this mentally upsets Chad, causing him to feel sadness. Chad feels like Ichigo doesn't trust him anymore, and that they'll never fight as a team again. Rukia notices this and tells Ichigo to step back, as his level of tenseness could get him killed. She has Chappie hold on to him, while she pulls out her Zanpakuto to fight this Arrancar, whose name is D-Roy. She then releases her Zanpakuto entering Shikai by saying dance, so no Shai, Shirayuki. Her Zanpakuto turns white, and as a white ribbon appears on the end, she activates its first dance, which instantly freezes D-Roy, since he is within the circle's parameter. This actually kills D-Roy in the end. However, right after the death of D-Roy, the strongest Arrancar in this small group comes towards Ichigo and Rukia, and his name is none other than Grimmjow. Meanwhile, Keigo and Yumichika are watching Ikaku fight another Arrancar. They are going back and forth, and Ikaku is having a lot of fun throughout the fight. In fact, Ikaku is not fighting to win, he is fighting for sport, and his opponent notices this really quickly. This causes his opponent to get quite upset and releases to try and show Ikaku despair. Immediately everything turns around and Ikaku is being hurt so badly that Yumichika tells the Soul Society to prepare a company funeral for Ikaku. However, Ikaku does not feel despair, he only is filled with happiness throughout the fight. Meanwhile, Grimmjow's presence alone freaks out Rukia and she tells Ichigo to immediately retreat. Before she can react though, Grimmjow just shoves his arm right through her chest. Back to Ikaku though, he is being pushed to his limits to where he says a legendary word, and that word is Bankai. His Bankai's name is Ryuman Hozukimaru, and it looks absolutely sick. Pretty much the Bankai is not even at full power upon release, but as the two opponents exchange blows, it wakes up and reaches maximum damage. Ikaku kills his opponent, but from the damage he had taken throughout the fight, he had fallen to the ground. While wounded on the ground, he thinks back to his past. He remembers back when he dueled Kenpachi Zaraki. However, Kenpachi refused to finish Ikaku off. And while at first Ikaku took offense to this, Kenpachi caused Ikaku to realize he had a lucky break, and that since he has survived, he should now live and dedicate himself to killing the one who left him alive. Right after this, Ikaku thinks about back when Renji begged him to be a captain. However, Ikaku once again refused, as his dream had changed since his fight against Kenpachi. It had been reforged, and his new dream was to fight and die as Zaraki's subordinate. Meanwhile, Renji and Toshiro are being absolutely destroyed in their fights. In fact, Renji is being so destroyed that Uru senses Renji's opponent as a danger and immediately goes rage mode against him. However, she underestimates the Arrancar's strength because as the Arrancar releases, he is able to quickly stab Uru in the chest. Jinta quickly jumps up to save Uru, and Renji uses his Bankai and body to protect them as they escape. Meanwhile, Toshiro continues to get destroyed in his fight, and Rangiku, who is in another fight on the roof near Toshiro, is already perceived to not be breathing. But in fact, she is breathing, and in fact, she is in contact with the Soul Society secretly right now. As Toshiro's fight continues though, they eventually exchange information. His opponent tells him that Arrancars 11 and above are in order of creation, but 1 through 10 are in order of strength, and are called the Espada. The one fighting Ichigo right now is Espada number 6, and in fact Grimmjow at that moment had just forced Ichigo to go Bankai. As Toshiro, Renji, and Rangiku have all been pushed to their limits, Rangiku finally gets permission for everyone to remove their seals, because Gentei Kaijo has been approved. Within seconds of the seal being removed, all three almost instantly absolutely destroy their opponents. However, after it, they were all exhausted and fell to the ground, extremely injured. The only battle still going on now is Grimmjow versus Ichigo, and Ichigo's Bankai is doing absolutely nothing to Grimmjow. Ichigo was unable to do any damage until he used a Getsugo Tensho, which barely damaged Grimmjow. However, the inner hollow begins to seep in every time he uses a Getsuga. This causes Ichigo to struggle, but one of the key moments is while Ichigo is fighting, Tatsuki is secretly watching the battle. As Grimmjow is about to finish off Ichigo, a portal opens up behind him, and Kaname stops Grimmjow from moving to take him back to Wako Mundo for attacking the world of the living without permission. As they both leave, Grimmjow threatens Ichigo's life and goes home with Kaname. After the battle, Renji tells Ichigo he won, however Ichigo reaffirms Renji that he lost. Meanwhile, Ikaku and Yumichika end up living with Kaigo and Kaigo's sister, and all the injured end up getting healed. At Wako Mundo, Grimmjow loses an arm and his position as the 6th Espada for his punishment. Gin then has a conversation with Aizen in private about how he caught Aizen manipulating Grimmjow and Kaname during the judgment phase. Throughout the entire event, Ryu continues to train with his father, and the following day, Chad goes to Kisuke to gain strength, as he wants to be able to help Ichigo. And Ichigo, after thinking about the whole day, finally ends up going to the Vizards for training, as he doesn't want to be overwhelmed by his inner hollow. Shinji thinks that Ichigo wants to join the Vizards, however Ichigo wants to use Shinji. Kinda sus, not gonna lie. Anyway, Ichigo wants to force Shinji into training him to control his inner hollow, and he immediately jumps into attacking him. They both fight each other, barely even trying. However, this is when Hiyori punches Shinji out of the way and uses her mask. She then tells Ichigo if he doesn't use his mask, then he is going to be dead meat, and that she will drag it out. Ichigo refuses to do Bankai as it will give his inner hollow more control. However, in Shikai, Hiyori is just absolutely destroying him, and Ichigo is absolutely unable to hold his inner hollow back. However, the second the inner hollow took control, Hiyori began to be choked and almost died, until in a flash, every Vizard pinned Ichigo to the ground. It is here when the Vizards agreed to train Ichigo, and as Ichigo trains for a little bit, he finally begins a true battle against his inner hollow. The Vizard Haichi creates a force field, and Shinji forces Ichigo to become a hollow all the way. Ichigo awakens inside of his inner world. This time, however, the old man is completely missing, and as Ichigo asks where Zangetsu is, White says that he is Zangetsu, and begins to clash with Ichigo. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Ichigo has now holified, and each Vizard is taking turns and fighting him. In Ichigo's spirit world, they both have gone Bankai. Ichigo continues to fight White back and forth, and he is absolutely destroying Ichigo. This is where White gives his famous speech about a killer's instinct. After this speech, Ichigo awakens where he is now facing off against one of his past battles, Kenpachi Zuraki. But this time, Kenpachi fights Ichigo while giving him a speech about instinctively seeking battles, as it's the only way to gain powers. It's this speech that helps Ichigo wake up from the Kenpachi fight and stab White directly in the chest, as Ichigo had the killer instinct that he needed to have. As White surrenders the crown to Ichigo, he makes the important note that the second he senses weakness in Ichigo, he will throw him off and crush his skull, meaning he'll take control. White also says that if Ichigo really wants to control his powers, then until he meets him next time, make sure to not get killed. After Ichigo awakens in the normal world, he collapses onto the ground and has a conversation with Shinji. Meanwhile, during this event of training, Ohime catches Toshiro in a room with a new device. This device is an emergency link to the head captain of the Gotai 13, Genryusei Yamamoto, and it just so happens that they have just discovered Aizen's objective. They have discovered that Aizen wants to make a key to the Soul King's palace called the Oken. He can do this by sacrificing Kamakura Town, 100,000 souls to be exact. Ohime is then given the objective to give this information to Ichigo Kurosaki. But before the transmission ends, Toshiro has a conversation with Momo. She is still under the illusion that Aizen is being forced to carry out these evil acts. Meanwhile, Renji is training Chad with his Bankai at Kisuke's shop, while Ichigo is training his Hollow Mask with the Vizards. Both are making absolutely amazing progress when Ohime finds the Vizards' hideout. She slips through the barrier with ease and explains everything to Ichigo. However, instantly after hearing everything, Ichigo just goes straight back to training. This literally motivates Ohime to get stronger as well, and she is immediately picked up by Yoichi and then is told by Kisuke that she will not be fighting them in the war. Meanwhile, Uryu has finally regained his powers after being shot by an arrow from his father, and Aizen has now taken interest in Ohime's abilities. As Ohime leaves anxious and upset, she runs into Rukia, and she has a very ranting conversation with Rukia until she is kidnapped by Hiyori. She becomes friends with Haichi as she slipped through Haichi's barrier. Haichi helps her out and heals Tsubaki back to normal health, and after this, Ohime goes to the Soul Society to train with Rukia. With all this going on, quite a few things are happening in Wako Mundo. For starters, Aizen made a special Arrancar named Wonderweiss. Yami had a surgery to get his arm reattached, and Aizen is once again sending multiple Arrancars to the world of the living. The Arrancars that are going are Grimmjow, Luffy, Yami, Wonderweiss, and Ukiura. However, upon their arrival, Ukiura is not shown to be present. Grimmjow immediately leaves to go search for Ichigo and fight him, while Yami and Toshiro begin to battle, and Luffy takes on the other Shinigami present. After a quick bit, Ichigo and Grimmjow finally run into each other, and Ichigo immediately goes all out with a mask and all, ready to fight Grimmjow. The Soul Society is alerted, and all 4 Arrancars in the world of the living are confirmed to be Espadas. Meanwhile, Rukia heads to the world of the living, and Renji and Chad are too tired to go, so Kisuke goes in their stead. Back to the main battle, Toshiro changes targets to Luffy. When Luffy uses all of his arms, he absolutely destroys Toshiro and causes Toshiro to fall to the ground. Anyway, back to Ichigo, Grimmjow is nearly defeated. Ichigo is absolutely destroying Grimmjow until his mask breaks. The second it breaks, Grimmjow is able to completely turn the tides of the battle. However, in the same moment, Luffy is about to kill Rangiku when Kisuke uses his Shikai to cut one of the tentacles. Kisuke then is attacked by Wonderweiss, however he stops the attack with ease. Back to Ohime, she is running inside the Dangai with 2 Shinigami when Ukiura comes out of nowhere. Ohime immediately tries to convince the 2 bodyguards to run away, however they are severely injured before they can even take a step. Ukiura then commands Ohime to come with him. If she refuses, he will kill all of her friends. She has no rights. This is not a negotiation, it's an order. Back to Kisuke. Kisuke is now fighting Yami and is just chilling, kind of acting laid back, as Luffy recaptures the Shinigami and is about to attack Rangiku once again. This is when he is frozen solid from Toshiro. Toshiro has spent the time preparing and getting stronger in those few minutes by gathering all the water in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Kisuke continues to play with Yami while Ichigo is being demolished by Grimmjow. Rukia rushes to Ichigo to attempt to aid Ichigo and freeze Grimmjow, however Grimmjow with ease breaks the ice and grabs her head, preparing a Sero. But right before he can release that Sero, Shinji comes in and saves the day. Casually, Shinji puts on his mask and is fairly easily handling Grimmjow. However, after a few blows, Shinji gets serious by using his Sero. Grimmjow at this point is nearly dead from the blast. However, before getting a chance to release and continue the fight, Ukiura picks him up and takes the rest of the Arrancars home. This includes Luffy, who is frozen solid. The following night, Ohime visits Ichigo as she is given permission to say goodbye to a single person. However, they cannot sense her presence. It is here where she admits her love to a sleeping Ichigo and heals his injuries. She says goodbye and leaves. After Ichigo wakes up, he is summoned to the emergency link and is told from Ukitake that Ohime was either killed or abducted. However, he tells them that she healed him last night when he was asleep, as his unhealable wrist was healed. This has a terrible effect on the captains though, as Yamamoto now believes that she has betrayed everyone. Reggie tries to convince Yamamoto to let him go take Ohime home. However, Yamamoto sends Byakuya and Kenpachi to take the Shinigami home, and even orders for Ichigo to not go either. The following day, Ichigo is depressed at school, and in a way he does not act his usual self to his friends. In fact, he believes that he severed them as friends. Luckily that night, Ichigo did not listen to Yamamoto though, and with the help of Kisuke, he goes to Wako Mundo with Chad and Uryu. Unknown to Ichigo though, Tatsuki and two of his other friends were watching them leave for Wako Mundo at Kisuke's shop. Meanwhile, Ohime arrives in Wako Mundo and Luffy is pissed that their battle was just a diversion to kidnap a single human. Aizen looks at Luffy and has Ohime heal Grimjar's arm back to normal. As Grimjar's arm is healed, he also has her heal his burn number, and then he kills Luffy, reclaiming the seat of Six Espada. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, we learn that Ishina has made contact with Ryuken. However, they have known each other at some point in the past, as they talk as if they are very familiar. Meanwhile, Ichigo, Chad, and Uryu arrive in Wako Mundo and are stopped by two Arrancars. While initially Ichigo steps forward, Chad and Uryu tell him to step back as Chad and Uryu approach their opponents. At first they are having difficulties. Chad struggles to match his opponent's speed, while Uryu struggles to match his opponent's ability that disrupts the reishi around him. So they end up switching opponents, which allows them to quite easily defeat the two Arrancars. As soon as the Arrancars are defeated, the room they are in begins to self-destruct. Luckily though, the three of them barely escape, barely making it to the empty desert above. It is here where they can see Las Noches, Aizen's castle in the far distance. They begin to run towards it. Meanwhile, their entrance does not go unnoticed, and Aizen has a massive meeting with the Espada. Throughout the meeting, Aizen tells the Espada not to overestimate them, but that there's no need for accessing alarm either. Just wait for them to come to you, and that as long as you're with Aizen, no one can defeat you. Grimmjow tries to leave early, but Aizen stops him by looking at him and using some spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, as they run towards Las Noches, Ichigo spots multiple hollows chasing what appears to be a human girl. After kindly saving her, they find out that she is an Arrancar. As they are riding, the Arrancar discovers Ichigo is a Soul Reaper and freaks out. However, before Bawa Bawa can stop, they get stopped by Runuganga of the White Sand. They are trapped until he gets turned into ice by Rukia Kuchiki. Ruki and Renji have officially arrived inside of Wako Mundo, and together with them, the group breaks into the palace called Las Noches. Meanwhile, Ukiura is manipulating Ohime once again, telling her that Ichigo has arrived, and then forcing her to submit to Sosuke Aizen. Back to Ichigo and the gang as they break in, Ichigo tells Nell and her friends to stay outside. Inside the palace there's a 5-room split, so each member of the group picks a door and splits to cover the most ground. Nell and her friends however go after Ichigo, but her friends get lost and pick different rooms by accident. Meanwhile, Aizen summons Ohime and shows her the Hokyoku. Aizen wants her to use her power to help him. Her denial of events, her destruction of a phenomenon itself. Everything. It is here where Ohime chooses her mission, and that mission is to destroy the Hokyoku. Nell finally catches up to Ichigo as they continue to run. They run into an Arrancar named Dordoni. However, this is not a normal Arrancar, this is a Prevera and Espada, an old Espada that has received a demotion. They end up fighting for a bit, and Dodorni really wants Ichigo to use his Bankai. However, Ichigo refuses to use his Bankai against someone who isn't even a current Espada. Dordoni understands this, but he doesn't want to be underestimated, so he goes into his release form. In this form, Dordoni easily gains the upper hand. Ichigo, barely being able to hold his own, eventually is cornered as Dordoni releases a Sero. However, Nell eats the Sero and redirects it. Because this Dorodoni attacks Nell, this time around Ichigo goes straight into Bankai so that he can protect her from Dorodoni. However, even in Bankai, Ichigo was still taking his time to fight Dorodoni. Because of this, and mostly because of Dorodoni begging, Ichigo uses his mask for just a second. And a second is all he needs, because with it he instantly defeats Dorodoni in a single slash. By using Nell's saliva, Ichigo was then able to save Dorodoni as it has some healing properties. Dorodoni shows Ichigo a side of the Arrancar that he had no idea existed. He explained how Espada are loyal servants of Aizen, but how Aizen only sees them as weapons. He explained how he still wants to be an Espada again, but right after, he pretends to be evil still and attacks Ichigo. Ichigo easily escapes the room, and as a bunch of army units arrive, I'm not going to say the actual term because I know I can't pronounce it, Dorodoni holds these troops off to protect Ichigo. Meanwhile, Chad and Ryu are also fighting Primavera and Espadas of their own. Ryu is shooting arrows constantly as Primavera and Espada, but is struggling for quite a bit. He is fairly injured, however his opponent doesn't even have a single scar. This is when Pesce enters and is instantly attacked by the Arrancar's weapon. However, Pesce uses his juices, causing the enemy to slip and fall. This causes the Arrancar to use her release as she is absolutely pissed. Ryu is constantly being forced to avoid every single attack. He dodges consistently for quite some time until he decides to pull out his new weapon called the Seal Schneider. It is the only Quincy weapon that has a blade. Using this blade that's actually a bow and arrow, Ryu easily claims victory and defeats his Primavera Espada. Meanwhile, Chad also defeats his Primavera Espada by using Diablo, his new left arm. It was a fairly quick battle, and in this battle he breaks down a wall in his finishing hit to reveal one of the actual Espadas. Espada number 5, Nanoitra, and within only mere seconds, Chad gets defeated by Nanoitra. Meanwhile, Ohime has been refusing to eat, so Ukiura threatens to tie her down and force feed her. Oh yeah, he also says her friends are going to be slaughtered and then gets slapped for it. Meanwhile, Rukia has ran into the 9th Espada, who for some strange reason looks like Kaien Shiba. Kaien tells Rukia that night his spirit body began to decay after Rukia killed him, and he was transported straight into Hueco Mundo. The Hollow was one of Aizen's experiments, and it was designed to reconstruct itself. It took Kaien's form, however unknown, the mind that controlled the body was not the Hollow, it was Kaien's. Kaien keeps reminding Rukia that she is the one that originally killed him, and says that she should be ready to pay with her life for murdering him. Rukia agrees to this punishment, however she won't let him kill her until Ohime is safe. As the tension rose, Kaien says it was just a joke and plays it off, however he turns around and says you can bring me all the heads of your friends to atone for what you did. This time Rukia knows that he was not joking, and immediately goes to Shikai, as she is absolutely pissed. Meanwhile, Renji falls into a pit with Suzailaporo Grands, the 8th Espada. Renji immediately tries to go Bankai, however Grands engineered the room to seal specifically Renji's Bankai. Meanwhile, Rukia begins fighting Aranero and they go back and forth until eventually he uses Kaien Shikai and it appears almost like a trident. Rukia is beginning to lose drastically. In fact, she lands in a pickle that only her Kido manages to get her out of. The fake Kaien dodges the Kido, however as it hits the back room, it causes light to enter the room. She then comes up with a plan and paralyzes Aranero, then breaking the light to shine above him, revealing his true form. It is now revealed that what actually happened was that he consumed the hollow that consumed Kaien, which gave him the power and the form of Kaien Shiba. You see, Aranero had the ability to consume dead hollows and take their spirit energy and abilities. Right after revealing this, Aranero uses his release, breaks Rukia's Zanpakuto, and then stabs Rukia with his trident-like Zanpakuto. As Rukia is dying on the trident, she thinks back to her history with Kaien, when Kaien was teaching her about the heart. Specifically, Kaien believed that when one died, they left their heart with their friends, which is why one should never die alone. Kaien left his heart with Rukia, not Aranero. This gives Rukia the strength to raise her Zanpakuto and use the third dance, reforging her Zanpakuto inside of Aranero's head. After killing Aranero, Rukia tries to crawl on the ground and save Ohime, but she is far too weak and passes out from her injuries. All the Espada have noticed Aranaru's death thanks to one of Aranaru's abilities. Renji hears about it and tries to defeat Granz even more as he wants to go save Rukia, but he is far too weak. Meanwhile, Ichigo realizes that Rukia is in danger, and right as he figures it out, he stumbles across Ukiura. Although at first Ichigo just ignores Ukiura and starts walking towards Rukia as he wants to save her, Ukiura tells Ichigo that he was the one that brought Ohime to Wako Mundo. Immediately, Ichigo starts fighting Ukiura, only this time he is using Bankai and his mask. Still though, Ukiura is barely affected. With ease, Ukiura is absolutely destroying Ichigo, and as Ichigo looks for a glimmer of hope, thinking Ukiura was the strongest Espada, Ukiura reveals that he is only the 4th Espada. It is in this moment that Ukiura stabs his arm into Ichigo's chest and walks away. Meanwhile, as Ichigo's group is getting smaller and smaller, Uryu arrives to aid Renji against Granz. And while all this is going on, 2 Arrancars sneak into Ohime's room and begin beating her up. Ohime is refusing to fight back, and as they continually beat on her, Grimmjow enters the room. Grimmjow absolutely destroys the 2 girls with ease. He even abuses one of them a bit too much, one could say. He wants Ohime to come with him somewhere. She reluctantly agrees, but first heals the 2 girl Rancars back to full health. Meanwhile, Uryu and Renji with strategy begin to absolutely demolish Granz. Granz is nearly defeated until he grabs one of his Fracione and starts eating the furball thing. You see, it's been engineered to completely allow him to recover. Granz then decides to leave them, to simply change his clothes. Meanwhile, Grimmjow takes Ohime to Ichigo and has her heal him to full health. This is when Ukiura appears behind them and asks what is he doing. They immediately begin to fight, however Grimmjow uses a sealing item given to everyone by Lord Aizen. It will keep Ukiura sealed in a prison for about 2 to 3 hours, and it is successfully used. Grimmjow and Ichigo then begin to fight, and the battle is absolutely legendary. Ichigo is pushed back just a little bit when Grimmjow uses the Grand Reisero. Because of this, Ichigo notices that it will hit Ohime too, and pulls out his mask so that he can quickly protect Ohime. Grimmjow then enters his release state, which turns him into a panther-like human being, and is pretty even with Ichigo throughout the following attacks. As the fight continues, Ohime begins to fear the mask that Ichigo has. Remembering her brother, she begins to tense up. Even in the battle, Ichigo begins to lose as his mask has slowly been breaking and has been reaching its limit. This is all until Nell convinces Ohime to cheer Ichigo on. Ohime tells Ichigo to not die and just to not get hurt anymore. This gives Ichigo the ability to turn the tables and get a really good strike in there. We then receive a flashback from Grimmjow. In this flashback, we learn that Grimmjow became the king of a group of hollows that wish to become Vasto Lordes. Grimmjow just continues to fight Ichigo as he is angry because Ichigo views himself as an equal to Grimmjow. Grimmjow says anybody who looks down on him will be crushed. They fight and fight, and it's revealed that a piece of Ichigo did come here to defeat Grimmjow, Ukiura, and Aizen, and that he will be taking all of his friends home, and in that moment, Ichigo defeats Grimmjow. Grimmjow then just gets back up, refusing to lose, however he is far too weak to fight. This is when he randomly gets attacked from the side by none other than Nanoitra, the 5th Espada. Nanoitra immediately starts fighting Ichigo and has his Fracione capture Ohime. Meanwhile, Granz has returned to fight Ryu and Renji. Granz immediately goes into his release state this time around, which looks very weird to say the least. He then releases this black jizz stuff that duplicates everything it touches, causing them to fall into quite the predicament as it touches literally everyone. Meanwhile, Ichigo is still losing at an alarming rate against Nanoitra when he claims to know who Nell is. He calls her Nelliel, a former Espada. Nell has no memory of this as it appears she had memory loss from the crack in her skull. This crack being caused by Nanoitra. Nanoitra starts attacking Nell, but Ichigo tries to protect her, only now Ichigo might die. Nell freaks out and instantly transforms into a hot anime waifu that causes Redditors to go mad. Nell uses her hot anime powers to save Ichigo, and then reaffirms him, saying that the fight will be over quickly, that it is her turn to protect him. and then revealing her rank as the former 3rd Espada. She immediately starts fighting and absolutely destroys the Neutra, however she definitely underestimates him just a bit. Meanwhile, Renji destroys the palace so that they have more room to fight. He does this by saying Bankai, so then all of his clones go Bankai, and then the palace just cannot sustain the amount of Bankais it's trying to counter. This causes Grants to just decide to destroy all the clones because he just wants to fight them himself. He's kind of bored of the tricks with the clones. So Grants has one of his drip looking thingy weird things suck Ryu up. This creates a cursed doll of Ryu that sends damage to its user when it's damaged. The doll even has small organs that he can use to destroy as he pleases. Anyway, back to Nell. We are currently seeing their past duels. Nell is dueling the Neutra in the past when she refuses to finish him off. She says that he is a beast, that she does not recognize him as a warrior. She refuses to burden herself with his life. Later, the Neutra says to someone else that he can't stand the idea of a woman defeating a man in battle. So soon after, he ends up destroying the Dornies and Pesce's masks. And then, we see Nell's mask destroyed. Grans and the Neutra are working together to accomplish this. Nell's body is turned into a child as Ryatsu is constantly leaking out of her skull, and as she wakes up, she doesn't remember anything. So Dodorni and Pesce pledge to protect them. And then in the present, we see Pesce and Dodorni help Renji and Uryu. Meanwhile, Nell just released her Zanpakuto. This resurrection turns her into a centaur-like thing. She has a lance that she can throw as well and continues to fight the Neutra until she has him cornered. Everyone thinks that she is going to win, however in the moment it matters, she turns back into a child. Ichigo tries to jump in to protect Nell, however he is instantly destroyed and easily defeated. Everything seems hopeless as the Neutra's Fracione is dealing with Ichigo, however in the nick of time, Kenpachi jumps in and saves the day. Meanwhile, Zamari the 7th Espada has come to finish off Rukia. Guards have appeared around Chad and the Previon Espada, and Grans just defeated Nell's Fracione. Kenpachi instantly defeats Tesla and then moves on to the Neutra. Meanwhile, Unohana arrives to save Chad. Mayuri appears in front of Grans, and Byakuya appears before Zamari can finish Rukia off. Byakuya's battle becomes one of speed, however it is clear that Byakuya is outclassing Zamari entirely. Zamari ends up releasing and becomes a beautiful pumpkin with some gross eye things. Quickly, Zamari takes control of Byakuya's leg. By looking at anything, Zamari can take control of that very thing. Quickly, Byakuya cuts the tendon of his leg to prevent Zamari's use of it. After this, out of nowhere, Hinata enters the room, and Byakuya immediately tells him to back away. As things stand, he does not know if he can keep Hinata out of this fight. Zamari then takes control of Rukia Kuchiki and threatens her life, however Byakuya paralyzes her body using Aikido, and then drops his Zanpakuto to activate his Bankai. For how can 50 eyes hope to control 100 million blades? Byakuya has them all attack Zamari at once, and Zamari barely survives. He immediately uses his control attack against Byakuya, however Byakuya uses Bakudo number 81 Danku just in time to create a shield to protect him. Zamari starts begging for mercy and proclaims the hypocrisy of the Shinigami. This is when Byakuya finishes Zamari off and says, "What makes you think I'm acting as a Soul Reaper? I'm going to slay you because you aimed your blade at my only pride." Following the defeat of Zamari, Asane arrives to help them with the injuries. Meanwhile, Mayuri is on the ground after having multiple organs crushed. Everything begins to seem hopeless, however Mayuri quickly reveals that he was only joking, as he had already replaced all of his organs with dummies. Grans then takes Nemu as a hostage, freaking out a little bit. However, Mayuri doesn't care and uses Bankai, commanding it to just simply eat Grans. Luckily or unluckily for Grans, he has an ability to regrow himself by using eggs he implants in individuals. He can regrow himself. He used Nemu in this task. He calls this perfection, saying that this is the perfect life form. He then uses his main body to invade the nervous system of Mayuri's Bankai, however Mayuri has it self-destruct before the Bankai can be used against him. After this, Mayuri tells Grans that his new drug is already in his system, as he had used Nemu's body to regrow. This drug makes 1 second feel like 100 years, and with this, Mayuri is able to easily kill Grans, forcing him into having to watch a sword stab him in the heart for a whole century. After finishing Granz off, Granz gives his famous perfection speech, and how perfection is something he despises, and how for scientists is a dead end. He then revives Nemu through age restriction means and enters Granz's laboratory. Meanwhile, Nanoitra is currently fighting Kenpachi, and so far has proven to be uncuttable for Kenpachi. Nanoitra has the upper hand. This is until Kenpachi gets used to Nanoitra's hardness and can now cut him. The fight begins to become more even until Nanoitra accidentally cuts Kenpachi's eye patch off. The pure strength pushes Nanoitra to his limit and forces Nanoitra to release to just simply stay alive. Upon releasing, Nanoitra cuts Kenpachi down, causing Kenpachi to absolutely collapse. Then Nanoitra turns to attack Yachiru. This makes Kenpachi get up even stronger than before and start fighting Nanoitra once again. They go back and forth, and Kenpachi realizes that if he doesn't start using Kendo, then he might die and not be able to enjoy any more battles in the future, so he strikes Nanoitra down by just simply using his second hand. This absolutely destroys Nanoitra. Then Nanoitra begins to beg Kenpachi to finish him off as he is now stuck on the ground. We then learn how much Nanoitra despises to be pitied through another flashback, and through another one we learn that Nanoitra wants to die in battle, that he wants to face the ultimate opponent, that he wants life to have fled his body before it hits the ground. Back in the present, the second Nanoitra dies, Coyote Stark appears and takes Ohime away. Aizen announces to the entirety of Wako Mundo that he is now leaving to destroy Karakura Town, and that if they want Ohime, he will leave her in the 5th tower. It is discovered that he planned this from the very beginning, that the Soul Society recognized the strength of Ohime, which is how he was able to trap 4 captains in Wako Mundo. We then switch to Kenpachi, who tells Ichigo that the old man issued 2 orders. The first was to send a few captains to Wako Mundo, however the second was for the captains of all 13 guard companies to prepare to fight in Karakura Town. With Kisuke's help, they sent the real Karakura Town and its citizens to the Soul Society, and replaced it with a fake. This is when Aizen appears with the remaining Espada and their Fracion in the fake Karakura Town, leaving only 2 Espadas in Wako Mundo, Yami and Ukiura. 110 years ago, the world of Bleach was way different. It was a normal captain promotion ceremony where we see Shinji getting ready to go to a new captain ceremony. He is with his lieutenant Sosuke Aizen and walks toward it. We then hear a conversation about Squad Zero and their status as the Royal Guard. After this, the new captain arrives and is revealed to be none other than Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke's lieutenant Hiyori is struggling to accept him as her new captain, as she misses her old captain. This bothers Kisuke until Shinji has a talk with him that convinces Kisuke to stop trying to fit in, but be himself. As Shinji leaves, he sees Aizen stalking them and has a very brief, direct conversation with him. The next day, Kisuke starts building the first room of the research and development program, and when Hiyori enters the room, he asks her if she will come to the Maggot's Nest with him. As they enter the Maggot's Nest, we learn that the members of the facility have done nothing wrong. They were only branded as dangerous elements and thrown into the dungeon. Inside of the dungeon, members can move about freely but are not allowed to leave. Kisuke explains how his goal is to help these dangerous people become useful. However, they are attacked. Kisuke with ease pacifies the attacker though with a single hand. They then enter a hallway that is prison-like. Inside is none other than Mayuri Kurasuchi, and Kisuke wants him to leave with them. Kisuke offers Mayuri the rank of Assistant Director of the Research and Development Program. Mayuri only joins because under the conditions, if Kisuke dies, everything goes to Mayuri. Meanwhile, Byakuya is playing tag with Yoichi, and Ukitake is talking with Kain about a new prodigy. We then see Sosuke Aizen approach Ginichimaru for the first time, who had just killed the 3rd seat of their squad. 9 years later, across the Soul Society, strange deaths have been occurring, but it's weird as their clothes are not becoming reishi, so the conclusion is that for some strange reason, these individuals are just unable to retain their living form. This is when the Soul Society sends an investigation team consisting of specifically Lieutenant Mashiro, Captain Kensei, Kaname, and a few other unimportant named characters. Kensei then saves a child version of Shuhei Hasegai from a holo, and then cheers the kid up. This is when Mashiro discovers the clothing of the advanced unit. They end up deciding to camp out, and this is where Shuhei sees the 69 on Kensei's chest. That very night though, the team was destroyed and defeated by Tozen. The head captain immediately creates a task force. Captain Rose, Shinji, Love, and Lieutenant Haichi and Lisa are on their way. It just so happens that Hiyori is already on their way, as Kisuke had sent her previously without knowing about the dangers. As the group arrives, they begin fighting a fully holified Kensei. They attempt to stop Kensei, however, as they fight, a holified Mashiro appears behind them and slams Rose to the ground. Haichi tries to seal them, however, Kensei breaks his seal with physical strength alone. Meanwhile, under direct orders not to by head captain Yamamoto, Kisuke and Tessai begin to go help save the team, using cloaks to hide their Ryatsu. Back to the main team, Hiyori holifies and loses control. This is when Tozen starts attacking him, and Aizen and Gin have arrived as well. Shinji says that he knew about Aizen the whole time, however Aizen knew that Shinji was suspicious of him and planned around it. Shinji never chose him as his assistant captain, he chose Shinji. He then holifies the entire team's group. When Kisuke arrives on the scene, he and Tessai try to stop Aizen. However, easily Aizen escapes. They end up using Forbidden Kido to arrive back in Kisuke's laboratory, where Kisuke pulls out a stone known as the Hokyoku. Kisuke tells Tessai that with this is their only chance of surviving and losing their holification capabilities. Later, Kisuke fails, and as soon as he steps outside, him and Tessai are arrested. Kisuke tries to tell them what happened, but they were not listening to him. Luckily though, Yoichi quickly comes in and saves Tessai and Kisuke. Kisuke ends up hiding in the world of the living, promising to dedicate his life to save the Vizards. Meanwhile, back in the normal timeline, the Vizards have now all departed to help the Shinigami defeat Sosuke Aizen. Yamamoto immediately uses his Shikai to surround Aizen, Kaname, and Gin in a barrier of flames, separating them from their Espada subordinates. Meanwhile, in Wakemudo, Ukiura talks with Ohime and asks if she is frightened. She denies and says she is not afraid and that her heart is already with them. Rukia, Shad, and Renji are all dealing with enemies for Ichigo to allow him to reach Ohime quicker. Ukiura talks to Ohime about the heart, asking what exactly it is, saying what cannot be seen does not exist. Will he find it if he crushes her skull? And as he says this, Ichigo Kurosaki breaks into the tower and starts fighting with Ukiura. Meanwhile, in the war zone, Baragon takes charge and deploys an Arrancar at each pillar, telling them to destroy the pillars. These pillars, when destroyed, will revert the swap with the fake Kakura town and the one in the Soul Society. Luckily though, Yamamoto thought ahead and had deployed Shuhei, Kira, Yumichika, and Ikaku on defending the pillars. Charlotte and Yumichika begin to fight each other, calling each other ugly. Eventually Charlotte releases an absolute anger. This release causes Charlotte to look funny to Yumichika, so Yumichika just bursts out laughing, and eventually Yumichika is forced to release his own Zanpakuto. This is when Charlotte uses a technique that makes it so no one can see their fight. However, this is perfect, as it allows Yumichika to use his full power, that he has to hide from his squad. With this power, the battle is just quickly finished. It is then revealed that Yumichika only uses his partial Shikai because he does not want the squad to see his full power, thus forcing him to hide that power, which is why he thanks Charlotte for hiding him from his squad. Meanwhile, Shuhei's opponent is attacking at the strength of a 5th seat, then changing to a 4th seat, and then a 3rd, and then finally assistant captain. Meanwhile, strategically, Izuru uses Kido to maneuver around. While using Wabisuke's power, he strikes his opponent's feathers 4 times, forcing his opponent to be unable to fly from the pure weight of his wings. Then using his Zanpakuto to behead his opponent. Shuhei's opponent, Findor, pushes him back until he finally releases his Zanpakuto. Shuhei then defeats Findor after Findor becomes the supposed strength of a captain. Shuhei remarks how he was taught to fear the blade that he holds. Everything seems like a victory until Ikaku's pillar breaks as he was defeated. Immediately Kamamura jumps down to fight the Arrancar, and with just his bare fist, Kamamura flips the giant and then goes Bankai, instantly defeating the Arrancar. Iba then yells at Ikaku about not using his full power and not putting his duty first, not winning no matter what. And as all the Fraccion's defeat reaches Baragon, things begin to change. The battles all begin. Yamamoto begins the main attack, commanding everyone to fight. Shunsui fights Stark, Toshiro fights Haribel, Rangiku fights Haribel's Fracione, Omaida and Soifone fight Sparagon's Fraciones. The war has now truly begun. All the battles are going relatively well. Soifone and Omaida both go Shikai, and while Omaida defeats his opponent, Soifone appears to be losing against hers, so Omaida jumps in to help. However, Soifone reveals that she was not even trying and was just testing the Arrancar's strength. Immediately as she reveals this, she kills the Arrancar in what appears to be a single strike, but what was actually 2 strikes with her Shikai. Meanwhile, Rangiku is struggling against her 3 opponents when an explosion comes out of nowhere. The source of it is none other than Momo. Momo easily turns the tides of the fight. Her strategies attached to her Shikai forces all 3 of them to use their secret move to summon Aeon. Immediately, Rangiku loses half of her chest, and Momo is pushed to her limit. Everything seems hopeless until Izuru and Shuhei both arrive to save them. Meanwhile, Ukitake begins to fight Lynette, but he is not trying and desperately wants her to go home. Back to Shuhei and Izuru, Aeon is just making quick work of them, and things continue to seem hopeless as both are barely holding on in the fight, and this is when Yamamoto joins the battle, and with ease, Hatsumi Nadaguri's Aeon's assistance. The 3 Fracione try to defeat Yamamoto after Aeon's losses, but in a single swing Yamamoto defeats them. Haribel then absolutely destroys Toshiro, and Stark reveals to Shunsui that he is the Primera Espada. Meanwhile, Ichigo finally confronts Ukiura and Wakamundo, and then we switch to Rukia's opponent releasing. This release allows him to grow soldiers like he is a tree. As he does this though, we see Ichigo fight back and forth with Ukiura, and he even manages to damage Ukiura a bit. This is where Ichigo asks Ukiura if he became more hollow, or if he can react because Ukiura became more human. This is when Ukiura begins to actually try in his fight, and as he's about to strike Ichigo badly, Hime blocks the attack with her shield. However, Ichigo tells her to step back and take cover, as he does not want her to get hurt. This is where Ichigo ends up wrapping his Zanpakuto in a Getsugo Tensho, but does not release it normally. He wraps it up in order to improve the strike rather than use it as a ranged attack. This is when Ohime is attacked by the 2 females from earlier, and following that, Yami appears. Yami wants to help Ukiura, however when Ukiura tells him no, he fights the 2 girls, instantly defeating them. Ohime is now by herself, however before she can get hurt, Uryu attacks Yami. Uryu absolutely destroys Yami. While Ichigo puts on his mask, he begins to push Ukiura to his limit. This causes Ukiura to run above the canopy above Las Noches as Ichigo follows. Ukiura reveals that espadas above 4 are not allowed to release under the canopy. Immediately, Ukiura releases and begins to absolutely demolish Ichigo. In fact, if Ichigo did not instinctively use a Getsugo Tensho to block an attack, he would have been killed. With ease, Ukiura pushes Ichigo to his limit. In fact, he goes right next to Ichigo and tells him to fire a Getsuga to prove how hopeless his situation is. Ukiura then uses a Cero Ascursus. Meanwhile, Uryu takes Ohime to where Ukiura and Ichigo are fighting, and right before they arrive, Ichigo is badly hurt. He is talking about how different they are, how he and Arrancars are as different as heaven and hell. Ichigo continues to attempt to fight Ukiura, however Ukiura continues to say and explain how futile his fighting is. Ukiura cannot understand how Ichigo is so hopeful as he is the representation of nothingness. After Ichigo says he won't give up just because Ukiura is stronger than him, Ukiura decides to show him true despair and enters his second release. He explains how he is the only Espada with a second release, and how not even Lord Aizen has seen him in this release. Ukiura then asks him if this will to continue fighting is because he has a heart, and how as a result of having one, he is going to pay the ultimate price. He then creates a giant hole in Ichigo right after Ohime and Uryu arrive. Ichigo falls to ground with a lifeless body. As Ohime freaks out, she uses her shield to catch his body and tries to run to him. However, Ukiura stops her. Uryu then begins to fight Ukiura to allow Ohime to reach Ichigo. As Ohime reaches Ichigo, she begins to just have a mental breakdown, as she has no idea what on earth to do. And as Uryu begins to die from his fight against Ukiura, she cries out for Ichigo to help her. Ichigo can hear her cry for help and is completely taken control by his hollow side. Easily, Hollow Ichigo begins to absolutely demolish Ukiura, with absolutely no humanity. Ohime begins to question if this really is still Ichigo. After destroying Ukiura's arm, Ukiura regenerates the limb with ease. Ukiura then resorts to his ultimate attack, Lanza del Relampago. He misses, however, when he tries again it is stopped with Ichigo's bare hand. Ichigo then cuts Ukiura down and is about to kill Ukiura. Ukiura, however, does not contain the heart Ichigo does, and just gives up, realizing that Ichigo has no mercy anymore, and that he has the instinct of a hollow. After Ichigo's Sero destroys his body, Ichigo is about to mutilate the body. However, Uryu stops Ichigo using his hand. Ichigo then attacks Uryu, badly injuring him, saying that he will protect Ohime. Ohime then realizes that this is all her fault as she watches him charge another Sero. This is when Ukiura charges at Ichigo with his remaining strength, which saves Uryu's life. Ichigo then returns to his normal human form. At this point, Ukiura's vital organs have been destroyed, therefore he knows that he is going to die. Ukiura then takes Ichigo's sword out of Uryu and throws at Ichigo, wanting to finish the battle. However, Ukiura begins to vanish and tells Ichigo to finish him off before it's too late. Ichigo, however, refuses to, as he does not want to win the battle like this. He also realizes that he is the one who hurt Uryu as well, and as Ukiura dies, he reaches out to Ohime and asks her if she is afraid of him. She tells him that she isn't, but before their hands touch, he vanishes to dust. However, in a moment before his death, he finally understands the meaning of the heart as he turns to nothingness. Meanwhile, below the canopy, Yami is fighting Rukia, Renji, and Chad, and then he releases his Zanpakuto and becomes a giant monster, revealing that he is secretly the Zeroth Espada. Back in the world of the living, Haribel is pushing Toshiro's Bankai to its absolute limit. She then enters a release state and cuts Toshiro in half. She then turns to Yamamoto saying that she will avenge her subordinates. However, unluckily for Haribel, Toshiro is not dead, as he was using an ice sculpture of himself. Meanwhile, Soifone is struggling against Baragon, as whenever she kicks him, her kick loses all of its speed. Baragon then reveals that all Espadas have an aspect of death, and now his is aging. He then touches Soifone's arm, breaking its bones. After this, he quickly releases into his resurrection, becoming a skeleton that's huge and looks like a king almost. In this resurrection, Baragon has the ability to age anything that's around him. His energy ends up touching Soifone's arm as she attempts to evade it, and immediately she has to have Omaida cut it off before it infects her entire body. Soifone then has Omaida act as a decoy to draw Baragon away as she has a secret plan up her sleeves. Meanwhile, Toshiro is going back and forth with Haribel until he is forced to use his ultimate attack. After all the water in the sky is his weapon. Hyoten Hakaso. Haribel tries to resist, however she fails and is sealed in a bunch of ice. As Toshiro does this, he apologizes to her, as she was unable to avenge the death of her subordinates. Back to Omaida, Omaida leads Baragon towards Soifone as she uses her Bankai, which is a giant nuke basically. Meanwhile, Stark is fighting Shinsui when he has just observed these two Bankais. He asks if Shinsui's Bankai is stronger than Toshiro's. After hearing yes back, this is when the battle becomes serious. Instantly, Stark wants to see Shinsui's Bankai and releases by combining with Lilinette. Stark then gains two guns, and in the meantime, Shinsui activates his Shikai. The fight continues as Shinsui is hit by the Seros from the guns. He manages to evade most of them, however he is turned to be forced to use his Bankai, but before he does it, Ukitake steps in to aid Shinsui by using his Shikai to absorb a Sero and fire it back. After all, Ukitake says to Shinsui that his Bankai should not be used where others can see it. After two more attacks, Stark figures out the full capacity of Ukitake's ability. Right after this, a Gargantia opens up as Wonderweiss and this giant creature is right behind him. Immediately, Wonderweiss stabs his arm through Ukitake, causing him to be unable to continue to aid Shinsui. Then Wonder White screams, and Harrybell's ice is broken, and the flame prison around Aizen disrupts. However, before all becomes hopeless, the Visors arrive to help defeat Sosuke Aizen. Lisa ends up going to Shunsui, who is playing dead, and tells him to stop playing dead. Meanwhile, Shinji has a conversation with the head captain, as they were all led by Chojiro, and we learn that they are not allies of the Shinigami, but they are enemies of Aizen, and allies of Ichigo Kurosaki. Suddenly, as soon as Lisa and Shinji return to the other Visors, the giant monster starts throwing up a ton of Gillian Menos Grande. They all immediately mask up and start absolutely destroying the Menos Grande. Shinji then approaches Aizen and strikes. Immediately, Kaname dashes in to protect Aizen from Shinji, and as Shinji backs away a little bit, Kamamura enters the battle to deal with Kaname. He ends up fighting Kaname fairly far from Aizen, while leaving Aizen to Shinji. Hiyori and Lisa end up fighting with Toshiro, and Haichi ends up fighting with Soifone. Meanwhile, right after Mashiro's defeats the Giant Hollow, Wonder White has an absolute breakdown and starts fighting Mashiro. Luckily, Mashiro immediately has the upper hand, and Hiyori and Toshiro start having a childish argument with each other, so Lisa just fights Haribel on her own. Meanwhile, Haichi tries to seal Baragon and Kido, however quickly even the Kido begins to age and disappear. Haichi then seals Baragon in a ton of spells so that Soifone can shoot her Bankai at him, and he can't project it away using his aging powers. However, it's important to note that Haichi had to promise to seal Kisuke for a month in order for Soifone to be willing to do this. However, even this was not enough to kill Baragon. He was damaged at the very least though. He then continues to battle Haichi as Haichi's arm gets hit. Haichi then puts his arm inside of Baragon, causing Baragon to age himself to dust. We then see a flashback of Aizen forcing Baragon to bend to Aizen's will and serve him with force. It is here where Baragon decided to kill Aizen using the new power he gave him. He views himself as a god and the king, and in his final moments he throws his axe not at Haichi, but at Lord Aizen. It fails to even touch him though. We then see Stark knows how number 2 died, but Aizen had nothing to say for it. Love then releases his Shikai and attacks Stark, and this is where Stark begins to get serious in their battle and uses his wolves. By using these wolves, Stark badly wounds Rose and Love, even after Rose uses his Shikai. They both just stand no chance. This is when Shunsui attacks Stark from his shadow. We learn that Shunsui Shikai's power is to turn children games into a reality. He has games like Taka and Oni, where the highest individual wins, and games like Kage and Oni, where whoever has their shadow stepped on loses. He also has a game called Aira Oni, where the user calls out a color, and if it's risky for you, you deal a lot more damage to your opponent. As this battle continues, Stark asks why he has to fight someone so strong. We learn that he envied the weak, that all of his friends had their souls diminished just by being with him, that this is why he divided his soul into two, as he was far too lonely. He wanted to be weak, or at least he wanted to have friends that were strong. This is the entire reason as to why he joined Lord Aizen, and as he thinks about all this stuff, he is killed as Shunsui yells black and strikes his hole. Pause. As Stark dies, he looks at Aizen and apologizes for not being able to repay his debt. And in this moment, he realizes that he is not alone anymore. We then see a flashback of when his soul was first split into Lilynette and Stark as they go on a journey together. Shunsui then is scolded for butting in on Love and Rose's battle, however he does not care, as in his eyes, losers focus too much on the means and lose sight on winning. Captains do not have this luxury, and how as soon as a war begins, everyone is evil. Aizen then cuts Haribel down after viewing the Espada as a failed experiment. Meanwhile, Mashiro's mask finally breaks while she fights Wonder White, and she is in trouble. Luckily, Kensei steps in and saves her like the little princess she is. Kensei then goes Bankai, and we switch back to Sosuke Aizen as he taunts the Visors. This taunting causes Hiyori to carelessly charge at him as she is cut in half by Gin Ichimaru. Immediately, Shinji grabs her body and immediately realizes he needs Ohime as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in Wake Mundo, Yami has officially defeated Renji, Chad, and Rukia, and right before he finishes Rukia off, Ichigo arrives to fight. Ichigo lures Yami away from the three friends and then holifies ready to destroy Yami. As Ichigo de-hollowifies, it feels incredibly weird though, and he is worried that because of his fight with Ukiura, his hollification changed in some way. As the fight continues, Ichigo tries to hollify one more time, however it fails for some strange reason. This is when Ichigo is captured, however Kenpachi and Byakuya arrive just in time to take Yami on. Mayuri then arrives with technology that can open a portal to Kamakura Town. Ichigo insists on staying, however Byakuya tells Ichigo that his duty is to protect this town and to go. Unohana goes with Ichigo as they enter the Gargantua. They begin to have a conversation. We learn that Aizen's Kyoku Sugetsu only works on individuals who have seen his Shikai, and how the only individual that has any chance of joining the battle who can confront Aizen is Ichigo Kurosaki. While running, we learn that Ichigo has less than half of his spirit energy remaining, as his spirit energy is comparable to his Shihakusho, and that even at half strength, Ichigo is comparable to a captain. As this is going on, Byakuya and Kenpachi continue to fight against Yami. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Shinji begins his battle with Aizen, and Aizen gives his famous speech on the illusion of trust. He talks about how trust is how all gods are born. Meanwhile, Kamamura and Kaname are preparing for their own battle. Kaname then reveals that he can hollify and immediately cuts Shuhei down. This forces Kamamura to use his own Shikai. As the fight continues, Shuhei manages to pin Kaname down. We then see a flashback of Shuhei after his failure during a previous training exercise. Shuhei begs Kaname to dismiss him as a seated officer, as he is afraid to fight. However, in that moment, Kaname teaches Shuhei that power is not the most important thing in battle, but is the fear of battle. Continuing, he says that those who do not fear the very sword that they hold are not worthy of holding one, and that Shuhei has gained something invaluable to a warrior. Hisagai then begs Kaname to tell him why he threw away everything for power, and what he fears now. However, Tozen's response is simple, just to stab Hisagai. Following that, Kaname says he fears one thing, and that is dying as a Soul Reaper. Finally, this causes Kamamura to activate his Bankai. Meanwhile, Shinji continues to fight Aizen by activating his Shikai. Back to Kamamura, they continue fighting back and forth until eventually Kaname reveals that he became a Shinigami to seek revenge, that he believes virtue was not justice. He screams out that living in peace without avenging the dead is vice. Kamamura then realizes that he is going to have to defeat Kaname, that he cannot convince him with words. However, he makes sure Kaname knows that his heart has already forgiven him. However, this pisses Kaname as he activates his own resurrection. In this form, Kaname gains the ability to see, and for the first time he looks at Kamamura and tells him that he is even uglier than he imagined. As Kamamura begins to quickly lose to Kaname, he thinks about the past with Tozen and how close friends they were. And as Kaname goes in to finish Kamamura off, Hisagai uses his Shikai on Kaname's head, activating his Shikai to stab through the top of Kaname's mask. However, he notes that the old Kaname would have been able to dodge this attack easily. Meanwhile, we discover that Shinji's Shikai inverses everything. Left becomes right, and up becomes down. Front becomes back. Using this Shikai, Shinji gains the original upper hand. However, rather quickly, Aizen figures it out and calls it a Walmart brand great value version of his own Shikai. Meanwhile, back to Tozen dying, he, Kamamura, and Shuhei have a really emotional moment together when Aizen finishes Kaname off. This causes Kamamura to be filled with rage. However, right before he rushes in, Ichigo interrupts and arrives, attacking Aizen. Aizen, however, has a shield behind his neck, which is the spot Ichigo tries to strike. Ichigo is ashamed as he did not strike with his mask on, as he is hesitant to draw on his hollow powers, ever since the Ukiura incident. Aizen then taunts Ichigo, however, Kamamura calms him down, as all the visors and captains arrive onto the scene to protect Ichigo Kurosaki. Everyone begins to fight Aizen, and while at first they seem to be confident, Aizen begins to destroy them with his strength alone. He easily destroys Kamamura's Bankai, as Gin Ichimaru commentates and says Kyoku Sugetsu is not what makes one fear Aizen. The Espada obeyed him because of his strength. Aizen then destroys some of the visors and appears to be winning. However, then Soifone steps in, Toshiro freezes Aizen, and because of that she can stab him twice. However, it does not kill Aizen. Aizen then looks at her and says Soul Reaper battles are a battle of spirit energy, and that he can simply suppress her technique with his own spirit energy. However, in a few brief moments, Shunsui uses the shadow on the ice to strike Aizen from behind, while Toshiro rushes at Aizen and Shinji reverses his senses to reduce Aizen's reaction. Aizen appears to have been killed. And as the lieutenants celebrate, he is secretly pretending to be Momo, and the being that they have all stabbed was Momo. In mere seconds, Aizen then defeats the remaining troops of the Gotai 13, with the exception of Yamamoto. In this moment, Yamamoto appears in battle, and with ease he is about to use his Ryujin Jaka to kill Aizen. However, Aizen planned ahead and genetically modified an Arrancar to seal Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. While the battle takes some time, Yamamoto absolutely destroys Wonderweiss with just his fists, since Wonderweiss was able to seal Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. As Wonderweiss was destroyed, he began to explode. All the flames that Yamamoto had released were sealed away into Wonderweiss, and when Wonderweiss died, they just exploded. Quickly, Yamamoto had to jump on his body, taking a crap load of damage. This causes him to be unable to move. However, as Aizen approaches his body to finish him off, Yamamoto grabs Aizen's leg and casts Hado number 96, which still manages to wound Aizen. This is when Ichigo attacks Aizen, escaping from the smoke. As he and Ichigo fight, Aizen reveals two things. One, that he is now fused with the Hokyokyu, and the second being that every battle Ichigo had fought up to this point took place in the palm of his hand. Aizen then gives his famous speech on truth after giving him hardcore evidence. Ichigo then asks why he would be the best test subject, and brings up why would he choose him when he became a Shinigami. Aizen responds slowly and explains that he knew about him since he was born, and that he was chosen because he is half human and as he says this, Ishin as a Shinigami appears, cutting Aizen off. Ishin immediately kicks Ichigo down and they talk. Immediately, Ichigo attacks Gin Ichimaru while Ishin sends Aizen flying by flicking his finger. Meanwhile, Gin Ichimaru goes Bankai. Gin and Ichigo talk for quite a bit. Ichigo can't understand Gin Ichimaru and the reason for him fighting with Aizen. They continue to fight back and forth as Ichigo slowly learns the power behind Gin's Bankai. Gin, however, is still too strong for Ichigo and is overpowering him. Meanwhile, Ishin has pushed Aizen to his limits as a Shinigami, and that the Hokyokyu is starting to understand him. We also learn that the Hokyoku's true power is to read the hearts of those around it and realize their deepest desires. As Aizen continues to explain, he is cut off by Gin and Ichigo's battle. Then Aizen begins to evolve, and Kisuke Urahara arrives on the scene. Kisuke unleashes a ton of Kido spells, however nothing really works against Aizen much until one single spell, and this spell is causing Aizen's Ryatsu to burn him from within. However, even this fails to defeat Aizen. Kisuke and Ishin then attack him together while Yoichi arrives from above to strike. Everything continues to fail as Aizen says to keep coming up with more plans and you'll keep crushing them, till Kisuke becomes exhausted. Ichigo then has a conversation with Gin. This is when Gin plays with Ichigo's mind a little bit and says that he sounds like he has already given up. We then see him fighting Ichigo. Almost instantly, Gin breaks Ichigo's holomasks and just tells him to just give up. Meanwhile, Kisuke and the group are losing badly against Aizen, and we even see Aizen admit that Kisuke is the only being smarter than he is. At this point, Aizen ends up defeating them, but not before evolving once again. Gin then taunts Ichigo more, and for the first time, Ichigo is genuinely and truly scared of his opponent. He is on the ground, and when Ishin gets up telling him to go with him, Ichigo tells him it's impossible to beat Aizen. Ishin then remotivates Ichigo and reminds him of his reason, and they then chase after Aizen. Ichigo then tells him that it's impossible to beat a being with that kind of monstrous Ryatsu. Ishin then realizes that Ichigo has potential to beat Aizen because he can sense Aizen's Ryatsu. Then he continues to remotivate Ichigo and remind him of his reason, and they then chase after Aizen. Meanwhile, Aizen breaks the Kotatsu. This allows Ichigo and Ishin to stay inside the Dangai, where 1 day is like 2,000 days. Ishin then decides to teach Ichigo the final Getsugo Tensho. Ishin uses his spirit energy to contain the Koryu, and Ichigo enters his inner world to learn this ultimate technique. When he enters this world, he is immediately attacked by Tensa Zangetsu, and was told that he will not learn Final Getsugo Tensho, as what Ichigo wants to protect is not what Tensa Zangetsu wants to protect. Meanwhile, Aizen has found Ichigo's friends. Tensa Zangetsu shows Ichigo's inner world and shows how all the hope has left it, and how the rain has stopped but it is now drowned in water. Zangetsu then combines with Ichigo's inner hollow, and they become one being, which Ichigo must fight. Meanwhile, Aizen is about to kill Tatsuki when Don Kanoji arrives prepared to fight Aizen. However, moments after that, none other than Rangiku arrives. Don Kanoji then runs with Ichigo's friends while Rangiku has a standoff with Aizen and Gin. Gin, however, quickly grabs her and takes her to someplace safe when he asks her why she came here. She replies that it's because he is here, and so that she can finally ask him why he joined Aizen. Gin calls her a nuisance and jumps off the building, returning to Aizen. Aizen is about to reach Ichigo's friends. Zenosuke arrives just in time though, using the most powerful Shikai against Aizen. However, after realizing Aizen's true opponent should be Ichigo, he decides to allow Aizen to live, and runs with Ichigo's friends away. As they are running away, Gin returns to Aizen's side. Aizen starts to chase after them a little bit, however Gin puts his hands on Aizen's Zanpakuto and says he will take care of them. However, seconds later his Zanpakuto extends, striking Aizen and leaving a fragment of his blade inside of Aizen's heart. This fragment is his Bankai's true power. It is a poison that dissolves cells at an alarming rate. Immediately a hole is created through Aizen's chest, and Gin says you are going to die with a hole in your chest like you always wanted. We then see Gin jump through the hole, grabbing the Hokyoku. Thinking the battle is now over, however, although Gin had the Hokyoku, Aizen was still able to draw power from it and evolves. Immediately Aizen cuts Gin down, killing him. Aizen then thanks Gin as evolution requires fear, and by Gin killing Aizen in quotations, he was able to evolve into a being that transcends hollows and Shinigami. We then receive Gin Ichimaru's flashback. Gin learned that Aizen was the boss of some individuals that took something from Rangiku and badly hurt her, so he plotted to kill him out of revenge. One random night, Rangiku saw him with blood on his face where he decided to become a Shinigami and change things, so that Rangiku won't have to cry. As Rangiku finds the dying Gin, Ichigo arrives to fight Aizen. While Aizen is disappointed with Ichigo, Gin takes one look at Ichigo's eyes and realizes he can now die peacefully and leave this in his hands. Ichigo then grabs Aizen's face and takes him to the mountain so that his friends won't be hurt. Aizen then tries to find justification for Ichigo's strength, and as he strikes him, Ichigo stops his Zanpakuto with just his hand. This freaks Aizen out as he resorts to Kido to stop Ichigo. However, Ichigo cuts right through Hado number 90 like it was absolutely nothing. Ichigo then taunts Aizen, and Aizen evolves into what we call Monster Aizen. This form is able to slightly damage Ichigo, however Ichigo decides it's time to end this, and activates his final Getsugo Tensho, or Mugetsu. Before releasing it, we then see Ichigo training in the Dangai. Ichigo feels the emotions of loneliness from Tensa Zangetsu's sword and lets him pierce through him. He's then taught the technique under the knowledge that this will cost him his powers. That the one that Tensa Zangetsu wanted to protect was Ichigo. And as we return to the present with Ichigo losing his powers, we see him collapse to the ground as Aizen regenerates. This failed to kill Aizen. However, as Aizen was evolving above Monster Aizen, a seal activated. A seal placed by none other than Kisuke or Ohara. As Aizen is sealed away, he yells at Kisuke, talking about how he is a subject to the Soul King and lets himself be controlled by that thing. This is when Aizen becomes sealed. Byakuya and Kenpachi return and Kisuke has a conversation with Ichigo. Right after Ichigo has a conversation with his friends, he ends up collapsing. Within the following month, Aizen is sentenced to 20,000 years of the Mukin, and Yamamoto yells at Kenpachi, Byakuya, and Shinsui for losing their captain robes. We also see moments of characters training, Rangiku thinking about Gin's death, and finally we once again see Ichigo again, and it's been about an entire month of him just sleeping. And as he awakens, the last of his Reiatsu is about to disappear, and he says goodbye to Rukia, and thank you to her as well. That marks the end of the longest arc in Bleach, and by far, at least in the anime, in my opinion, the most thematically rich one. From the concept of the heart, to loneliness becoming reoccurring again, to the story covering vengeance so deeply, the story of Bleach is incredible. This arc is amazing, and other than it running too long in some small sections, it is truly a masterpiece throughout its entirety. But without all further ado, let's get into the 4th arc of the story. After the Arrancar arc, the journey of Bleach continues with the 4th arc called the Lost Agent arc, mostly known by the name of Fullbringer arc. This arc is not only the shortest arc in the series, but by far the most controversial one. Despite this though, Ichigo develops a crap load throughout the arc, and it accomplishes what the arc sets out to do. For one, the arc needs to allow Ichigo to regain his powers for the future of the series. Secondly, Chad and Ohime's powers needed to be expanded upon. And finally, Chad as a character needed to be delved into more. Kubo accomplished the first 2 of these flawlessly in this arc. However, the 3rd one not so much. This arc starts all the way from chapter 424 in the manga and going to chapter 479, and is later adapted into episodes 343 to 366 of the anime. The arc's main themes embrace the ideas of identity once again. Who would have guessed? But it also dives deep into the concepts of trust, and you'll see that as the recap goes on. It has a lot to do with betrayal, and in my opinion is one of the deepest arcs in the series. But without all further ado, let us begin the recap of the Fullbringer arc. 17 months after the battle against Aizen, Ichigo is now powerless, living a normal life with almost no evidence of his Shinigami life left besides his badge. Uryu is now dealing with most of the hollows in Karakura town, and Ichigo is just chilling. That is, until a thug steals a random person's bag, and Ichigo decides to get that bag back for that random dude. However, unknown to Ichigo, this random dude that he helped knew his name, and something suspicious was going on. The following day, things were just normal at school. Ichigo was looking for contracts to get money, just everyday normal stuff. This is until a bunch of thugs show up to school looking for Ichigo because he hurt one of their thugs the day before. Almost immediately, Ichigo and Uryu begin to fight these thugs, and they were absolutely destroying them. In fact, they were fighting each other kind of, like with their words, while fighting the thugs. There was only a few of them left. However, before Ichigo could take care of them, his boss shows up, beats them up, yells at Ichigo, and then kidnaps Ichigo. She then starts fighting with Ichigo at the workplace until a client arrives. This client is the man Ichigo helped yesterday, the man who got his bag stolen. The guy's name is Ginjo, and he is looking for someone to do a background check on Isshin Kurosaki. Ginjo claims this is just a coincidence, but when Ichigo sees this, he angrily and defensively says that he can answer any question. However, Ginjo replies and says, "You probably don't even know anything about your family. Not yet, at least." Ichigo's boss could tell that Ichigo was getting a little angry and frustrated, so she takes the photo and tells Ginjo to get out, and that the shop is now closed for that day. As Ginjo exits, he tells Ichigo to go to Kisuke's shop, that he will see something very interesting there. And as Ginjo closes the door, 2 of his accomplices are outside. One being the beautiful Queen Ruruka, and the other one not mattering. Anyway, they talk for a bit until they leave with Ginjo. Meanwhile, at Kisuke's shop, Karin, Ichigo's sister, goes in to buy some supplies. However, Kisuke gives her everything for free. As she leaves, she is actually very happy right now, because instead of Ichigo protecting everyone, for a change, she can protect him. And as she runs off, she actually fails to see Ichigo watching her leave the shop from afar. Ichigo doesn't know what's going on. He's confused as to why Karin is there, and Ginjo behind him tells Ichigo to strike now while he still can, especially if he wants to protect his family, portraying Kisuke as this villainous man behind the scenes. Ichigo hesitates for a moment and makes it known that he does not trust him yet, and ends up going home. However, before he goes home, Ginjo does give him a contact card and pretty much tells him to contact him for further assistance. When they get home, Isshin is gone, which bothers Ichigo even more, as Ichigo just doesn't understand what's going on. Now, unknown to Ichigo, in that moment, Uryu is actually inside of a fight with a suspicious looking man, and is quickly beaten and now bleeding out on the ground background with ambulances coming towards him. After Uryu gets inside the hospital, everyone rushes to the hospital worried about Uryu because he lost this fight and is now badly injured. However, nothing is truly revealed until after Ichigo leaves, where Ryukin tells Ohime the truth in what happened, that Uryu was not attacked by a hollow but a human, and that Ohime was next. Frustrated outside, Ichigo is now very angry because without his powers he just feels so helpless. He is unable to protect others. So he makes up his mind and finally calls Execution, Ginjo's group. Ichigo then meets up with Ginjo, and although Ichigo makes it clear that he still cannot trust Ginjo, he also admits that Ginjo is the only one he can turn to in this moment. Ginjo then takes Ichigo inside of Execution's headquarters to reveal their goal, and that goal is to help Ichigo Kurosaki regain his Shinigami powers. Immediately Ichigo is silent about this, but then he grabs a hold of Ichigo and wants to know exactly what Ginjo is after, and what he has to gain by helping Ichigo. Ginjo calms him down and explains that they are not ordinary humans, but have powers called Fullbringer. They have the ability to draw out souls that reside in materials and put them to their own use. Each Fullbringer has a tool that they are very comfortable with, and that tool can change its very form, and that specific tool is what is called Fullbringer. As he explains this, he turns his chain necklace into this giant sword, and as soon as he uses it, the door opens up and Ruruka is back with a guest, who is none other than Chad. Ichigo at this point is just in extreme confusion and is still very much on his guard. He simply just doesn't trust Ginjo one bit. However, Ginjo explains to Ichigo why they want to help him. He explains that their powers are remnants of hollows, and how they find the powers disgusting, so they forged a group to get rid of it. They can give their powers to someone who is the exact opposite of them, a Shinigami and a human. Chad joined them to help them, and because he wanted Ichigo to regain his powers again, Chad was able to see through Ichigo's facade the whole time, and Chad says that he couldn't stand watching Ichigo since he lost his powers. Chad knew that Ichigo wanted to fight, that hurt that he couldn't protect everyone around him. After hearing this, Ichigo decides to join Execution. He decides to help them with their goal, and he wants his powers back. Meanwhile, Ruruka finally found a flashlight and shined it on Ichigo's face. After seeing his face for the first time, she freaks out and has an absolute adorable, cute blush. Oh my gosh, it is great. After some time passes, Ichigo finally begins his Fullbringer training and is teleported inside of Ruruka's Fullbringer dollhouse. Ruruka's power is pretty much to let people or things in and out of her dollhouse that she likes or finds cute. Inside of her dollhouse, Ichigo trains against a Yakuza member stuck inside of a pig costume. Yes, you heard that right, and his name is Mr. Pork. Ichigo, without his powers, has only one choice to do in this fight, and that is to run and evade the pig's attacks as best as he can. During this, he ends up thinking about what item would be his Fullbringer in the first place, but it is not until Chad comes back from the store that he is given the hint that it is his deputy badge. As 15 minutes come to an end throughout the training, the pig becomes a literal mutant pig, and this causes Chad to literally insist on Ichigo to be removed from the box. However, they are unable to, as Gyuriko, one of the Fullbringers, used his Fullbringer. Time tells no lies, and if Ichigo and the pork get removed from the box before another 15 minutes, they will be reduced to ashes by the flame of time. Ichigo continues to simply evade Mr. Pork as he has no clue of what else to do. However, it's much harder now that Mr. Pork has kind of mutated. This is until Chad explains how he got his own Fullbringer. Chad explains how the key to it is to think about being proud of his powers. As Ichigo remembers his entire journey, he activates his Fullbringer. It takes a while in the battle for Ichigo to learn how to use his Fullbringer, but as he fights back and forth, he eventually does learn how to properly attack with it, and with the first proper attack, he defeats Mr. Pork. However, as Ichigo is taken out of the dollhouse, mysteriously he hears Rukia's voice saying "is missing," and Ichigo wouldn't. Meanwhile, Ohime is just chilling when a random boy appears preparing to kill her. However, as she turns around, her hotness causes him to be unable to attack. Ohime goes from her happy, normal self to a more serious tone as she asks if he was the one who attacked Uryu. The boy refuses to answer. However, after a few seconds, another guy named Tsukishima appears behind Ohime, saying that's enough, the one who attacked Uryu was me. Tsukishima then turns his bookmark into his Fullbringer called Book of the End. Ohime immediately tries to use her power, but before she can even perceive him, he stabs her from behind. However, she was not even cut from the attack, and immediately after the attack, Tsukishima disappears. While this is all going on, Chad sensed something wrong with her Ryatsu and had just arrived with Ichigo right after the attack. They asked her what happened. However, for some strange reason, she thought of Tsukishima as a friend and an ally for just a moment, and this confused her, so she just said that she had a stomach ache. Right after this though, Ichigo knew something was up, but nobody was telling him, so he goes to Ginjo and asks what Chad and Ohime are not telling him. This is where we learn that Tsukishima was once a part of execution. Ginjo tells Ichigo that Tsukishima was a part of their mission goal, until he killed the Deputy Shinigami and the Fullbringers that gave up their powers. To give validation to his story, he even shows Ichigo the substitute Shinigami badge of the dead Shinigami. They only know one more thing though, that Tsukishima's objective is to keep Ichigo away from them. Ginjo then sends Ichigo home, and on his way home he sees his father talking to Kisuke. This bothers Ichigo even more because again he is just unsure if Kisuke is an ally or an enemy. The next day Ichigo enters Raruka's fish tank, and inside is another one of the Fullbringers, Jackie. The person I always get in Brave Souls with every draw. I hate Jackie, but oh well. They begin their battle as that is the next step to Ichigo's training. Meanwhile, Ohime told Chad everything that happened with her. Also, to where Tsukishima is, we can now see him planning to go for Ichigo directly instead of Ichigo's friends. Anyway, back to Ichigo. Ichigo and Jackie fight back and forth for quite some time, as Ichigo eventually gains the upper hand using his experience from the war against Aizen. Eventually, he does begin to lose control of his Fullbringer in a way though. In fact, his badge is actually reforging as like a cloak and a sword around Ichigo. In this form, the dollhouse ends up breaking, and Jackie was defeated on the ground with Ichigo standing up in his new and improved Fullbringer. However, to his surprise, Tsukishima had just arrived. Immediately, he starts attacking Tsukishima, and as he learns his name, Chad blasts Tsukishima out of the room using his Fullbringer. Outside the room, Ichigo and Tsukishima begin to continue to clash and fight back and forth. However, Ichigo's Fullbringer is still incomplete, and he gets nearly killed until Ginjo steps in with his Fullbringer. Now Ginjo is fighting Tsukishima back and forth, and they are fighting and fighting and fighting for quite a bit. Eventually, Ichigo does try to go back in and help Ginjo. However, another member of Execution, Yukio, puts a stop to it using his Fullbringer to keep Ichigo safe and away from Tsukishima. Raruka then jumps into the fight using her love gun against Tsukishima. After a few moments pass by, thanks to all the explosions and fighting above, crowds actually start to form below, and because of that, Tsukishima decides to leave and retreat. They then use Yukio's Fullbringer to continue to train Ichigo, as they now have to rush Ichigo's powers in case Tsukishima attacks them again. This time though, Ichigo's opponent is Ginjo himself. Chad is sent to bring Ohime to them, as her healing ability would also be useful in Ichigo's training. Before Ginjo does fight Ichigo though, he explains to him the power of Yukio's Fullbringer. Invaders must die. It traps people inside of another dimension that Yukio can control using his game screen. They begin training and Ichigo is far too hurt to continue, and this is where Ohime finally enters the game and heals Ichigo. Meanwhile, Isshin and Kisuke are still planning something together, something unknown and mysterious with another Shinigami. Ginjo tries to rush Ohime's healing. In fact, she tells him that Ichigo is ready before Ichigo is fully healed. However, before Ginjo can rush towards Ichigo, she uses a new shield called Shiten Koshun. I think. I'm terrible with pronunciation. This new technique diffuses the impact of an attack and sends a reactive attack of its own back. This actually damages Ginjo and gives her a chance to finish healing Ichigo. Meanwhile, Chad is in his own game training his butt off, as he was striked by Tsukishima's sword just like Ohime was. Once Ichigo is completely healed, old, he begins training almost immediately, and the training goes across quite some time. In fact, Haruka enters Yukio's world with donuts and sits down with Ohime. She ends up sharing the donuts with Ohime, and it's an absolutely adorable scene. They do talk for a bit, but Haruka ends up leaving frustrated a little bit and a little bit upset. Meanwhile, Ichigo is still going back and forth with Ginjo during this entire conversation that Haruka and Ohime have, and is unable to feel anything from Ginjo's sword. It's not like how he felt with Gin Ichimaru. Ichigo is just unsure and distracted because he doesn't know why. It could be because he doesn't fully trust Ginjo yet, but again, he just doesn't know. But in that moment of distraction, Ginjo uses it to cut Ichigo's eyes, blinding them. Immediately, Ohime tries to go and save Ichigo, however, Ginjo stops her. Ginjo begins absolutely destroying Ichigo, and when Ohime runs once again, she gets trapped by a cage from Yukio. It is here where Ginjo pretends to have backstabbed Ichigo. He stabs his sword, trapping Ichigo on the ground, and even tells him that once he kills him, Chad and Ohime will be next. Only then does Ichigo suddenly unlock his complete Fullbringer. It is here where Ginjo apologizes for being cheated and fully welcomes Ichigo Kurosaki to execution. After training so hard, Ichigo finally gets to go home and rest a bit. In fact, when he gets home, his sisters are so happy to see him come through the door, and they tell him that they have a visitor. And as Ichigo enters the house, he sees Tsukishima. However, his entire family thinks it's their cousin Shu. Ichigo grabs a hold of Tsukishima, immediately choking him, and his sisters are begging him to stop. And as he asks Tsukishima what he did to his sisters, 3 of his closest school friends walk in, Keigo, Tatsuki, and Mizurio, who also sees Shu as a longtime friend. Despair fills Ichigo's eyes as Tsukishima then calls Ohime. This causes Ichigo to lose it and attack Tsukishima. However, all of his friends are shocked by this. Tatsuki begins to scream at him and demands for him to apologize. Everyone questions what's wrong with Ichigo. It all causes Ichigo to have a mental breakdown and run away, leaving the house. Ichigo's boss ends up finding him and comforts him until she says that Tsukishima has come to take him home. This causes him to run once again. However, this time Ginjo finds him and tells him how everyone was just attacked by Tsukishima. They run towards an old hideout to chill for a bit, while they learn that Tsukishima's ability is to mark his existence in the past of those he cuts. To all of their friends and family, Ginjo and Ichigo are crazy, as Tsukishima has been their close ally this whole time, and is like family. It is in this moment that for just a second, Ichigo asks if this can all be fixed by just killing Tsukishima. Meanwhile, Yukio appears behind them. Apparently, he tracked them down and ends up taking them to Tsukishima. As they arrive to Tsukishima's house, he ends up taking them inside, to where Ichigo finds all his friends and family yelling at him to apologize. It is purely unbearable for Ichigo as he runs upstairs into a room. Inside the room is the Fullbringers and Tsukishima. Meanwhile, Ginjo breaks the stairs so that Ichigo's friends and family can't come up and distract him. Ginjo then tells Ichigo to go all out. However, right before Ichigo strikes Tsukishima, Chad and Ohime arrive to protect him. Everyone Ichigo trusts is now against him, and the only sensible person he knows is now Ginjo. Ichigo tries to defeat Tsukishima, however he has to deal with Ohime's defenses and Chad's offenses at the same time with every move he makes. This causes Ichigo to have a literal crisis in anger. He wants to protect the people he is now fighting. What did he even regain his powers for at this point? Finally, Ichigo manages to force Tsukishima outside. Meanwhile, Ginjo is also forced outside as he is overwhelmed fighting all the other Fullbringers. Outside, Ohime and Chad are still in front of Tsukishima protecting him though, and as Ichigo screams for Tsukishima to stop hiding behind them, Tsukishima disappears and attacks Ichigo from his blind spot. However, before he strikes Ichigo, Ginjo takes the blow. Ichigo rushes down to Ginjo thinking that now he's all alone. Now he has to fight everyone. However, luckily, Ginjo says that he still views Tsukishima as an enemy and Ichigo as a friend. This is the first time in a while we have seen Ichigo show a smile. When finally, Uryu has arrived on the scene. Ichigo is unsure whether Uryu is friend or foe, however Uryu insists on being Ichigo's friend, especially when he looks at Ichigo and says, "Don't you get it? The guy who cut me is the guy behind you. Within an instant, Ginjo cuts down Ichigo and Tsukishima cuts down Uryu. Ginjo tells Ichigo that he let Tsukishima cut him twice to return him back to who he was, and that now his Fullbringer is his. Right after, Ginjo absorbs Ichigo's Fullbringer, as it was their plan from the start. Their plan involved on training Ichigo to only take his powers for themselves. Ichigo thinks back and begs Ginjo to give him his powers back. However, Ginjo refuses, as all becomes hopeless as Ichigo screams in the rain, again begging and begging for his powers back. Ichigo is stabbed from behind. As he looks back, he thinks Isshin and Kisuke backstabbed him and that even they are against him. At this point, he thinks everything is hopeless. However, as he looks further back, it's Rukia. And the sword stabbed into Ichigo was crafted by Kisuke to give Ichigo his Soul Reaper powers back. It was not just Rukia's Ryatsu though, but it was every Shinigami of the Gotai 13, under orders of head captain Genryusei Yamamoto. As this is revealed, a portal opens up revealing Renji, Byakuya, Toshiro, Kenpachi, and Ikkaku ready to back Ichigo up and defeat the Fullbringers. However, with the Getsugo Tensho, if it had hit, Ginjo would have been extremely wounded. Immediately, Ginjo tries to retreat at the pure sense of Ichigo's powers. However, Ichigo easily stops him and strikes him once again. However, Ginjo survives by using Ichigo's powers, and right as he is shown surviving, it's revealed that he was the first substitute Shinigami. The Shinigami badge revealed earlier was none other than Ginjo's. Meanwhile, Ohime is crying and having an emotional breakdown after watching Ichigo. She is starting to break free, and so is Chad, until Tsukishima reestablishes his grip on them, causing them to have mental breakdowns. Not understanding reality, everything is confusing. They don't know if they should trust Tsukishima, and they don't know if they should trust Ichigo. There's holes inside of their story. Their entire past is broken. But because of this, Kisuke was easily able to knock them out and return them back to normal. And while that happens, Ginjo gives all the Fullbringers besides Tsukishima a portion of Ichigo's powers, which evolves each of their Fullbringers. This allows Yukio to easily create dimensions around each Fullbringer and member of the Gotai 13, thus assigning opponents. And after just a moment, with a single attack, Kenpachi already defeats his opponent, Giriko. Yeah, Giriko was just destroyed. Meanwhile, Uryu and Ichigo end up fighting Ginjo together, while an annoyed Toshiro is playing hide and go seek with Yukio, and Byakuya is fighting Tsukishima. However, their fight is more personal, as Byakuya personally despises the way Tsukishima fights. Ikkaku is fighting Tsukishima's grunt from earlier, and Renji is battling Jackie. And while he lets her attack him a few times, Renji ends up one-shotting Jackie like a Chad, using just a single attack with the handle of his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, within a moment of fighting Yukio, Toshiro manages to immobilize him and win his fight. Toshiro then makes a deal with Yukio that if he deactivates the dimensions in 5 minutes, he won't take Yukio's life. Meanwhile, Ikkaku goes back and forth with this grunt for quite some time until he headbutts the grunt, knocking the grunt to the ground. Both were roughed up quite a bit, but the punk does get back up, ready to die for Tsukishima, until Ikkaku causes him to come to a realization. Meanwhile, Byakuya is casually fighting Tsukishima and is appearing to flawlessly come to victory. This is until Tsukishima cuts his Zanpakuto, inserting himself into his Zanpakuto's past so that he can now understand every technique Byakuya has. After this, Tsukishima uses his knowledge against Byakuya and sneaks into his safe zone, giving him a chance to cut Byakuya directly. Meanwhile, Rukia is destroying Raruka, when Raruka turns the tides by trapping Rukia inside of a stuffed animal. Rukia's instinct is just run away and attempt to evade as long as possible. However, eventually she tries casting Kido, which explodes in her face and causes Raruka to be able to trap her into a corner. They begin to have a conversation, and Rukia asks Raruka why she is so concerned with being normal. We then see the backstory of all the Fullbringers besides Ginjo and Tsukishima, each finding their Fullbringers and each being abandoned or turned to a corner for some reason or another. Specifically Raruka, who believed people are eaten because there are fewer, not because of strength. The Fullbringers were somebody who could not find value in their powers, and failed to protect their families. Somebody whose heart became twisted from abandonment, someone who thought he was a spokesman for God, and someone who isolated themselves because they used their powers foolishly. Ginjo came in and saved them. And that was their story that Ruruka tells Rukia. Rukia ends up continuing to fight by using her Zanpakuto just barely. However, she was eventually turned back to normal and they just continue fighting back and forth. She understands Ruruka's pain, and as Ruruka used her final attack, she disappeared as Rukia fell down. Meanwhile, Byakuya is still fighting Tsukishima back and forth and wins by hiding petals in his hand and releasing them in extremely close quarters. This still confuses Tsukishima as he was bleeding on the floor, so he simply asks Byakuya how he killed a man who saved his life, because he inserted himself into Byakuya's past. Byakuya's response was amazing. It was, "I do indeed owe my life to you. I am grateful, but you are Ichigo Kurosaki's enemy. Therefore, no matter whose life you've saved, I will not hesitate in the slightest to kill you." All the captains have now finished their battle, and they join each other while Ichigo continues to fight Ginjo in the last dimension. Ichigo continues to fight until they both stand still for a moment, in which Ginjo uses the moment to tell Ichigo a story about who he should really be fighting. Ginjo ends up telling Ichigo that the Deputy Soul Reaper badge is issued to any substitute Shinigami no matter the strength, and that its function is not what Ichigo thinks, but is to monitor and control these substitute Shinigami. It serves as a locator and serves to control their spiritual pressure. Ginjo continues saying that everyone in the Soul Society knew this. The people he grew to trust have been deceiving him this whole time, and they only hope to use Ichigo as a pawn and then to discard him if he fights against it. Ichigo's past and history completely backs up Ginjo's words. However, Ichigo does not care about what Ginjo says and immediately goes Bankai, destroying the dimension they are trapped in. Ichigo looks at Ginjo and says that Ukitake made it obvious to him. If he was really trying to deceive him, Ichigo would have never been able to be suspicious. And how he had made a choice to keep the badge, because he desired strength to protect everyone. Ichigo continues and says after he lost his powers, everybody came back to help him regain them, and that is why he is going to protect them by fighting. Ginjo then goes Bankai as he realizes now there is no way to convince Ichigo to go against the Soul Society. Meanwhile, the captains. At this point, they all heard the decision Ichigo had made and end up leaving to go back to the Soul Society. Ichigo then fights Ginjo for just a bit until he lands the final strike, killing Ginjo. However, throughout the entire battle, Ichigo was simply still trying to understand Ginjo, and Ginjo felt and thought about this the whole fight. He then thinks if their positions had been reversed, would the outcome be the same? Would Ichigo have been like Ginjo? However, Ginjo's thoughts are cut off because Tsukishima uses the last of his strength to attack Ichigo from behind. Rukia then steps in to try to take the attack, but then Ruruka takes the attack from Rukia, who is taking it from Ichigo. I know, it's a little confusing, but Tsukishima cuts Ruruka's shoulder. Being stopped, it causes him to have this breakdown, as now he realizes he can't save Ginjo, and how Ginjo is literally about to die in front of him, and he just can't do a thing. Without Ginjo, Tsukishima just feels this sense of loneliness and feels like he is all alone, and he ends up just pretty much running through the forest, bleeding out, just feeling alone. That is until his one punk, Shishigawa, finds him and walks him through the forest. This causes Tsukishima to realize that he was never alone, and as Tsukishima dies, he says thank you, Shishigawa. Meanwhile, all the living Fullbringers pretty much reconcile with their emotions, especially Ruruka, which is the only one that is with Ichigo in this moment and Ichigo's friends. She even has Ohime crying for her. The next day, Ruruka actually disappears from Kisuke's shop and goes to the top of a building. She ends up thanking everyone in her head, but she specifically wants something of Ichigo. She wants Ichigo to forget about her, because no matter how she says goodbye, she knows that he will never forget the Fullbringers. Speaking of Ichigo, he just went to the Soul Society and had a meeting with the head captain and the other captains. He ends up getting permission to give Ginjo a proper burial, which was very shocking that the head captain agreed to that, and this is all because Ichigo had changed the head captain for the better. Also, he does agree to continue to be a deputy Shinigami for the head captain. This marks the end of the Fullbringer arc. The Fullbringer arc is an arc that is enriched with twists and turns that truly develops Ichigo's character into a new light. Everyone Ichigo trusts turns on him, whether by choice like Ginjo or by manipulation from Tsukishima, like his old friends and family. For a few moments, he feels like he has absolutely no one, and it's genuinely a beautiful arc where Ichigo is put to his limits mentally. I love the Fullbringer arc from start to finish. Seeing Ichigo miss his powers was absolutely amazing, and watching him lose them and fall into despair, especially in the anime, is absolutely incredible. One of my favorite panels in the arc is actually when Ginjo is running with Ichigo, and for just a minute, Ichigo wants to kill Tsukishima. Now the arc does continue with this idea when Ichigo does kill Ginjo, but just seeing the despair and frustration in Ichigo's eyes that he has been turned to this murderous path where he wants to kill Tsukishima is amazing. I also love the contrast between Ginjo and Ichigo, and overall I love everything in this arc. It's just insanely amazing. But without all further ado, let's recap the best arc of Bleach in my opinion, the 1,000-Year Blood War. The 1,000-Year Blood War arc was supposed to be the longest arc in the entirety of Bleach. However, due to Tite Kubo's health, a lot of the story was cut short in several aspects. Despite this though, the entire arc is an absolute masterpiece, and my personal favorite arc in all of manga. The arc starts on chapter 400 and ends on chapter 686. The arc has too many themes to list them all, but it is important to note that it does fully encompass the themes of identity, as Ichigo finally understands who he is in this arc, and accepts his identity. We also receive the themes of vengeance, balance, courage, and way more. Anyway, without all further ado, welcome to the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. The 1,000-Year Blood War starts out with the Research and Development Department sensing the disappearance of Hollows. Mayuri has already come to the conclusion on exactly who it is. Meanwhile, in Karakura Town, 2 new Shinigamis have been assigned to the town, and as soon as they are assigned, they are attacked by some Hollows. These Hollows are about to kill the 2 of them, however in the nick of time, Ichigo Kurosaki arrives and saves them. As soon as the 2 of them awaken, they are in Ichigo's room with Ichigo and his friends. This is when an Arrancar shows up on Ichigo's bed, introducing himself as Eburn. Ichigo forces him outside when he lets a Quincy cross be shown to Ichigo. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, a group of masked individuals arrive at where Yamamoto is. They tell Yamamoto that they are here to declare war. They immediately talk about how there was such pathetic security around, and this is when Yamamoto looks at them and says, "I am here. There is no security greater than that." Meanwhile, Eburn tries to convince Ichigo to go Bankai, and when Ichigo listens, he then tries to steal something from Ichigo. However, for some reason, this device does not work and he fails, causing Ichigo to easily be able to defeat Eburn. In the same moment, Sasakibe is shot across Yamamoto's room. They tell Yamamoto that the Vanderreich will invade the Soul Society in 5 days. They then disappear before Yamamoto can kill them, and in Sasakibe's dying breaths, he tells Yamamoto that they can make their Bankai. Immediately, we skip to Eburn screaming out why he can't make Ichigo's Bankai disappear. Luckily for Eburn though, a portal opens up and takes him home, which just so happens to be Waco Mundo. Meanwhile, after the battle, Ichigo goes back to his friends where we learn from the 2 Shinigami that in a battle lasting 182 seconds, 116 officers were killed, with Sasakibe being critically wounded and dying moments later. This was all done by what they believe to be a single intruder. Meanwhile, while Ichigo goes out to clear his head a little bit, Nell hits him in the stomach. Flying down crying, she tells him that there is a problem in Waco Mundo, and that Waco Mundo is in trouble. Immediately we see Yuwatch kill Eburn and Ludus with ease. We then see Haribel in chains as Yuwatch says Waco Mundo is already my territory. Ichigo and the gang then head to Waco Mundo to save Dodorni, as he was apparently taken. Kisuke arranges their trip too. Meanwhile, Yamamoto has been grieving the death of Chojiro for quite a bit of time, while Jugrim tells Yuwatch that Eburn was unable to capture Ichigo's Bankai for some strange reason. As Ichigo, Ohime, Chad, Kisuke, Nell, and Why You Even Here arrive, they find a camp of imprisoned Arrancars, and in the camp there's Quillage, who is mistreating the Arrancars. When some of them decides to stand up, Quillage easily deals with them with ease. This is until the Tres Bestias, or Haribel's Fracion, arrive. However, Quidditch does manage to defeat these three quite easily still, and right as Ichigo arrives at the campsite, he sees all three of them defeated. Meanwhile, the Soul Society is preparing for a war and has the knowledge that their enemy is the Quincy. Later, in a private discussion, Mayuri and Yamamoto do have a conversation, and in this conversation we learn that the Quincy are back, and they failed to kill their leader, you watch, 1,000 years ago. Meanwhile, all the Stern Riders have been sent to the Soul Society besides the one Ichigo is fighting. Ichigo is fighting back and forth. While both sides gain information on each other, Quidditch then receives an order to eliminate Ichigo Kurosaki, and releases into his Vollständig. We learn that this Vollständig is the evolution of Uryu's glove, while similar to it, is vastly superior. Quidditch then begins to absorb a ton of Ryatsu from around Hueco Mundo. This is until Haribel's Fraction create Aeon once again. Aeon at first absolutely destroys Quidditch, however eventually Quidditch simply absorbs Aeon's Reishi, transforming him into a monster, and as he is about to kill Ohime in the Fraction, Ichigo attacks him in Bankai. Meanwhile, the Quincy have arrived in the Soul Society and are attacking. Immediately, Kira gets a hole blasted right through him, and a bunch of other seated officers are instantly killed. The purge is beginning, and in 7 minutes, over 1,000 Shinigami have died. Kira's new captain, Rose, is extremely upset by this, and he says that him and his guitar are crying. He is going to keep this Quincy in front of him from leaving alive. Meanwhile, this new Stern Rider by the name of Asna is absolutely destroying a bunch of Shinigami as they are running away. Renji then uses his Shikai to save them. Meanwhile, Kamamura approaches a Stern Rider by the name of Bambietta. Bambietta taunts him. Shuhei is approached by one. Soifon and Shinsui are against their own opponents as well. Same for some of the other Shinigami. Renji attacks are simply just not working against Asna, and suddenly another Stern Rider from behind attacks him. As Renji struggles, Byakuya Kuchiki arrives to destroy Asnat. After all the captains heard that they can seal Bankais, they decide that the best course of action is to test their sealing ability by using Bankai. So in the same exact moment, Toshiro, Soifon, Kamamura, and Byakuya all decide to use Bankai, and their Bankais were not sealed as they were all stolen. Immediately after they end up using Bankai, they get notified to not use Bankai, but it is far too late for the ones that already did. Every member of the Gotai 13 is losing. Shinsui loses an eye, Byakuya barely manages to stop Renji from using Bankai, and the research and development department is forced into contacting Ichigo for help. However, they are unable to, so they decide to contact Kisuke instead, and this is when they learn that he is currently fighting a Quincy in Hueco Mundo. Quincy reopens the portal and tells Ichigo to hurry and leave. However, before Ichigo can get there, Quidditch creates a jail cell using his secret ability, entrapping Ichigo. While Ichigo's there, the department is attacked, and Ichigo can hear everything but is still just stuck in the jail cell. We learn that Quidditch has the letter of J in the Stern Rider. This stands for the jail. This was given to him by His Majesty. However, before we learn anything else, he is then cut in half by none other than Grimmjow. Meanwhile, Byakuya is fighting Asnat trying to lure out his ability when all of a sudden his arms and legs freeze up. This is when he notices what happens to be a poison on Asnat's arrows. However, it is actually the essence of fear itself. While at first Byakuya tries to resist it with his will alone, it eventually overcomes him as he imagines Rukia's death. After this, Asnat uses Byakuya's Bankai and is pinning Byakuya to the wall. Renji tries to stop Asnat but is literally utterly useless, and as Byakuya is being constantly torn to shreds against the wall from his own Zenbone Zakura, Renji is about to activate Bankai. Mere seconds before activating it though, Superstar smashes him, and as Renji is laying there wounded, Rukia is also defeated on the ground. Byakuya's sword then shatters as he apologizes. This is when Jugrim says that Byakuya Kuchiki is dead. As Jugrim says this next to Yuach, Kenpachi confronts him with multiple dead Stern Riders on him. However, Kenpachi is then easily defeated just a second later. Meanwhile, Hisagai is about to die from Overkill, however, right before Yamamoto enters Hisagai's battle. Overkill uses Sasakibe's Bankai against Yamamoto, which causes him to recall when Chojiro entered his school and trained countlessly to gain Bankai, and when he used it against Yamamoto, causing one of these scars on his head. As it continues, we truly realize how much Yamamoto had really cared about Sasakibe, but he chose to never show it. As the Bankai disputes, Yamamoto is furious, especially as he screams out how Sasakibe's Bankai was absolutely not this weak. and in a single strike, he overkills Overkill. Immediately after overkilling Overkill, Yamamoto then pledges to Shuhei that he will kill every intruder inside the entire Sarate, and then decides to go run after them. This remotivates every single member of the Gotai 13 in their battles, and as Kenpachi is defeated by their leader, Yamamoto arrives ready to kill him. As he goes towards Uwatch, 3 Stern Riders try to jump him, one being Asnot. However, he easily deals with them all in a single strike, and then he attacks Uwatch. However, right after his attack, all the flames just suddenly disappear, and Yamamoto says Bankai, Zanka no Taichi. The only thing seen is some smoke from his blade. Immediately, the entire Soul Society begins to change. The atmosphere itself changes, and all the captains notice this. Unohana says in her head that she hopes he finishes this quickly, before his power destroys the entire Soul Society. It even undoes Toshiro's Bankai that's being used by his opponent. Yamamoto's blade erases the existence of anything it touches. That is the amount of heat it exhibits. Uwatch just avoids Yamamoto's blade as he tries to attack Yamamoto. However, his blade gets turned into nothing, and it is revealed that he has a west side to his Bankai. And that creates like this invisible shield of fire that's over 15 million degrees. Yamamoto then decides that it is now time to end their battle, as if it doesn't end soon, the Soul Society will be destroyed. Uwatch uses an ultimate Quincy technique, so Yamamoto activates South. Suddenly, a crap load of skeletons come out of the ground, and these skeleton warriors are either quantifiable at 1 trillion or another amount. The skeletons immediately restrain Uwatch. As he prepares to finish him off, he makes a claim that Uwatch cannot steal his Bankai as nobody understands it. This is when he uses North and lets off what is like a fire version of Ichigo's Getsuga. This kills Uwatch, however the being he killed apologizes to none other than Uwatch. This is when it's revealed that the guy Yamamoto was fighting was not Uwatch, but was Stern Rider Y for yourself. His ability allowing him to mimic others, and as this is revealed, the real Uwatch appears. Yamamoto wants to know what Uwatch has been up to. This is when Uwatch tells Yamamoto that he was talking to Sosuke Aizen. Immediately Yamamoto uses Bankai again, however this time Uwatch steals it with ease and kills Yamamoto. Uwatch then taunts Yamamoto, saying he's weaker than he was before, and as all hope seemed lost, Ichigo Kurosaki arrived in the Soul Society. Ichigo arrives as Byakuya is dying, and while crying, Byakuya humbles himself and asks Ichigo to save the Soul Society. Meanwhile, Ichigo dashes at Uwatch and they begin to fight as Uwatch strikes him. However, Ichigo uses a secret technique called Blood Vein, which Uwatch is confused as to how this can even be possible. In this moment, Uwatch reveals that Ichigo's mother is a Quincy, and that is how he was able to escape the jail. As the fight continues, Uwatch and Jugrim realize they must take a leave due to circumstances, and as they leave, they cut Ichigo's Bankai in half. After some time passes, the Shinigami immediately start performing operations on the injured. Ichigo Kurosaki is told to head to Mayuri to learn about how to fix his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, all the captains are mourning the death of Yamamoto when Soifone and Kensei begin to fight out of anger. Luckily, Kamamura stops Soifone and Shunsui comes in to calm everyone down and remind them why the Gotai 13 exists. Mayuri tells Ichigo that his Bankai is unfixable and broken, as when a Bankai is destroyed, it's damaged forever with the exception of Kamamura's. However, right after explaining this, Squad Zero arrives and we learn that Squad Zero is only made up of captains, and that their combined strength is greater than the entire Gotai 13. Squad Zero is planning to take Byakuya, Renji, Rukia, Tensa Zangetsu, and Ichigo back to the Royal Palace, and as they are talking about these plans and carrying them out, Soifone lashes out on them for not coming in to save them earlier. But they yell at her saying that she failed her job, and that their job is to protect the Royal Palace, not the Sarate. Ichigo is then taken to the Kukaku Cannon, and Squad Zero uses it to launch themselves back into this Royal Palace. We learn that each member of Squad Zero has their own palace, and the first palace that Ichigo is sent to belongs to Korinji, the Hot Spring Demon. Korinji is healing the other Shinigami while he tells Ichigo to simply spend the night in the hot springs, as it will give him more strength. In the Soul Society, Shunsui is appointed as the next head captain of the Gotai 13, and Ichigo and Renji go together to the next palace. Hikifune, which is not how you pronounce it, trains them by feeding them. As they finish eating, she tells them that everyone in Squad Zero has created something towards the Shinigami history. She continues as she warns them about the next member, as he is Oetsu, the creator of the Zanpakuto. As they enter the island, they end up finding Oetsu surrounded by hundreds of cute girls. Oetsu forces them to beg for training in a very unique way. Oetsu then causes them to fall into a little shack and destroys their Zanpakutos even further in front of them, calling them out for being heartless, as they could not even figure out that every female on that island was all Zanpakutos. Oetsu continues by saying they treated their Zanpakutos wrongly, whether it be a tool or a family member, it was wrong, and that is why these nameless Zanpakutos are angry. Meanwhile, Shunsui arranges a battle between Kenpachi Zaraki and the first Kenpachi, Yachiru Unohana. As the two Kenpachis approach each other, they have some conversations amongst each other. However, we learn quickly that before being the 11th Division captain, Unohana was the most notorious criminal in the lands, and that she gave herself the name Yachiru, meaning 8,000 styles, because of her mastery of the sword. In this duel, no matter what, we know that one of these Kenpachis is going to die. Meanwhile, Isane is crying while reading a letter Unohana gave her, and Kenpachi's lieutenant Yachiru finds Kenpachi's eye patch already taken off in their barracks. Yachiru Unohana then tells Kenpachi that he has gotten weaker, and as she says this, she kills him. However, immediately she heals him back to life. Kenpachi awakens confused that he is still alive, but he doesn't care. Unohana then thinks to herself about how Kenpachi is not going to die, that with every battle he survives, he will regain his strength slowly, and that this is his flaw and her sin. Unohana then proceeds to kill him a bunch more times. This then causes them to think about the past. In their first battle against each other, you see, years and years ago, Unohana was walking through the slums looking for an opponent to face, when they end up finding a pile that her subordinates think she causes. However, as she sees it, she is shocked, as she did not cause this pile of bodies, but the boy standing on top of it did. They begin to battle, and although she wins the battle, she realizes that he is truly stronger than her. Throughout the rest of the series and Kenpachi Zaraki's life, though, he put restraints on his power. His fight with Unohana was the first time he ever had to fight to the edge, the first time his opponent rivaled his strength. You see, Kenpachi subconsciously suppressed his power and sealed it away because he could not enjoy fights using his true power. However, every time he brushed close to death against a powerful enemy, some of his restraints were removed. And this is Unohana's sin, that she is going to fix by slaying and healing him thousands of times. As Unohana kills Kenpachi thousands of times, she can no longer face him in her base form, so she is forced to then go Bankai. And don't ask me what the abilities of this Bankai is, because to this day we have no clue. For the first time though, Kenpachi was in the happiest way he's ever been in his life, and eventually he even manages to kill Unohana. In Unohana's dying breaths, she remembers her past of when she beat him, realizing that this child was truly worthy of the title of Kenpachi. As Unohana dies, Kenpachi begins to freak out, not wanting her to die, screaming at her. However, as he leaves the Muken, his Zanpakuto tells him something. It tells him its name. Meanwhile, it has been 71 hours and 41 minutes since Ichigo and Renji fell into the hole and were given that challenge. Renji passed the test, however Ichigo fails it, so Oetsu sends him back home so that he can learn about his origin. Ichigo returns back home. As he looks very depressed, he goes to his boss. However, his father goes to him as a Shinigami and begins to teach Ichigo outside about his origin story and about his true identity and how his mother was a Quincy. We then enter the best flashback in the series. Isshin Kurosaki was captain of Squad 10, and he was just chilling with Rangiku, his lieutenant, when he enters into his barracks. His third seat, Toshiro Hitsugaya, was doing paperwork and a report on an investigation about missing Shinigami. Without permission from Yamamoto, Isshin ends up leaving to go investigate about the missing Shinigami, commanding them to be in charge. Meanwhile, Aizen Kaname and Ginichimaru are discussing some very important things as Isshin enters the world of the living. Misaki is then talking with some people in her mansion, and we learn how unhappy Misaki is set up to marry Ryukin, and how she just simply is not happy. Meanwhile, Ishin is confronted by the Vasto Lorde known as White. Immediately, Ishin begins to lose his fight against White, and however, Misaki senses the Ryatsu and wanted to run over there to aid him. When Ryukin tries to stop her, she tells him that she can't just let someone die and do nothing about it. Back to Ishin, he is pushed back to the point of activating his Shikai. However, 3 mysterious individuals in the sky are watching, and one of them slashes Ishin's shoulder. Ishin immediately realizes that a Shinigami is behind everything. However, he is unable to sense Aizen, Kaname, and Gin's presence because of Kisuke's cloak. Now, under these circumstances, he is unable to go into his Bankai. While Ishin is struggling and barely blocking White's attacks, Misaki shows up and begins to help Ishin fight. White is too fast for her to hit, so she lets him bite her shoulder and then fires an arrow through its skull. It appears to have self-destructed after this. Misaki freaks out a bit later, running to Ishin because she doesn't know if she should tell him that she is a Quincy. But she does, and Ishin just smiles and is happy, as he had never seen one before. Meanwhile, in a conversation between Aizen, Gin, and Kaname, we learn that the Hollow did not die, but that it chose Misaki. We learn how it was kind of weird because it chose something furthest from itself. After some time passes, Ishin gives his full report to Yamamoto, and his punishment gets dismissed because of the unique hollow case. As the day passes, Ishin and Misaki cannot stop thinking about each other, so Ishin ends up going to the world of the living. However, Misaki begins to form a hollow hole in her neck. This freaks Ryukin out as he disregards the rules and grabs her running outside. As a hollow attacks them, Ishin saves the two of them, and while Ryukin begins to blame Ishin for everything, Kisuke arrives and tells them that he can save her. Kisuke explains to the two of them that he has been researching her case for 100 years, and that her symptoms are hollification. He explains the process and says that in order to save Misaki, Ishin must become a being between human and Shinigami, to counteract Misaki being a being that is mixed with Quincy and Hollow. This will prevent her from death and save her. Ishin ends up doing it, and inside Misaki's inner world, as she is about to be consumed by White, Ishin appears, saving her. They are now bound to each other until death. Back to the present, Ishin tells Ichigo that this is how Ichigo was born, and that when Ichigo began to hollowify, his bond with his Gigai began to break so that he could become a Shinigami for the first time in 20 years. He then continues to explain the real reason Misaki had died, and this is because Yuwatch had taken her powers moments before her battle against Grand Fisher. After the war, Yuwatch regained his pulse after 900 years, his mind after 90 years, and his powers after 9 years. However, in order to regain his powers, he uses the powers of all the mixed blood Quincy's. Ichigo then thanks his dad and goes back to the Soul King's palace. Meanwhile, Ryu Ishida had been summoned into Yuwatch's throne room. While this is happening, Ichigo arrives at the Soul King's palace and passes the test, this time with absolute ease. Meanwhile, Toshiro returns to the basics and trains in Kendo, while Kensei is trying to force Shuhei in using his Bankai, but the most notable things happening in the Soul Society is Kamamura visiting the Great Elder. Mayuri is creating something Akon viewed as shocking. Soifone is training heavily, and while Kamamura is talking and visiting with the Great Elder, he is having a fight with him as well. He wants to learn his clan's secret, but the Elder is refusing to tell him. Meanwhile, Ichigo is told to say farewell to Zangetsu as he enters the Huden. As Ichigo makes his Zanpakuto, Oetsu tells Ichigo why one of the Asuchi became something similar to white when Ichigo touched it. That it became white because white is Ichigo's Zanpakuto spirit, and that he knows about the man pretending to be Zangetsu in Ichigo's inner world. Immediately, Ichigo is transported into his inner world as he confronts Old Man Zangetsu, which is revealed to be Yuwatch from 1,000 years ago. But he explains everything and talks about how eventually he became content and how eventually he wanted to help Ichigo, thus allowing Ichigo to have his true blade and fight with his own power. Ichigo then thinks to himself about how they both are Zangetsu, and that he doesn't care what the imposter says, and as he pulls the blade out, the waterfalls immediately all dry up from the intensity and heat of the spiritual pressure. Ichigo then thanks Zangetsu and says that they are both him, accepting his identity and becoming one with his powers. Meanwhile, Yuwatch calls a massive meeting with a bunch of the Stern Riders. On the stage, he calls Uryu the last surviving Quincy and appoints him as his successor. After the meeting, a bunch of the Stern Riders are very angry and confused why some random guy was appointed as Yuwatch's successor. Basby goes to yell at Yuwatch. However, Jugrim stops him. Meanwhile, Yuwatch bestows the letter A to Uryu. Uryu asks why he was given the role of successor, and Yuwatch says it's because Uryu has some kind of power that exceeds his own. Some kind of power that kept him from being able to be taken 9 years ago. While this is going on, Bambietta seduces a subordinate and then kills him. Meanwhile, Jugrim realizes Yuwatch's intention with the promotion and is just chill about it, just vibing, you know. Meanwhile, Renji and Rukia have been training, and Byakuya has just awoken from his coma, and he is now prepared to start training of his own. While all this is going on, Shinsui visits Ichigo's friends and tells them that there might be a chance that Ichigo will not be coming back. Meanwhile, everyone is just training and waiting for the second invasion, when the Serite just disappears. Yuwatch then tells Uryu that in the ancient song, after the line he regains his power in 9 years, the song actually continues with, "and the world in 9 days. The Stern Riders then invade the Soul Society once again. The Quincy have created an invisible empire within the shadows of the Soul Society using the Reishi, and because of that, they have been a step ahead this entire time. Easily, the Shinigami are failing once again. Jugrim immediately goes to Shinsui, and the research and development department gets attacked. Mayuri has a plan for everything though. He turned the entire lab into being a shadowless with mirrors, protecting the research department. As Bazby attacks random Shinigami, Toshiro uses his Shikai to block the attack, and we then see him and Rangiku working together. Meanwhile, Omaida gets attacked by the guy who stole Soifon's Bankai, while he is right next to his younger sister. While this is happening, Toshiro continues to fight Bazby by creating multi-layered ice with the help of Rangiku's Shikai. He can then make stronger ice with less ice, which is ideal as he just basically lost his Bankai earlier. Meanwhile, BG9 is about to kill Omaida's entire family for not revealing Soifon's location, but in the nick of time, Soifon appears and saves them all by using her newly perfected Shunko. She then absolutely destroys BG9 in a single attack. Back to Toshiro's battle, they thought that they defeated Bazby, however suddenly Bazby gets up even stronger than before. Bazby is absolutely demolishing Toshiro, and as he is about to finish him off, another Stern Rider appears commanding Bazby and saying that he'll finish him off. Soifon has also been getting absolutely destroyed. Meanwhile, back to Toshiro, King Do then activates Toshiro's Bankai to finish Toshiro and Rangiku off with his own Bankai. However, luckily Kisuke has figured out a way to return the Bankai to the captain. He learned that hollows are literally poisonous to Quincy, so he made this object that will cause the captain's Bankai to hollowify for a split second, forcing it to return to the Shinigami. Now with ease and their Bankai's back, Soifon and Toshiro absolutely destroy King Do and BG9. Meanwhile, Bambietta fights Shinji and Kamamura. Shinji uses his Shikai and confuses Bambietta, but then Bambietta is able to release, and in this form she just explodes everything around her and easily demolishes Shinji. Now while this invasion has already begun, Ichigo is finally leaving the Soul Palace to aid them. However, it is going to take quite a while for him to arrive, as there's a ton of stairs and it's a very long way. Momo then tries to fight Bambietta, however quickly Kamamura grabs her and shields her, taking a few more hits to his helmet and armor. This destroys his helmet and armor, revealing that he is now humanoid. It turns out that Kamamura is using an ancient technique of his clan. He sacrificed his heart in order to avenge Yamamoto, and because of that he has gained ultimate power for only a short time. He activates his final Bankai. Kamamura has temporarily achieved immortality. He cannot die in the form of a human, however because of this he will lose his life, and within an instant Kamamura defeats Bambietta. He then turns towards Yuwatch's castle to fight Yuwatch, however he then collapses. Kamamura sold his soul for revenge, resulting in him becoming only an animal. Kamamura did not heed the words he told to Tozen. Meanwhile, this is the most tragic part of the story. Bambi is turned into a zombie by her friends as she begs not to be. Poor Bambi. Rip best waifu of 1,000-Year Blood War. Meanwhile, Shinsui has Naneo entrap Jugrim using Kido, however Jugrim leaves and helps Yuwatch by killing King Do and BG9. While this is happening, Superstar is attacking Ikaku, Yumichika, and Shuhei. Superstar defeats them with ease and then looks off in the distance, seeing something in the distance, and that something is Rukia and Renji arriving in the Soul Society. Shuhei, however, keeps Superstar from going on after them using his Shikai, and before Superstar could kill Shuhei, Kensei and Rose then arrive, both activating Bankai. However, after Rose explains to Superstar the exact way to defeat his Bankai, Superstar managed to defeat both. You see, when James Hansen cheered Master Day Masculine on, he gained a crapload of power, so although Kensei was winning at first, he began to lose later on. While Superstar is happy about his victory, Renji arrives to deal with Mask Day Masculine. At first he absolutely destroys Mask, but as the fight continues, Mask changes the tides by using James Hansen, and Renji is then forced to use the power of his new Bankai. You see, Zabimaru lied to to Renji and told him only half of its name. And while at the royal palace, Ichibei had told Renji its full name. With this new Bankai, Renji burns Mask D Masculine to ashes. A long time ago, there was a child, and this child could not see, could not hear, could not speak, could not even move. The child had absolutely no chance of survival. However, the people around him started treating him like a treasure. Anyone who touched them would regain something they lost. Limbs could regrow. The lonely would have their hearts filled. The child could impart his soul. When those who touched him died, everything would return to the child. Everyone who had touched him would not live long after. Eventually, his hearing and eyesight were healed. And the people called him by the name of a god. They had worshipped this name that he had made his own, and it was Yuwatch. Yuwatch has the opposite power of a Quincy. He is able to engrave power onto others, and Ryu is told this directly by Jugrim. He explains that this power will return to Yuwatch eventually, even upon death. After the defeat of Mask Day Masculine, Renji goes to sleep. However, an enemy has been watching him from afar. Meanwhile, Rukia has ran into an opponent of her own, being Aznat. Aznat seeks a battle against Byakuya Kuchiki and asks Rukia that if he kills her, will Byakuya show up. She says that he may, which causes their battle to begin. Aznat tries to use his fear ability, however it has no effect on Rukia. Rukia asks Aznat, is fear having no effect of fear for you? Aznat goes on a rant about fear, but ends on the note that it is impossible for fear to be ineffective as long as you are alive. It is here where Rukia reveals that she has no life right now. She talks about the true power of her Zanpakuto and how she has acquired the means to kill her body by controlling the Reishi. She then goes down to absolute zero and freezes Aznat. Aznat, however, breaks free and says this is not fear. The only thing he fears is to be rebuked by his majesty and have his body taken away. Aznat uses his release, which allows him to force Rukia to feel fear. In this new form, he causes his opponents to feel fear through their optic nerves, meaning although Rukia is dead, she still has the sense of fear as she can see him. And as everything becomes hopeless, Byakuya Kuchiki arrives. Byakuya has already surrounded Aznat with his Shikai, although Aznat originally believed it was his Bankai. After fighting a bit, he leaves. He tells Rukia that she is strong enough to defeat him and that she will finish him off. In this moment, Rukia ends up using her Bankai, Haka no Togame, which turns everything around her to absolute zero. And Aznat dies. However, as he breaks apart, he truly feels scared of death. And we get a very short backstory. Byakuya then tells her to undo it slowly as she is turning to ice as well, and calls the Bankai magnificent. After this conversation, he then tells her to come with him and protect the Soul Society. Meanwhile, Isane is healing patients and hanging around Yachiru when they are attacked by a difficult enemy. The Stern Rider is V for Vanishing Point, and has the power to erase his existence from people's mind. However, Yachiru acts on instinct, releasing her Shikai and beginning to absolutely demolish him. However, before defeating him, Gremmy appears and says he did well for a figure of his imagination, and then imagines him out of existence. He then tells him that he had already killed these captains, revealing dead captains behind him. And as Yachiru attacks him, he imagines her arm is made out of cookie, and it breaks. Everything Gremmy imagines becomes a reality. As he reveals this though, Kenpachi Zaraki arrives. Upon Kenpachi's arrival, Gremmy imagines a grand stage for their battle, and one is instantly created. His name is Gremmy, the Visionary, and he is the true Stern Rider V. He believes that he is the strongest Stern Rider, and they immediately begin their battle. Kenpachi constantly crushes and destroys everything Gremmy throws at him, whether it be water, bullets, missiles, and more. But Kenpachi crushes all of these things. In fact, he is about to win as Gremmy begins to imagine his own defeat, but Kenpachi helps Gremmy clear his mind of that thought. As a reward, Gremmy duplicates himself and then sends a giant meteor at Kenpachi. Kenpachi then uses his Shikai, which is a giant sword, and he cuts the meteor in half. As Yachiru watches him do this, she remembers the past and completely vanishes. Gremmy continues to throw things at Kenpachi, and Kenpachi ends up killing one of the duplicates. This causes Gremmy to imagine himself as stronger than Kenpachi, and because of that, Gremmy dies from his own imagination, as his body wasn't able to withstand Kenpachi's strength. After the battle, Kenpachi is unable to find Yachiru, and he yells at his squad to go find her, as Bambietta and the old gang all arrive to kill Kenpachi while he is hurt. After the battle, Kenpachi is unable to find Yachiru, and he yells at his squad to go find her. This is all happening while Bambietta's old old gang all arrive to kill Kenpachi while he is hurt. The girls all use their powers and absolutely demolish the wounded Kenpachi, while even killing and zombifying Kenpachi's squad. I mean, one of them literally takes a munch out of them. As they are about to deliver the finishing blow to Kenpachi though, someone arrives to save him. Moments before this individual arrives though, everyone in the Gotai 13 is realizing what's going on. Shinji and Momo try to go towards Kenpachi, but Bazby stops them. And we see Rukia and Byakuya heading towards them as well, but moments before they get there, Ichigo arrives first. Ichigo easily handles them as if they are nothing, which pisses Candace off. Candace decided to enter her release form and attempt to 1v1 Ichigo, which does not go very well for her at all, and she is badly injured from Ichigo very easily. She is eventually healed, and as she prepares to continue the battle, she and the other girls get badly wounded by Bazby. However, they all get back up, and the 3 other Stern Riders show up, all seeking for the glory of killing Ichigo Kurosaki. Meanwhile, thanks to Ichigo wearing an Oken, the defense of the Soul Palace are currently down, allowing Yuachi to invade it. Ichigo tries to stop him, but there are too many enemies, causing Ichigo to be unable to get to Yuachi. However, luckily Renji, Byakuya, Rukia, Shuhei, Ikaku, and Yumichika all arrive and protect Ichigo, allowing him to continue his chase after Yuachi. As Ichigo approaches Yuachi, Uryu shoots at him, which shocks Ichigo. Ohime and Chad arrive as well, however Ichigo screams at Uryu, and this gives them enough time to leave. Ichigo is still in absolute shock from Uryu's betrayal, however after Chad shakes him up a little bit, he comes to a realization and becomes remotivated. He has Kisuke help him get back to the Soul Palace, however Kisuke says it'll take some time. Meanwhile, Yuachi invades the Soul Palace and immediately Tendro arrives to try and stop Yuachi. Anyway, back to Ichigo and Yumichika. They are around Gazelle when Yumichika calls her a man. This angers her, so she commands Bambi to attack them. Ikaku and Yumichika fight Bambi for quite some time. They try killing her, however since she is already dead it becomes kind of troublesome for them. Luckily though, Mayuri comes in to save them in their fight. Mayuri uses one of his inventions to easily deal with Bambi's bombs. This device slows down the explosions. After dealing with that, Mayuri brings out his own zombies to deal with Bambi's zombies. They are Arrancars from Granz's lab. They manage to easily deal with the zombies and even push Gazelle to her limit, forcing her to call out her trump card, a zombified Toshiro Hitsugaya. Toshiro absolutely destroys the Arrancars, Ikaku, and Yumichika. However, Mayuri then realizes that he can use this zombie to test out a bunch of new drugs. Using some of his inventions, including a new drug that causes Toshiro to relive a moment constantly, Mayuri defeats the zombie Toshiro and administers another new drug in the paralyzed Toshiro. Mayuri then infects Rose and Kensei with a new drug as well, a drug that turns Bambi's zombies into his own zombies. Meanwhile, Byakuya is fighting Shuhei, which is infected with the monster known as Pepe. And fourth wall break here, I don't want to recap much about Pepe because I hate him, but pretty much Mayuri's new zombies deal with him and then he gets eaten alive by his own teammate. Anyway, moving on. Meanwhile, at the Soul Palace, Tendro is unable to land a single hit against Yuachi, and Yuachi just walks right past him like he is nothing. He then gets confronted against Senjimaru and some guards. However, the guard strikes all fail as Yuachi has Stern Rider W with him for the win. While they were distracted with guards though, Senjimaru ties Stern Rider W for wind with some fabric, cutting off their ability, and then Senjimaru kills him using the cloak. Yuachi has his royal guards fight Senjimaru, and while although Senjimaru cannot be cut, Senjimaru gets shot in the head and killed. The rest of Squad 0 then arrive, and at first they are absolutely destroying the royal guard. In fact, Uetsu cuts them all up, but then Yuachi realized they were in trouble and restored their power by using Oswalin Light, sucking up some of the Quincy's below and restoring the Schutzstaffel, Yuachi's royal guard, back to health. After that, they made quick work of Squad 0 besides Ichibe, in which Yuachi approaches and demands to be let in. Shinsui has a conversation with Ukitake and then quickly leaves to do something secretive. Meanwhile, Ichibe immediately begins to absolutely demolish Yuachi. Yuachi has no time to recover as Ichibe creates giant hands and is slapping him all over the place, and pushing him far away from the Soul Palace. However, Ichibe uses an arrow to get himself back up there. This is when Ichibe decides that he will just have to kill Yuachi. Meanwhile, Ichigo and a few others get launched into the Serite using a custom-made cannon. Kisuke, however, prepares to send a lot more people as the Visors show up. Also, Ichigo tells Ohime right before that her clothes just reveal too much skin. But after a beating from Yoichi, things kind of change a little bit. Ichibe uses his Zanpakuto ability, the ability to cut names, and as he clashes with Yuachi, he cuts Yuachi's body, making his name just Yu, and halving his strength. You, however, simply gives his name back to himself, and their fight continues. Yuwatch constantly uses every trick up his sleeve, however easily Ichibei is countering them all. Ichibei tells Yuwatch that he took half of Yuwatch's power so that he would at least have his honor intact, and then begins to use secret Kidos. Finally, as the battle begins to climax, Ichibei uses his Shikai, Ichimonji. His Zanpakuto turns into a blade brush, and whatever the ink touches loses its name. But its strongest power is that everything black becomes his. This causes Yuwatch to be unable to steal Ichibei's power. After taking away Yuwatch's name, he activates what he claims to be like his Bankai, and gives Yuwatch a name, that name being a black ant. Yuwatch's power is now comparable to that power of a black ant, and Ichibei then decides to crush Yuwatch, and says farewell to the king of bugs himself. In the nick of time though, Yuwatch opens his eyes and activates his letter, the Almighty. Yuwatch then explains his power, that he can now see everything in the distant future, and that whatever he sees, he knows, and that all powers he knows takes his side. Ichibei then tries to fight against his power, however, Yuwatch kills him without a problem. Meanwhile, Squad Zero has now been absolutely defeated, and Yuwatch moves forward, entering the Soul King's throne room. Meanwhile, Ichigo has now arrived with Ganju, Ohime, Chad, and Yoichi. Ichigo calls out Ichibei's name, and he is returned to life. Ichibei asks for Ichigo to protect Ryo, because if the Soul King dies, then the worlds will collapse. Yuwatch then stabs the Soul King, saying goodbye to his father. Meanwhile, Kisuke is bringing as much of the Gotai 13 together as possible to storm the palace and save the Soul King. Kisuke created what is a literal gate to the Soul Palace, and while Ichigo and the gang arrive in the throne room to stop Yuwatch, Ichigo pulls out the sword stabbed into the Soul King. However, he strikes the Soul King down immediately after, and Yuwatch says the Quincy blood in him is unable to accept the Soul King's existence. You see, Yuwatch infected Ichigo using the Almighty by giving the blade his Ryatsu, which called out to his Quincy powers, forcing them to kill the Soul King. And as the Soul King dies, the entire world begins to shake and have an earthquake. Ohime tries to save the Soul King by using her power, however fails to do anything. Meanwhile, Kisuke and the captives begin to freak out upon realizing that the Soul King is dying. They realize that if they do nothing, everything will collapse. This is when Ukitake steps forward, saying that he is going to take the Soul King's place. He then reveals a marking on his back and calls for Mimihagi. Ukitake explains his past, that when he was just 3 years old, he was supposed to die. However, a god worshipped in the 76th district, Mimihagi, just so happens to be the right arm of the Soul King. And when Ukitake's mother took him to it, Mimihagi began to dwell in Ukitake's body, saving his life. He then chooses to sacrifice himself by being the bearer of Mimihagi to save the Soul King. Moments before this though, as the world continues to shake, Shunsui visits Sosuke Aizen. Shunsui then removes the seal on Aizen's mouth, however by just doing this, Aizen is able to remove several other seals. Aizen decides to help Shunsui as they share similar interests, however as some individuals try to seal Aizen to a chair, their arms are instantly disintegrated from just Aizen's Ryatsu alone. Meanwhile, Yuwatch tries to destroy the new arm holding the Soul King together, however Ichigo Kurosaki stops him. Immediately Yoichi dashes to protect the Soul King as Ichigo uses his Getsugo Tensho, telling Yuwatch that just because he has his blood does not mean he will listen to Yuwatch. Yuwatch explains to Ichigo how everything he has done to this point has been connected to Yuwatch's will, and that the fact Ichigo can't say he will kill the man who killed his own mother is proof enough. This is when Uryu Ishida arrives, which keeps Ichigo off of Yuwatch, and Pernida deals with Yoichi, absolutely destroying her arm. Uryu then shoots a few arrows, causing Ichigo and his friends to fall off, and in this moment Yuwatch absorbs the right hand of the Soul King, causing the trembling to begin once again. However, a black canopy forms around the Soul Society as remnants of Ryo attack the Shinigami. They all struggle against them due to the mass amount of numbers. Many of the Shinigami use their Shikais, however there is just an overwhelming amount of them. This is until Sosuke Aizen arrives, and by simply breathing, he kills them with his Ryatsu alone. As the Shinigami begin to freak out, wondering who let Aizen out of the Muken, Shunsui tells them that he did. As they all began to turn on Shunsui with their disapproval, Shunsui looks at them and says, "We cannot protect the world with principles, and that using evil to destroy evil is not evil." Aizen then uses Kurohitsugi to finish all the remnants off. However, he accidentally disrupts the gate's Ryatsu. He does offer to bring the palace down to them, but they refuse. Meanwhile, a bunch of Stern Riders arrive ready for battle. One of them explains how he has won, since he has observed them for a long time. However, Bazby defeats him and says that they want to join them and help kill Watch for abandoning them. Meanwhile, Ichigo is strategizing as they realize that they might need help in case they get attacked on their way up. Yoichi tells them that won't be a problem as Grimmjow appears. Grimmjow immediately attacks Ichigo to try and settle the score, but then Nell jumps in and hugs Ichigo. Ruruka then appears in a box and tells them to get in. They all go in, and thanks to some technology and power exporting, they are able to mount a surprise attack using Yukio and Ruruka's abilities. Ichigo and everyone are prepared for battle while the Royal Guard sees the new form and power Watch has obtained, some even being afraid of it. Ichigo and his allies arrive as Ichigo tells Ruruka and Yukio to stay behind and be ready to pull them out. They then leave the box and see a completely different palace. Watch has rebuilt the royal palace into his own. Meanwhile, the gate ends up working and the Gotai 13 has now arrived in the new Quincy town. They all learn quickly the dangers of their enemy, how the Ryatsu is completely under their control. However, they do sense Ichigo and Yoichi, which is good news for them. However, Mayuri and Kenpachi are missing. As it turns out, Mayuri had closed the gate and reopened it in a different spot for himself. However, Kenpachi was taking a leak, and by the time he came back, the gate was closed. So when he saw Mayuri reopen it, it was perfect. Meanwhile, Grimmjow immediately starts chasing after Askin, as Askin is running away because he doesn't want to die. While all this is going on, Jugrim is worried about Ryu and is giving one of his subordinates an order, when Bazby kills the subordinate and begins to attack Jugrim as he feels betrayed. You see, a long time ago, Jugrim and Bazby knew each other as kids and became friends. Bazby had felt bad for Jugrim and gave him a rabbit. They became close friends, and after only half a year, Watch took everything from both of them. They both pledged to each other to kill Watch, as they barely were surviving. They ended up surviving on the coin left in the castle alone. Anyway, 5 years later pass as Watch searches to form a new combat unit called the Stern Rider. Jugrim and Bazby trained during the entire time, and while Jugrim trained, he was still unable to form a bow and collect Reishi. Bazby, however, refuses to leave Jugrim behind. It just so happens that Watch goes to their village to announce his new army. This is when Bazby challenges one of Watch's officers. This is when Watch flexes his spiritual pressure and says, "You're the one I've been looking for, Jugrim." Watch appoints Jugrim as his advisor and says that he has been born exactly like Watch, and that he has the power to share power, which is how Bazby has been so talented recently. Bazby then attempts to kill Watch, but Jugrim stops the attack like it's nothing. Back to the present, Bazby is then easily killed by Jugrim, but what hurt Bazby the most was the fact that he had thought that losing him would sting a lot more to Jugrim. Meanwhile, Watch also defeats the other allied Stern Rider, and Lilybaro is sniping at the main force of the Gotai 13, while Kenpachi loses his arm thanks to Pernaida's power. To prevent Kenpachi's death, Mayuri decides to paralyze him and take Pernaida on himself. Mayuri instantly understands that his power is based on slipping nerves into his opponent's body to control it. As Mayuri continues to battle Pernaida, it is revealed that Pernaida is the left arm of the Soul King. Mayuri does get hit, however luckily he rearranges his nerves, blood vessels, and muscles through quick surgery, thus giving Pernaida quite trouble in taking over Mayuri's body. Mayuri learns through experience that Ryo can just use the fingers that he takes off, as it just becomes another left arm, meaning that Mayuri can't slowly destroy Ryo. We then learn that the Soul King's right arm controls stillness while the left arm controls advancement. Mayuri then used a modified version of his Bankai that has its nerves on its skin. Its nerves are split between 70,000 layers, forcing Pernaida to attack 70,000 times before it swallows Pernaida whole. Pernaida, however, uses his bow to explode Mayuri's Bankai from the inside. Mayuri and Pernaida get into a discussion, and Pernaida's personality changes quite a bit here. And as Mayuri is nearly shot, Nemu tries to be a shield. However, Mayuri yells at Nemu, saying that she does not have the freedom to die of her own accord. Mayuri then comes up with a plan using Nemu and a drug. However, he fails to realize that Pernaida's nerves are evolving, and that Nemu no longer has the reaction speed necessary to administer the drug. He yells at her to back off, however it is far too late. Nemu thinks back about her creation and the conversations she had, specifically ones with Akon, in which she learned a lot, as Akon called her Mayuri's masterpiece. It is here where she is able to react to Pernaida. This surprises Mayuri, but she is doing everything she can to protect Mayuri, which she tells Mayuri is her ultimate mission. She then uses 6% of her soul in an attack on Pernaida. However, it does nothing in the end, and Nemu is killed in front of Mayuri. As Pernida consumes Nemu, Mayuri for a split second feels despair until he sees a dead Xyloporo Grands, who tells him how he was convinced that the meat puppet was perfect, and how far he had fallen. Mayuri then destroys the Grands of his imagination and says that he is right. He then grabs a part out of Nemu's body, and as Pernida eats the rest of her, he ends up having excessive cell growth. You see, because Pernida ate one organ without eating the cerebrum, it self-destructed from excessive growth. When Mayuri had one of his legs was now destroyed, so Mayuri then tells Ikaku and Yumichika to go to the life pods that Nemu brought and open them. Inside should be Toshiro and Rangiku fully healed and unzombified. He then tells them to throw him and Kenpachi into the 2 remaining pods. It is in this moment that for the first time Mayuri truly believes that he has surpassed Gei Urahara. Meanwhile, Shinsui lures out the sniper by falling behind and then going to his location and destroying his gun. Shinsui then explains the child's game that he was playing, and how if you lose it, you die. He then uses another game but is caught and shot in the foot. Shinsui then uses an after image to get behind Lilybaro, which is the sniper. And as Shinsui does this, he says, "Let's keep playing until death. To bear the lives of his officers is the duty of the Captain General." Then using his powers, Shinsui absolutely surrounds Lilybaro and is about to kill him until he opens his second eye, which destroys Shinsui's game. Lilybaro is Yuwacha's masterpiece. He is the Stern Rider closest to God. It is here where he releases and becomes very angelic by nature. In this form, Shinsui can do absolutely nothing to Lilybaro. All his attacks are absolutely useless, even Kido. And as Shinsui runs away, unable to do anything, he is put to the end of his ropes, in which he apologizes for dragging a Neo into this, as he says Bankai, sitting on the ground and stabbing the floor with his Zanpakutos. Meanwhile, the main force arrives at the palace, in which Gerard jumps down, challenging everyone in the group. And while this is going on, everyone begins to feel a chill down their spine as the environment has now become darker, and almost in some sense, hopelessness arrives. This is when Shinsui stops running and approaches Lilybaro. Lilybaro tries to strike, but Shinsui activates the first act, which causes him and the enemy to share the wounds they inflict on each other. However, these wounds are unable to kill each other. Shinsui then activates the second act, and spots appear all over Lilybaro's body, causing him pure pain. Shinsui explains that this represents a man who regrets wounding his enemy, falling to the floor from shame and suffering sickness. Then Shinsui activates Act 3 as they are both dragged into an abyss of water, and Shinsui explains that this represents them accepting their fate and throwing themselves into the rising water, until each other's spiritual pressure is exhausted. Lilybaro tries to escape, but as he rises, he falls deeper and deeper into the water. This is when Shinsui's Zanpakuto spirit appears behind him, and he activates the final act, wrapping a thread and cutting the head off of Lilybaro. This is when Shinsui falls down to the lap of his Zanpakuto spirit. However, as he lays there, Lilybaro is not dead, and shoots a hole through Shinsui's chest. Shinsui then gives up as he slowly drifts away until he is awoken by Naneo telling him to release her Zanpakuto and give it to her, to forget his promise to her mother and to give it over. Shinsui does so, explaining to Naneo about the entire history as to why he was told to keep her away from it. Naneo chooses to live with the supposed curse that her mother believed came from the blade, and as she takes it, she releases it. This blade has no edge. It is used in rituals, however it is believed to have the power to receive God's power and disperse it in all directions. As Naneo releases it, it begins to glow, meaning it is working against Lilybaro. She then thinks back to when her mother gave Shinsui the blade as a little girl, and how she grew up eventually joining his squad. We then see her use the blade to actually cut Lilybaro in his godlike form. However, it doesn't kill him. As he goes to finish Naneo, she is unable to move as she is hurt. However, Shinsui appears behind her and helps her move. He tells her not to worry, that he has her back, and this gives her the strength to reflect Lilybaro's final attack, killing his main body. The remaining of Lilybaro has lost the power of God as it falls down to the Soul Society. It decides to destroy the place as one final commitment to revenge. This is until Kira puts a stop to them. Meanwhile, Gerard is nearly killed, but then he looks at them and says that if he beats all these captains and officers, it would be a miracle. And as Byakuya attempts to finish him off, he becomes an absolute giant by using his power, which is the miracle. We then learn from Askin that Lilybaro was the first Quincy His Majesty granted a script to, and that Pernida and Gerard had the powers before His Majesty gave them any, and that Pernida was the Soul King's left arm, and Gerard was the Soul King's heart. And as this is happening, Ichigo is paralyzed and Chad and Ohime are slowly becoming weak and paralyzed through Asuka's power. They are experiencing reishi poisoning. This is when Yoichi shows up and casually dodges his attack, eventually entering Shunko as they are in a rush. Yoichi blasts him away, and as this happens, her brother arrives. Yashiro hangs around until Asuka gets back up. Yoichi has Ichigo go on ahead as she can handle Asuka alone. Asuka then mistakenly calls Yashiro a girl, which pisses him off as he blasts him with Shunko. However, Asuka gets back up and says, "Now you guys can't kill me with your spiritual pressure," as with his ability he can control the fatal dose of a substance he designates by ingesting it. Asuka has acquired immunity, and with this he destroys Yashiro in a single instant. Meanwhile, all the Visors arrive and attack Gerard, which absolutely does nothing, as his miracle is far too powerful. Toshiro Hitsugaya finally arrives to aid the forces. Meanwhile, Jugrim begins to heavily question Uryu's alliance as he tells him to prove to him that he is not a traitor. This is when Ichigo Kurosaki arrives and sees the two. Uryu immediately attacks Ichigo, and as they begin to fight, Uryu throws a key at him and tells them to use this to go to the world of the living, as he is going to stay and take this place down. He needs Ichigo to leave before Jugrim notices, but as he says this, Jugrim approaches Uryu and says, "I see how you will respond, Uryu Ishida." Jugrim then tells Uryu that the Sun Gate has been destroyed, so Uryu's response is to tell Ichigo to go kill Yuachi, as right now he doesn't have the power of the Almighty, only Jugrim does. Jugrim and Uryu begin an ultimate battle. Meanwhile, as they are running, a bunch of statues begin to attack them, so Ganju and Chad stay behind to deal with the statues. Meanwhile, Yoichi is in trouble against Asuka until Kisuke shows up and injects her with something. She suddenly is able to move a lot better again, and is told it will last 5 minutes. Asuka then explains the 5 war potentials: Ichibei for wisdom, Ichigo for potential, Kenpachi for strength, Aizen for spiritual pressure, and Kisuke for his incalculable tricks, or intelligence. Kisuke then forces Yoichi to go into a special transformation. In this new form, she is absolutely beautiful. I mean, she absolutely destroys Asuka, but loses the ability to communicate as she acts almost exactly like a cat. Kisuke explains to Asuka that in this form, her Ryatsu is like the flu in that it changes. In fact, it changes 48 times per second, preventing him from building an immunity. However, Asuka survives this by releasing. In his release, he can adapt and change to any difference. It is at this point that Kisuke is forced to use his last trump card, his Bankai. Suddenly, a woman appears behind Kisuke with the ability of reconstruction. They managed to fight back and forth for quite some time, however Kisuke won by creating a direct path from the ball to the outside, allowing Grimmjow to sneak behind Asuka and shove his arm through him, killing him. Kisuke then reveals that this was not even his last trick or his final plan, that he takes 1,000 precautions, and that if even one is successful, then that is outstanding. That one should prepare for every single tiny possibility, and that is how Kisuke is. Meanwhile, Toshiro and Byakuya are struggling when Kenpachi Zaraki arrives, cutting Gerard's arm off. Kenpachi then flips Gerard over and goes Shikai. Toshiro and Byakuya then attempt to attack Gerard as well, however it is meaningless. Meanwhile, Yachiru has appeared to Kenpachi and tells him that if you use me properly, there's nobody you can't cut. Yachiru then has him use her true power, which is Bankai. Immediately, Kenpachi's skin turns red and he looks almost like an Oni. Ripping his arm off, Kenpachi then splits him in half. However, Gerard's body begins to reform as a miracle happens. And as Kenpachi goes in for another strike, he accidentally uses too much power and his body simply cannot handle it. As this happens, the final petal of Toshiro's Bankai breaks and Toshiro is now able to use his complete Bankai and becomes an adult. In this new form, Toshiro becomes incredibly powerful and freezes Gerard whole. Byakuya then uses his ultimate technique, Ika Senjinka. However, in the end, Gerard remains alive by using the power of the miracle. Meanwhile, Yuachi wakes up and has to fight against Ichigo and Orihime. Yuachi taunts Ichigo and claims to be his true father, and as Ichigo now understands his origins, Ichigo just simply doesn't care and charges into battle, with Orihime as his defense. Byakuya sends Reggie and Rukia to go aid Ichigo in their battle, claiming that their help is unneeded. However, they definitely saw through Byakuya's act, but listened to him regardless. Uryu continues to battle Jugrim while Ishin and Ryukin finally arrive to the palace. As Ichigo fights Yuachi, he is unable to land a single strike, but thanks to Ohime, he is not getting hurt. This is when he activates a new form known as Horn of Salvation. by mixing all of his powers together. This causes Ohime to begin to have PTSD again, but she awakens, as Ichigo makes sure she knows that he is in control. And Ichigo, in this power, forces Yuachi to activate the Almighty. This forces Ichigo to go Bankai. However, his Bankai is instantly destroyed by Yuachi's power. Yuachi broke it in the future. It is here where we learn that the Almighty is not the power to see the future, but to change the future. Meanwhile, Uryu is fighting Jugrim and uses his power, the Antithesis, reversing their wounds. However, in response, Jugrim uses the Balance, as it is a perfect counter, and causes Uryu to be extensively hurt. This is when Ichigo actually genuinely gives up in his fight against Yuachi, and realizes that everything is over. He eventually gets his powers absorbed by Yuachi. Jugrim is about to kill Uryu when Yuachi takes all his children's powers back. This includes Gerard as well, and Yuachi then leaves as Renji and Ruki arrive onto the scene. However, he leaves a single gate open for them to cross if they dare. Uryu then transfers his wounds onto the dying Jugrim upon Hugrim's request as he travels towards Yuachi. Meanwhile, Tsukishima and Ohime manage to restore Ichigo's weapon by marking the past and rejecting up to that point. While all this is going on, Aizen stops Yuachi and welcomes him to his soul society. Ryukin then gives a special arrow to Uryu. This arrow is silver and can pretty much turn off the Almighty, giving them a chance to kill Yuachi. Yuha then battles Aizen until Ichigo and Renji joins the battle. Yuha is about to kill Renji, however Aizen protects him and uses Hado number 99. Aizen then uses Kyoku Sugetsu to appear as Ichigo. As this happens, Yuachi stabs through him and Ichigo kills him from behind. They celebrate too soon, however, as Yuha alters the future and undoes his death. Yuha is about to win, however Uryu shoots the arrow at him and in a split second, Ichigo defeats Yuachi without the Almighty. 10 years later, the Soul Society has been completely rebuilt and Shinsui is visiting Ukitake's grave. Mayuri has created a new Nemu, Kenpachi has coped with the loss of Yachiro, and Iba is a new captain. Shuhei has already mastered his Bankai, Isane is the new captain of Squad 4, Lisa is the new captain as well, and now Rukia has taken the 13th squad captain position. However, suddenly Yuachi's Ryatsu has been sighted. When it was sighted though, Rukia and Renji were visiting Ichigo, while Byakuya, Soifo, and Mayuri were investigating the energy signatures. Everyone but Uryu and Chad are chilling at Ichigo's home, while Ichigo's son, Kazui, touches a ball of Yuachi's Ryatsu and it disappears everywhere. Aizen then gives a speech about courage, while Kazui meets Rukia and Renji's son, Ichika, and they both reveal their powers. And that is technically the end of Bleach, or so we thought. However, a few months ago, Kubo released a new chapter to celebrate the anniversary of Bleach, and this chapter announced the new Hell arc. In this chapter, we see a young Kazui guide a soul to what appears to be Hell. We then see Ichika training with Ikaku, and Renji and Rukia FaceTiming Ichigo. We then meet Iba's new lieutenant, Atau, and Lisa's new lieutenant, Yahahara. I can't pronounce it. They are holding a special ceremony with all the lieutenants. Ichigo snuck herself there, and this is when strange creatures show up and get killed by the lieutenants. But most importantly, Szayelaporro Grans shows up from Hell. Grans reveals to them that Hell has always been close by through the Hell butterflies, and how the balance has been destroyed, which has weakened the gate of Hell, since when powerful people die, they are actually sent to Hell. And, as of recently, because of the 1,000-year Blood War, they have been sending too many powerful people to Hell, thus destroying the balance. The beasts they had just slain are beasts of Hell, and as he tells them all this, Ukitake ends up dragging him back down to Hell. This was such a shocking chapter, honestly. But yeah, this is the entire recap of Bleach up to chapter 686.5. If you guys end up enjoying it, this video took me and my team over 1,000 hours alone to produce, so if you could subscribe, like, comment, and spread the video around, it would genuinely mean the world to me. Thank you so much for watching. And in the words of Ginichimaru, bye bye!